There is no test, nowhere, no how, that can determine what anybody's sexual preference is going to be, because that's exactly what it is. It's a preference. It can change today from what it was yesterday. It could change tomorrow from what it was today. So again, why would you even think about killing somebody because they change their mind on a regular basis on who they want to sleep with? It's a stupid question. I wouldn't kill anybody, period.
I like the idea. I like this idea that Christian Hillbilly basically thinks that everybody is bisexual.
That is unusual.
I don't think it's that unusual. There's a lot of people in the Christian right who seem to think that's true. I mean, who was the guy who was just recently asked about homosexuality, and he said that, oh yeah, it's obviously a choice because guys go into prison straight and they come out gay.
Who said that?
I can't remember the guy. It's a kind of a slightly infamous on liberal media right now. The guy's kind of actually on conservative.
Ben Carson.
Oh.
No test.
Brian Fisher.
What?
It wasn't Brian Fisher.
Oh.
I'll tell you right now. Give me 2 seconds.
I said Ben Carson.
Oh, Ben Carson. Okay.
Yeah, Ben Carson for president. I like that guy. The fact is we're not all bisexual. We're born heterosexual. But you can choose what to do with your sexuality. You can choose to honor God, your creator, with doing what you're supposed to do with it, the way it's designed to function, or you can choose not to. Just like you can choose to commit murder or not.
What you're describing is bisexuality, the idea that you could just either go with either sex, it just depends on how you're feeling that day, is akin to bisexuality, the idea that, you know, you could just have sex with either sex. I couldn't have sex with a guy. I'm not attracted to guys. We'd have to look awfully like an awful lot like a woman.
Uh,
And I don't know about anyone else. Apparently, Christian Hillbilly doesn't feel that way. Apparently, Christian Hillbilly feels like he could have sex with a guy if that's just a choice he makes. Not a choice that I made. I couldn't do that.
No, sir. Again, listen and take notes. We are born heterosexual. Now, can you pervert your original design? Absolutely. You can pervert your original design by going outside of the way you were designed to function, because you have free will to choose.
Yeah, so you can
Because you choose to lop off your arm, does that mean that that's a good thing? Because you choose to mutilate your body, is that a good thing? No, not in the least. Because you choose to engage in behavior that is bad for you, does that mean it's a good thing? Even if it is your choice? No, it's not.
Like your body.
Wake up and smell coffee.
You're talking about circumcision? Are you circumcised?
in what sense would you characterize these people as heterosexual?
I'm sorry, you broke up at the last. What'd you say?
In what sense would you characterize these people as heterosexual? Like, is it going to show up in a brain scan, or what's going to happen? How do you detect it?
Heterosexuality is how we are each born. We are designed either male or female. The chromosomes are one of the major deciding factors on that. You know that, Nadia. You're not silly. You're not stupid. No, the fact is we are born one way or the other. Anything else other than that is a birth defect. Excuse me while I make this cut.
Birth defect. Ouch.
Well,
I don't have a problem classifying it as a birth defect. I think that's reasonable. It's certainly a case where something is happening pre-birth that is different than what usually happens.
Define, like, so status quo, kind of usual.
Yeah, I mean it's I mean,
if you really poll people's sexuality, though, I mean, it's a pretty gray area. I didn't. When I was older, I realized I was actually, like, growing up, I was never attracted to a male, and I'm still not. But I saw a picture once that I thought was a girl, and I had no reason not to think that, but turns out she had a penis. I'm like, well, I guess I'm not attracted to genitals. I'm attracted to femininity rather
exactly.
than
Yes,
masculinity.
I've mentioned that before. Is I don't think most people are really attracted to genitals. People
Yeah,
are attracted to secondary sexual characteristics that are
yeah,
that are visible.
right.
So yeah. My point was just if a quote unquote birth defect is something that happens, that happens when some other factor causes things to happen different than usual in biological development, not due to genetics, but due to something that happens after genetics. Then I think characterizing homosexuality as a birth defect is reasonable. It fits the definition. It's essentially it's due to hormonal to the hormones being that the fetus is being doused with during formation being not the hormones that would normally be doused for that gender and under normal conditions. So calling the result a birth defect is reasonable.
Yep, and yeah, please correct mine.
Sure. Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, there you go.
I don't actually care if you develop a neurosurgery that will fix the brain part. Fine.
Yeah.
I'll do this for you, one way or another.
What was I going to say on that? And I mean, you could say something. Where it gets particularly interesting is I think there are almost certainly Christians out there who've lived their whole lives as women who actually have an XY chromosome, but that's not how their gender was expressed.
Oh, I thought you were going to stop right at women. I was like, well, yeah, they're called women.
Yeah, I wasn't done. And the idea that there's any reason not to just accept them and leave them as women. I mean, I would really have an issue with someone coming along and say, well, you have XY chromosomes. We need to change you into a man. Even though you grew up as a woman, you've always accepted you are a woman, you've always been treated as a woman, you look like a woman. Because you have XY chromosomes, we need to go in and fix this defect and turn you into a man. That seems ridiculous to me. I don't know. Seamus, do you have an opinion?
Not on this particular subject. You actually missed a really interesting conversation. We were offline for probably like 2 hours, but yeah, you just missed a really big one. But
yeah, and by the way, Seamus, there's a criticism that I found about the modal ontological argument from I think he's a doctor of philosophy at Princeton or something. I posted a link. It's Richard M. Gale. He points out that the premise. Hold on a second. I think the premise 3 essentially begs the question.
Yeah, S5. If you accept S5, you beg the question, and that pretty much kills the modal ontological argument as Plantinga puts it forward.
Oh, you're familiar with it? Oh, okay.
Oh, very much so. Yes.
Oh, maybe you can explain why it's bullshit to Seamus because I wasn't able.
Well, it's really that. I mean, it's what you just put in the chat and what you were just saying. In light of the S5 in light of the S5 axiom. Okay.
You're gonna have to explain exactly what the S5 axiom is. I wikied it real quick. I'm not really following.
that's what I explained earlier. The X5 axiom is basically like a logical form within modal logic that allows for the clause of the necessary being to expand over all possible worlds. Axiom S5 is what has logical backing in logical form for the actual operators being for the necessity in modal logic to actually be expanded to all possible worlds. Maybe Adam might be able to give a better overview than that, but
yeah, no, I think that's fine. I mean, to make it clear, the axiom itself is possible, is that the possibility of psi implies the necessity of the possibility of psi.
So basically, it says if a thing that is necessary possible
If
to
something
exist,
is
it must
possible,
exist.
then it is necessary that it is possible.
Oh, wait, if something is possible, then it's necessary to exist?
No, that it's necessary that it's possible to exist.
Well, that's kind of tautology, right? If something is possible, then something is possible, right?
Yeah, but just because something is possible does not mean it's necessarily possible. It could just be possibly possible or contingently possible.
Holy shit. My head.
that's when I was saying possibly possible earlier. That was the argument. See, he's using possibly possible was the one where I said that you might be able to envision a world where God doesn't exist, but if God really is the metaphysical criterion and he truly is necessary, then you're only thinking of a possibility of a possible world, even though none such exist and none can exist. So that's what he meant by possibility of a possible world.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it comes down to this. We have using the modal ontological argument, we define God as a being that exists in all possible worlds. Okay, or actually that if so we basically and then we say, well, there's a
We
possible
define him as
world.
having certain qualities, and if he has these certain qualities through axiom S5, he must exist in all possible worlds. Not that we define him as existing in all possible worlds.
Okay,
We define him as having qualities of maximal excellence, maximal greatness, and these qualities through axiom S5 allow that to be expanded through all possible worlds. Because if we were, the reason why I make this, because if we didn't make that distinction, we would fall prey to defining things into existence.
Well, I think we're doing that anyway, because I disagree with you that maximal greatness or maximal excellence necessarily implies this condition of existent in all possible worlds. I think we have to define that. I mean, that is an argument I mean, personally, I don't think either maximal greatness or maximal excellence are well-defined concepts. So that for me at least, I don't see how you just get from that to the from that premise to the conclusion that God exists in all possible worlds.
Yeah, well, there's a thing about all sorts of syllogisms or all types of arguments for the existence of God, in that some things or some premises are going to be questioned. Like in certain things, within the modal ontological argument, it's only the first premise which is questioned. Every other premise from 5 to 6 logically follows. So usually the only premise that can be disputed is premise 1, because premise 5 through 6 through axiom S5 logically follow.
No, except that's not actually the case in this case, because premise 3 is the one that is very often questioned. Okay.
Well, you can't grant 1 and then not grant 3, so you'd have to.
Sure, you can.
Certain people would. Oh, well, I would like to hear that, because I think that certain people. I'm not saying it's impossible, but what I'm saying is the people that I've heard will simultaneously dispute 1 and 3. They won't say, "Well, I grant you 1, but I will not grant you 3." In order to not grant 3, you logically have to dispute 1 as well.
No, I disagree, and here's why.
Okay.
Here's why I disagree. I grant 1 as definitional. Okay, so I am willing to say I grant 1 in that I simply accept that you are defining maximal excellence in a possible world W as omnipotent, omniscient, and wholly good in W. Okay, and maximally great as having maximal excellence in every possible world. So I'm accepting those are just definitions that you've made. You've defined maximal excellence and maximal greatness.
That's not what premise 1 is. Premise 1 isn't establishing a definition. Premise 1 is
I disagree. I believe it is.
Hold on. Let me just say why. Premise 1 is establishing the possibility, right?
It's not. Premise 1 is defining maximal excellence. That's what it's doing.
Well, I'm talking specifically about the six, the argument that has
Well,
six.
which version are
Yeah,
you
we
talking
should
about?
we
Because it
should
is
we
the,
should make it clear what version we're talking about. I'm using
the argument
Plantinga's
I'm talking to, the argument I'm specifically
Right here.
talking to is William Lane Craig's reanimation of Plantinga's.
Oh, that's a different one.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, see,
But
here's.
but listen, I'm not. I know we're talking about Axiom S5, but what I'm saying is, okay, hold on. Let me pull up the articles for the sake of this.
Well, do you see it? I have it. I have it here. Okay. Here's premises
can you blow
1
it
through
up
6.
one size bigger or one or two sizes bigger?
Sure, I can try. Sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, go up to the. Okay, one more size if you can.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. All right, go up.
Okay. Now, here's Plantinga's formulation, which is what I was talking about. There's William Lane Craig's formulation, which is what you were talking about. Basically, what Plantinga did was that he included his argument includes the premises, the definitions as the first two premises, whereas William Lane Craig just starts with premise 1 as being as basically already assuming we've defined the premises elsewhere.
Right. Yeah. When you were talking about disputing premise 3, I was saying that within Craig's argument, yeah, we were talking about specific different arguments.
Yeah, we were.
I'm on the page.
But again, basically what I'm saying is I have a problem with the idea that your definitions are entailed, but I don't mind accepting them as definitions. Okay. Which is we just define maximal excellence and maximal greatness in the way that Plantinga defines it here. And then premise 3 is it is possible that there is a being that has maximal greatness. This is in fact equivalent to premise 1. It is possible that a maximally great being exists. To me, this is very clearly begging the question. Because we have defined, because here's the thing, this definition, the definition of maximal greatness, okay, includes in it, the definition itself includes in it the idea that a maximally great being, if it possibly exists in any universe, necessarily exists in all universes. That's included in the definition. Okay? Am I still audible?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm listening.
Yes.
Okay. So, therefore, when since we have created this concept that if this being even possibly exists in any universe, it necessarily exists in all of them. That's part of how we are defining the nature of this being. Then, when you grant premise 1, it is possible that this being exists, right? When you grant that premise, you are in fact already saying that in fact the being necessarily exists in all universes, because you've defined it that way. You've defined it such that if it possibly exists in one universe, it necessarily exists in all of them. So then since we're defining that way, if you then say this being possibly exists in one universe, you're in fact already begging the question that it necessarily exists in all of them. And here's the thing: the negative of that is also true. Okay. If in fact this becomes really interesting. If we say it is possible that a maximally great being doesn't exist, right? Then if that premise is the case, then it logically follows that a maximally great being does not exist in any universe by the same definition and the same chain of logic. So what we've done is we've basically defined ourselves out of flexibility and possibility.
That second one wasn't necessarily true.
Yes, it is. Let me.
You have to let me at least say why. Adam, you have to at least let me say why.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God, I lost my train of thought. But in the future, if I do that, please can you let me finish? Because I'm kind of multitasking here. I'm writing this story and I'm trying to listen at the same time. So
Okay, so here, I want to make it clear by modal logic in premise S5. Okay, it in fact logically follows that if it is possible for a maximally great being to not exist, then a
now I
maximally
remember.
great being does not exist in any universe. That follows.
Right, yeah, that doesn't work because the maximally great being does not exist. We're specifically talking about the traits of a maximally great being and why these traits make it that his existence exists in all possible worlds.
Yeah.
Right? But if you're specifically saying, well, he has these traits. However, these traits don't make him exist in all possible worlds. But I haven't really heard any argumentation to that fact. Like
again, you're just
for example,
defining him into existence.
No. For example, the argumentation for maximal excellence and maximal greatness is the fact that certain qualities, not certain actions of God, but certain qualities of this God, right, are better than other perceived qualities, and then that a being who was maximally great or a being who was necessary would possess these qualities and not possess other qualities, right?
Yeah, and there's no and I've never heard any good argument for that position. I mean,
well,
it really just seems to rely on intuition, which is why I say if you want to define the being that way, fine, but it doesn't come naturally from just sort of the language, right? It doesn't come by first saying maximal greatness, what would that have to mean? And then you get to this idea of, it means modal logical necessity. No, it doesn't.
I'm kind of accusing you of defining things into existence because the way you said it was, well, we're going to say that there's a being that maximally great being does not exist, right? But you've given no argument. But okay, well then let me at least finish. If you're saying that a maximally great being could not exist, and that the same line of argumentation would follow from that statement, that you're defining that into existence because the traits of a maximally great being are actually what makes him necessary in all possible worlds. But you're saying by defining something into existence that he possesses these traits, although it doesn't mean that he's necessary. So the line of argumentation is provided for the view that I've given, but for the view that you've given that is strictly that there is no maximally great being that exists, it doesn't have any of those qualities. Like the ontology of this being, these traits that he possesses, makes him such that he exists in all possible worlds. But you're saying that he possesses this ontology, but he doesn't exist in any possible worlds. That is precisely defining into his existence, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the modal ontological argument, okay, is we define a maximally great, maximally excellent. Okay, maximal greatness. Okay, we define maximal greatness such that if a being of maximal greatness exists in one possible world, then it necessarily exists in all possible worlds. Possible existence implies actual existence for a maximally great being. That's how we define it. Okay? That's our definition. Then we have a premise. The premise is that the being possibly exists. Okay? And if you accept that premise that the being possibly exists, it follows that the being actually exists. Because that's how we've defined the being. All of that is true. But what I also want to point out is that if instead we posit the counter premise being it is possible the being doesn't exist. It is in fact also the case that if it is possible that a maximally great being doesn't exist, then the maximally great being actually doesn't exist.
What's the
so
argumentation?
Depending on which premise. So if instead, sorry.
So, yeah, but what's the argumentation for that? Because
again, it's a premise.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, you're saying that it logically follows, but what I'm saying is, for sure, but what I'm asking you for is the justification for that. The justification for Alvin Plantinga's provided is that these specific traits ontologically make the being necessary. But you haven't said, you haven't provided...
No. We don't say that. We say these traits ontologically make it so that if the being is possible, then it is necessary.
Sure, but that's what I'll accept that. But what I'm saying is,
what I'm saying is, by definition,
Adam, you're going to blow me off if you don't get to this point. what is your definition when you say that? Okay, a maximally great being, and then it doesn't exist. You're not providing any of those argumentations.
No,
that
I'm
Plantinga
using
provides.
the same definition.
No, but what's the argumentation? So you're saying here's what you're saying. It's possible that a maximally great being doesn't exist. Explain to me how a maximally great being could not exist, because the preclusion of the ontology of a maximally great being means that it must exist necessarily, and Alvin Plantinga has provided reasoning to that end.
No, it doesn't.
Sure, but I agree. Then provide the reasoning is all I'm asking.
No, what I'm saying is you keep saying this thing that's not true. Okay, and all I'm trying to explain is that you want justification for what?
Okay, let me say it one more time. I think we're kind of not getting each other's points here. I'm saying that Alvin Plantinga has provided a justification to the ontology of maximal greatness and why these characteristics imply that a being must exist necessarily. But in your counter argument,
you're wrong. You keep saying that you're wrong. Okay, maximal greatness. Maximal greatness does not imply necessary existence.
Listen,
maximal greatness
I'm going to say this really quickly because you're starting to lose your cool, and I'm going to say this, Adam. We've had many of talks. And I do respect you, and I think you're a logical person.
Seamus, you don't jump to debating me, okay?
No,
you
listen,
keep mystifying. I'm not interested in your pity, okay? Stick to the topic at hand.
Let me just say this one thing.
Argument.
I've never been able to get into a conversation with you, Adam, and engage you.
There you go again, Seamus. Look, you are mischaracterizing Plantinga's argument. Anyone who understands Plantinga's argument will recognize that you are. That's the problem.
Why are you so rational and so nice and so to some people, and then to me, every time I'm a firm person.
There you go, Seamus. Seamus, whenever anyone says something that is clearly and factually wrong, I do exactly what I'm doing to you.
But what I'm saying
I cannot abide by this willful ignorance of just refusing to even accept that something you think you understand could be wrong.
You mean like when you refuse to accept the book of Genesis?
Yes, James, just like that.
Hold on, Vaughn. Listen, hold on for a second. What I'm trying to say is, I've been wanting to engage you for a long time in these type of conversations, but it seems like every time I do, you get kind of flustered, and I think that you're very good at articulating your stuff.
Because he's not a real Christian.
What I'm trying to say is, Adam, I appreciate you. I know you're a smart guy. I've been wanting to dialogue with you for a long time. Every time we get into it, it gets to this point, and I want to calm you back down so we can get back into the guts of this thing. Otherwise, it's just like I'm missing a valuable opportunity every time you come in the room because I have a strong personality, you have a strong personality, and we seem to clash heads. And I'm doing my best to keep my cool, but you're like, no, you're wrong because you refuse to acknowledge. I mean, let's calm it down. Let's get back to talking sensibly, please.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay. Do you understand what I'm saying about how you're mischaracterizing Plantinga's definitions?
Just go your whole line of reasoning, and then we'll go back to it.
Plantinga. What everyone has. The Plantinga is not defining maximal greatness as necessary existence. He's not. He defines maximal greatness as such that possible existence implies actual existence. That's his argument. Okay?
I would say that's his argument, but along with the fact that when his first two premises and I was using Craig's earlier, but within Plantinga's argument, in his definitions of maximal greatness and maximal excellence, do you agree that he's specifically talking about the ontology of God in the first two premises?
Yes. I'll put it this way. I understand that that's what he intends to be talking about. Yes. While like I said before, while I'm not willing to grant that any of these things follow naturally, I don't have any problem with accepting them definitionally. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, if he's talking about the ontology of God, he's talking about. So with these things, he's defining these. He's saying certain attributes are
attributes.
Yes. Okay. I'm from the South. I'd say it a different way. Let's not get caught up in this. I'm just saying certain attributes.
Attributes.
Dude, don't do that, please. I'd say certain things a certain way. Please stop.
In this case, attribute and attribute are the noun and verb form of the same word.
I know, but like I said, I say
Attribute is the
idea.
verb form. Attribute is the noun form.
Yeah, I say idea as well, and most people say idea, but it's because I'm from the South, and like I'm just saying that if you can understand what I'm saying, and you do understand it, then you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I do.
So can we get past that, please?
Uh-huh. Sure.
1 second, I need to let my cat out.
I wonder what that's a euphemism for. Probably for letting his cat out.
Okay, good. So now that we understand what each others are talking about, we're not going to get down to like some semantical dispute. We're actually going to talk about the meat and bones of each other's points here. I think the best thing to do is when we're talking about the attributes of God, which is specifically the ontology that's put forward in premises 1 and 2. And we're talking about these specific attributes entailing the properties of maximal greatness. Given all of these properties, X, Y, Z, A, B, C, which would be maximal excellence, and with all of these properties combined, they entail maximal greatness. Okay, so with these given attributes, it equals maximal greatness. And with maximal greatness equals necessity, right?
No. Maximal greatness does not equal necessity. Plantinga does not argue that.
Well, I've told you why I believe so. At this point, we're going against what each other is saying. So now we need to provide sources. So
that's great. So find me the source because here's the thing again. Note that here's Plantinga's 6th premise argument right here, right? Okay. He starts with maximal excellence and maximal greatness. Then he introduces a 3rd premise. This is not following from the first 2 premises. This is a 3rd separate premise, which is the possibility of there being a being of maximal greatness.
Yeah.
None of which would be necessary. Which would not be necessary if Plantinga were saying that these 2 traits by themselves implied necessity. He's not saying that.
The reason why it says premise in the colons there, not colons there, but like parentheses there like that, is because 1 and 2 are just setting the stage, and
that's right.
3 is the actual beginning of the premise of the syllogism. 1 and 2 just set the stage of definition. So
exactly.
So what I'm saying, 1 and 2 is what logically follows into 3, and that's what you're disputing. Okay, and I know that you don't think that. So what I'm saying is now, provide me some an article or some documentation, or actually the best thing to do. I have a PDF version of Plantinga's book, and I would just say that maybe you could provide me a page number and a reference from there, and then I can provide a quote to the whole entire audience because I have the PDF of that book.
Cool. Okay.
So let's stop saying that you're wrong and I'm right, and then say, well, Plantinga didn't mean it this way, and because page 73 says this in paragraph 2, sentence 3, and then I'll say, shit, Adam, you're right. So let's.
Yeah, the justification for his 3rd premise or for Craig's 1st premise, sure. Yep. There we go. Yeah, that would probably help.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if you think that I've gotten it wrong on the fact that the 2 first definitions logically follow that if all of these things, if he contains a maximal excellence in every possible world, this means maximal greatness. And if maximal greatness, then it entails necessity. If you think that that's wrong, then provide me the link, because from what I read, and it seems almost like prima facie that that's what he's intending. So I would just say, just any counter evidence I'd love to see.
Sure. Well, I mean, like I said, I think the strong counter evidence is the rest of his argument, which would be on this, which he would not even need to make if what you're saying were true. But I mean, I can try to see what else I can dig up to try to convince you of this.
But I'm saying,
the bottom line. Here's the thing, and my point is just you can have premise 3, or you can have premise 3 prime, which is it is possible that there is not a being that has maximal greatness. And depending on which premise you accept, by the nature of your premises 1 and 2, by the definitions we've given for maximal excellence and maximal greatness, whichever premise 3 or premise 3 prime that you put forward, is going to determine either that God necessarily exists or necessarily doesn't. Which is why I really feel that the argument's begging the question. Plantinga's justification of his 3rd premise which I need to find documentation for, is basically that possibility should possible worlds are easy, and so we ought to give as possibility as much stuff as we can. And I just think that's weak because the same argument would justify premise 3 prime rather than premise 3. Okay. Let's see.
Well,
Yeah.
there's
Here's an
Yep.
online text representation of Plantinga's argument. The ontological argument by Alvin Plantinga. Let's see.
okay. Um. Well. Von. Well. Um, Believing in created doesn't require literal genesis.
Do what?
I was saying, Devon, that believing people who are created doesn't require literal genesis.
It does not. That's true. Many old Earth creationists do actually believe in special creation.
We were either created or we were evolved. There is no in between. There is no ambiguity. The book of Genesis makes it abundantly clear that we were created by God. Hell, even pagan writings say we were created by the gods. It doesn't say nothing about coming from no damn ape. Not in any theistic book. Show me anywhere in any religion where it says we came from an ape. You can't find it because it don't exist. Okay, we were either created by the gods or we were evolved. Ne'er the twain shall meet.
Gotta be a shooting pool.
Huh?
Yeah, I believe one of the Greek creation myths is actually that two proto-humans threw clay behind them to the left and right, and where it hit, up arose men.
I agree with.
So I mean, it's not.
Von
Yes. Yes. Yes.
There's a proper dichotomy between this creationism, and it's not the proper dichotomy isn't necessarily creationism versus evolution, but it's basically did God create or not God? And then we would call the God that is a proper dichotomy. So we would call did what we would call the did God create creationism, and did not God create as naturalism or evolutionism or whatever you want to call it. So when von Helton specifically says either creationism is true or evolution is true, he means it within the proper dichotomy of either we were created by God or not by God.
That's true. Well, I mean, but here's the thing: is that there's a whole lot with that particular. I mean, you're right. That's a proper dichotomy. There's a whole lot that's left unaddressed with that question. I mean, I believe we were created by God, but I also believe we evolved. So within the context of created by God, there's still a whole lot of different stuff there. There's everything from special and miraculous immediate creation through something old earth sort of creationism where there's some special creation through like God crafting human beings separately, to ensoulment. The idea that at some point, that a lot of the Catholics accept the idea that at some point what were previously unspiritual apes became spiritual creatures through an act of God breathing into them. Through, I mean, there's all sorts of just there's a lot of room there. It's not, the idea that there's just a couple of very distant positions and nothing in between doesn't fit reality or even what real people believe.
We're either created or we're evolved. If we're created, then we were created in the image and likeness of the gods. As you said, there's even Greek mythology that says they took clay, threw it over their shoulders, and where the clay hit, up arose men. Okay, well, what is clay? Clay is from the earth. All right, so we were still created. No matter what theistic religion you grab a hold of, they will all say that we were created by gods. Except the only exception would be Buddhism. I'd have to look again what Buddhism's thing is, but the point is that every theistic religion says the gods created us. Didn't say nothing about coming from no damn ape.
There are even atheist creationists. That's what the Raelians are.
No, I don't know. I don't know about that much about the Raelians, but here's the thing. Creationism, if that's a genuine word, I don't know if it is. If it isn't, I just made it up. Ha. Anyway, creationism is one of the pillars of being a theist, is that you believe you were created by God. If you do not believe that you were created by God, and in fact you came about via evolution, then you cannot consider yourself a true theist, because it is one of the bedrock pillars of theism, is that we came from the gods. We were
Considering there are at least hundreds of millions of theists who also accept evolution.
I don't care if the entire fucking planet is covered by people. It's still a bedrock. This is a bedrock pillar of theism.
I'm afraid you're wrong.
By the gods.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
It is a bedrock pillar of theism.
It's not.
Yes, it is, sir. Yes, it is. The very first book of the Bible, and quite a few very close to the beginning of many pagan religions, state clearly that we were created, not coming from an ape or an amoeba or a fish or a worm or whatever hell new creatures that come up today. I'm not wrong, sir.
You are.
I'm not wrong. You cannot possibly consider yourself a theist if you believe in evolution.
I believe in evolution. You're wrong.
Well, here's the problem. The problem is that if we weren't created by the gods, then that throws everything that follows thereafter under the bus.
Nope.
Everything is. Yes, it does.
Doesn't.
Yes, it does. Because if we weren't created by the gods, we weren't special. We're not special.
Sure we
We're not separate and apart from others.
Sure we are.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not. If we came in about through evolution, how are we unique? How are we different from others? How can we possibly be?
Because we have abstract reasoning and a spiritual reality, and other animals don't.
That's the case. I'm not talking about other animals. I'm talking about other humans. We were created. We were separate and apart from other humans. You had two humans on the earth at the same time. Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon. Neanderthal came out through the soup. Cro-Magnon was created. We are different. We were created by the gods. Yes. Yes,
sure.
We were. Even Carl Sagan in his book admits that Cro-Magnon was helped by, quote, outside sources, unquote. That's straight out of Carl Sagan's own book.
Nope.
Are you calling Carl Sagan a liar?
I'm saying you don't understand Carl Sagan. You're wrong.
Maybe oh yes. I could not possibly understand plain English, right?
Yeah, well, apparently not, because of understanding plain English.
Some kind of special interpretation to that.
Apparently.
Come on, give me a break, man.
Apparently you do.
Carl Sagan admitted in his book that
give the quote. Okay, now you've made a claim. Are you going to do what you've never done any other time and actually use a citation this time?
It's up to you to find it out. It ain't up
to me.
It's
up to me to find it out.
Wait a minute. Do I have a degree in scholarship?
Oh yeah, well Carl Sagan also said never believe anything James von Helton says.
Yeah, Carl Sagan.
Carl Sagan said that in the introduction of every book he ever wrote, and you better go find that out, von Helton.
Saying billions and billions, he said.
Yeah, Carl Sagan said, don't listen to James von Helton. He's a liar. That's what Carl Sagan said.
I wasn't aware I was your teacher and that I had to give you assignments. I figured you were a big boy and you could actually use Google for yourself. But
yeah, that's
maybe
wonderful.
Google's broken.
That's wonderful, James. I love how well. But since we also are in agreement that Carl Sagan's books, every one of them started with von Helton is a liar. Never listen to what he says. Then I don't see any reason we should be listening to what you say.
Well, that's fine, but you can't.
And go look that up, John, or James, because apparently we don't have the burden of proof.
Consider yourself a theist, and
because apparently we don't have the burden of proof to actually have any support for any of the claims we've made.
The very bedrock of theism is that we were created by the gods. You cannot possibly throw away the bedrock foundation of what a theist is and still call yourself a theist.
You're wrong. The bedrock foundation of what.
You understand that, right? You understand that, right?
The foundation of what theism is a belief.
I do, in fact, understand what theism is. I got 30 years.
Then why are you lying about it?
I have 30 years of religious study to back me up.
Sure you do, Vaughn. I appreciate that. Yeah, the neat thing is
you're created by the gods. We were created by the gods.
30 years of religious study has at this point consistently yielded zero in the way of confirmable citations.
All you want. It's not
at no point have you ever provided a single citation or a single fact that was verifiable.
Like it's going to help you, and it's not going to help you a damn bit, because I'm here.
Have ever said.
I'm here, it's not going to help you a damn bit. Go watch the video, it ain't going to help you a damn bit.
Provided a single citation
not
for
gonna help
any
you,
fact that
I don't know why you're sitting there doing it.
Eventually, you have occasionally put forward a 3 or 5 or 10-hour YouTube video of some crackpot on the History Channel saying
and call yourself a Christian.
Nothing I've ever said at any point
you are a liar and a deceiver. You are sitting there saying that you're a theist when you're not. You have totally rejected the basic foundation of what a theist is.
At any
Adam, you're repeating yourself.
Claiming to be a theist when you are anything but a theist. You have totally ignored the basic pillars of what a theist is, and you cannot possibly consider yourself one.
Alright, come on, buddy.
I'm calling you out as a deceiver and a liar. You're not a theist. You never were a theist. You totally disregard the basic foundation of what a theist is.
You're out of control right
Therefore,
now.
you cannot possibly consider
You're out of control right now, dude.
Well, I might be out of control, but...
Thank you.
Yeah, Vaughn, any chance you can slow down and give others a chance to breathe?
Yeah. Take a breath, dude.
Okay, hop on in.
Sorry, me?
Oh, well, I can respond to you.
Yeah, no, I mean, at no point has James ever actually given a checkable citation for any claim he's made. I've asked him a dozen times for, when he says ancient history says this, or religion says this, or Carl Sagan says this, can never provide a citation, can never back up a word he said. It's very frustrating. But that's all. Okay. Nadia, did you want to respond to what James was saying?
Yeah, my understanding of theism is that it's limited to, well, a very narrow and specific claim. Gods exist. They don't actually have a special creation of humanity claim floating around in there, or any other claim. The idea that humans arose without any kind of intervention of any gods is compatible with theism, although it's not part of even theistic evolutionists within Christianity's worldviews and so on.
He's coming in this room as a deceiver, and I don't think it's right. I don't believe it's right. You
Well,
shouldn't, you
I
shouldn't
at
come
least,
in here
James,
posing to be a theist when you're not. I don't think
James,
that's right. And
the
you know,
difference
and people need to call, when people come in here and deceive others, they need to be called out on it.
James, the difference between
The fact that we were created by the gods is one of the basic pillars of theism. And
no.
this man doesn't even believe it, and he said so out of his own mouth he don't believe it. He believes we come from a goddamn ape. All right? I dare him to find in any religion where it says we come from an ape. I dare him, I double dog dare him to show me in any religious writing whatsoever that we came from a fucking ape. He cannot do it because he is not a theist. He is an anti-theist. Well, okay, maybe he's not an anti-theist. Maybe he's
No,
just
wait.
an atheist. But
He's
he's
a lizard
definitely not a
overlord.
theist.
Get it straight, one.
So, I mean, and again, the difference between me and James is I don't think James is lying. I think he honestly believes what he's saying. He believes it with complete and total disregard for anything resembling intellectual honesty, proof, evidence, or anything. He just simply believes whatever he wants to believe and cares nothing for the truth. So, I mean, that's not deceit, right? He's not trying to convince us of something he himself doesn't believe. He just, I mean, the lack of intellect required for that sort of position is staggering to me.
When the book of Genesis says that God took dust of the earth, formed it, and then breathed into it, where in the fuck do you get a goddamn ape out of that? Where? Where do you get a fucking ape out of that shit? It says he took the dust of the earth, formed it, breathed into it. I didn't see anything about a goddamn ape wrote in there, nowhere. And if you want to take paganism, okay, fine. Let's go to Norse mythology. Norse mythology doesn't say we come from a fucking ape either. So please enlighten me, Adam, how you can possibly consider yourself a theist when you don't even believe that the gods created us. How? How can you possibly be a theist?
Common ancestry with other great apes derives from, well, observation of nature and such. And, you know, and to the extent that one can interpret these things non-literally or even regard them in error, you can make it compatible with those observations. Well,
here's the thing, Nadia. At least in the Jewish religion, the fact that God created us is very important, because what the Old Testament did was it established the fact that God created us to be a separate entity from other entities, a separate race, I don't know what's I'm trying to think of the word I'm looking for. It's anyway, we were to be unique, we were to be separate. It's come out from among them, be you separate. It says it over and over. Okay, and well, I want to use unique, but that isn't what it said in the Bible. It didn't say not unique. But anyway, the point is this. Okay, by the fact that God created us and did not create Neanderthal, it sets us apart. It sets us on a path. And the Old Testament, the Torah, is very big on lineage. It's very big. The fact that God created us is absolutely necessary to the causation of the coming of Christ. Because if you go through the lineage in the Old Testament, it shows you the lineage right on up to Christ, to the time of Christ. And it does that for a purpose, because that's why God created us instead of just letting us evolve naturally, is because he had a special plan for us. Okay, and that plan included the coming of a Christ, the coming of a Messiah, the coming of an ascended master in my vocabulary, an ascended master that would complete all of the known laws and diatribes and whatever that needed to be fulfilled. Okay, it is absolutely critical that the gods created us, or God in the Jewish sense, because if he didn't, then everything that the Bible stands for, everything that the Torah stands for, even some pagan writings, everything that it stands for is all for naught. Doesn't mean a damn thing. Might as well throw the shit in the fucking trash can. You might as well throw it in a trash can. If the gods didn't create us, then there's no point in even being a fucking theist in many of the religions of the world.
Universal moral imperfection does not require the doctrine of original sin.
Well, that might be, but that's not, you're totally neglecting the point that I just made. The reason God created us is because it was to provide for us a Christ, a Savior, a Messiah, an ascended Master. If there was no creation, then everything that proceeded after that is just bullshit. It really is. It's just bullshit. There's no purpose to it.
Yeah. James says this is a bedrock foundation, bedrock requirement for theism. The largest population of theists in the world is Christians. The two most populous groups of Christians in the world are Roman Catholics and Russian Orthodox. Both Roman Catholics and Russian Orthodox officially accept that the book of Genesis, that the Genesis creation account, is not a literal account. That the events that occurred there never literally occurred. And in fact, although Russian Orthodoxy does not, the Catholic Church even explicitly accepts evolution as being correct. So let's note, the Catholic Church is over 1 billion of the world's population. By far the largest religious group that goes under a single banner or a single heading. And von Helton is basically saying that entire group is apparently not actual theists, because that group officially accepts evolution.
You bet your ass I am.
So there we go. I mean, von Helton. I mean, this is essentially the No True Scotsman analogy. When you
I don't care if millions of people hang out right now and said that I was wrong. I'm still going to say I'm right, because it is a bedrock foundation for theism. Because if you don't believe that God created us, what the fuck are we doing here in the first goddamn place?
Okay. And what I've mentioned more than once is that I do believe God created us. I simply also accept that evolution was a mechanism used as part of that process. And I recognize you don't, but to say that I'm not a theist because I have that position is ridiculous. And the 1.6 billion theists in just one sect that agree with me. Yeah, there you go, Vaughn. I recognize that you sometimes have to resort to masturbation when you run out of ideas. That's your business.
Right. You know what that means.
Have you ever actually given a citation for a claim you've made? In your whole life? Have you ever done that?
Sure I have, but the reason I did it is because the person... Now, wait a minute. The reason I did give a citation to this one individual is because their internet was down. They had a legitimate excuse not to be able to research it for themselves. And I said, okay, fine, your internet's down, I'll be more than happy to help you. But you've got a working internet, your Google is not broken, I am not your fucking teacher, I'm not going to sit here and spend fucking weeks worth of information in one fucking night in one fucking hangout. Sorry, I'm not going to do that.
Well, the priest kings of Samaria... The priest kings of Samaria in 1500 BC to 1000 BC actually taught that human beings were the descendants of apes, that apes were our parents, and that the gorilla and the chimpanzee mated to get us. The Sumerian priest kings for over 500 years taught that. So all of your arguments are moot and wrong. Nice try, though.
Wow, that's really interesting, because
glad to hear it, Vaughn.
I could have sworn that it was Eno and Enki that were responsible for.
No. You're thinking of the standard Sumerian, the standard Sumerian temple religion, not the Sumerian priest kings. You've got the wrong sect. Go look it up.
So there's a sect out there.
The Sumerian priest kings, yes, 1500 to about 1000 BC, thereabouts.
Okay, but that is a sect of that particular religion,
which clearly teaches what you said no pagan sect teaches, which is that human beings are the descendants of apes. So you're wrong.
Leave it to you to find some kind of pagan offshoot out there, probably into the
leave it to me, right? Well done.
Probably into the occult, but clearly they're not the main religion. They're an offshoot of that religion. So I mean, yeah, you can find exceptions to the rule all day long. That still doesn't make it right. That still doesn't make it right. Was Jim Jones, who claimed to be a Christian, was he right? No, I don't think so, was he? Okay, so I mean, I'm sorry, you found an exception to the rule. Big whoopty shit. Okay, the main religion still says we were created by the gods. All right, sorry about your luck.
The main religion, again, Vaughn, the largest single religion in the world accepts evolution. So whoop-de whatever. I mean, once you decide it's about the major religions, then I'm afraid you've already lost. Since, like I said, the majority of the people in the world that are classified as Christian, which is the biggest single populist religion in terms of population, the majority of them accept theism, or theistic evolution.
You understand that if God did not create us, we wouldn't have been able to get the Messiah,
yes,
right?
I understand.
You understand that?
I
You
understand
that if God did not create us, we wouldn't have been able to have gotten a Messiah.
I understand that.
You do understand it.
Actually, no, I don't understand that. That's not true. Whether or not God created us would be separate from whether a Messiah was possible.
No,
but God did create us, so it's a moot point.
No, it's not a moot point. It's very important.
A moot point.
That's why a good chunk of the Old Testament says, so-and-so begat so-and-so, so-and-so begat so-and-so, so-and-so begat so. Why did they got that in the Old Testament? They're showing you the lineage leading up to Christ, leading up to a Messiah, leading up to an ascended master. Okay? That's why that shit is in there. It's showing you where the lineage is going. We were created by God for a purpose. If we were not created, then the purpose is a moot point. We are nothing. We are nothing a part of anything special if we were not created.
Argument ad consequentum, not valid.
I don't give a fuck about your secular reasoning for why my arguments aren't valid. I could give a shit less.
I know you can.
The point is,
it's just what I was saying earlier. At no point in this process, has it ever mattered to you whether anything you said was factually correct or verifiable. It just matters whether you like it or not. That's all that matters.
I'm still waiting for you to show me in the Bible where it says we come from a fucking monkey.
You're going to be waiting for a very long time.
I'm willing to bend. Show me. You know, where God took clay and formed a monkey, and then we came along later.
A monkey came out of the earth, according to Genesis 1.
Well, actually, everything came out of the earth, according to Genesis 1.
Nope. You're wrong again.
No?
Nope. Wrong again.
What didn't come out of the earth?
Fish.
Fish. Well, I don't remember. I'd have to look that up again. Oh, well.
It says, let the seas teem with living creatures. Fish came out of the sea, not out of the earth, according to Genesis 1.
I don't know. I'd have to look again. Anyway, the point is, though, is that they were still created, weren't they? Yes, they were. They were created. They were created. We were created. Genesis doesn't say anything about evolution whatsoever.
Yes, it does. Nice try. Yes, it does.
Genesis does not say anything about evolution.
The earth brings forth.
After its own kind, but that was after
the earth brings. No, it's not after its own kind. The earth brings forth fruited plants. Then the sea is told to teem with sea life. Then the earth is again commanded to bring forth animals.
Told by who? Who told it?
By the Elohim, the gods.
All right, so God told it to do.
The gods.
It did it.
The Elohim, the gods.
Yes, Elohim means gods. It's plural. That's right. Gods, not God singular, God plural.
Yeah, anyway. But there's one major distinction here between the word Elohim, the suffix I am in Hebrew is plural, but the way that the ancient Hebrew people used to use the suffix I am for pluralism also denotes respect. Right? Yeah. So, for example, Yehudim would be the name for the Jewish people as a plural, and it's done so because it's a significance of respect. Okay, in the same way, it doesn't logically follow that it's talking about the gods. It could be talking about the God with the pluralistic added because to denote the respect of God. So, as long as we have that clear, you may proceed.
The whole thing is ambiguous in Genesis 1. It's made unambiguous in Genesis 2 when it's clarified that the being in question is Yahweh Elohim, and that's in the singular. The Yahweh part.
Seamus, you understand what I'm trying to say here, that if God didn't create us as a unique creature in order to bring the lineage up to the Christ, that we would have there wouldn't be anything special about us. You understand that, right? Or am I way off base?
I understand where you're going with that. Do I agree with your position? Not necessarily, but I understand where you're trying to go with that. And I've heard a lot of people that kind of hold to that don't buy into theistic evolution will say things like that. So I mean, I understand the logic behind it and the process and everything. So I don't hold. I generally kind of hold to evolution, but like I haven't really done much of the research, and I don't hold to it dogmatically. So like I'm just kind of like, yeah, if that's what they say, then sure, you know, I'm just put my faith in Christ. But the way that I feel about it is, evolution could be absolutely false for all I know, and that wouldn't surprise me. You know what I'm saying? So I don't hold to it either way. Would be my position.
I think that's definitely a good faith position to have, is that the facts of the history of the science history of the world does not impact our understanding and faith in God. And so yeah, true or false, the evolution being true or false doesn't negate who God is. Certainly doesn't negate who Christ is.
Sure it does.
I think that's critical.
Sure it does.
No,
Sure it does. Sure it does. Because then God isn't personal.
Sorry, Pagan, but the two Christians.
No.
So nice try.
No. If God did not create us, then He cannot be a personable God. He would be a God that just wound everything up and let it run by itself. That's not a personal God. That's not somebody who's personally interested in me.
That's not
or in the welfare of humankind.
That's not the viewpoint that either of us is advocating. Okay.
You just said we come from apes.
Theistic evolution, okay, as usually understood, includes the idea that God is the designer, the guider, and the sustainer of all things. So it's not God winding things up 4 billion years ago and then leaving. Okay, God has been here the whole time. God sustains the laws of the universe. God underlies everything that we know and do. Okay, he's the controller. He's personal. And so the idea then that evolution negates the possibility of a personal God, again, is just, I mean, not only is it counter to my understanding what I believe, it's also counter to the understanding and belief of a whole lot of theistic evolutionists, which include folks like Francis Collins, the former head of the NIH, I believe he was.
Well, I just find it very unusual.
Oh, actually, the current director of the NIH.
I find it very unusual because, I mean, I've met many, many Christians of all different stripes, and I ain't never heard them deny the Book of Genesis. Never.
Okay. That's right. I don't think you've ever heard a Christian deny the Book of Genesis, and that includes me. You keep claiming my views to denial of the Book of Genesis, but I keep pointing out it's not.
Well, okay. Well,
so,
now
there we go.
What you're trying to do, Adam, is you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. But God clearly says He created us from the dust of the earth, and then He breathed a soul into us. That's what the Book of Genesis says. It doesn't say anything about fucking evolution. It says He created us, and that He loves us, and that He is a personal God. Okay.
It doesn't say either of those later two things in the Book of Genesis.
Maybe not in the Book of Genesis, but it does later on.
Yeah, that stuff comes later.
Well, the point is that He created us. We didn't come from an ape. He created us. That's what Genesis says. It says that we were created by God for a purpose. And that purpose was to bring in the Christ, bring in the Messiah, bring in the ascended masters. That's what the purpose is for. And when you say that God didn't create us, then there can be no Messiah. There can be no Messiah if God did not create us. Is that understood?
I understand that's what you believe. It's simply not true.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry, but it is true.
I'm sorry, but it's not.
No, you don't understand.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
I understand and don't accept your uneducated, unresearched, second-hand, outside opinion on the subject.
I don't care if it's third-hand, fifth-hand, or 100-hand.
You don't, because
why are you guys making me agree with Von Helton? You know he is correct in one area. I hate to say it, because I don't like his theology. He's not a Christian, but he is right when he says that we are either created or we are not. Evolution is not how we got here. And if you're going to believe in the Bible, then you have to believe in a biblical creation. Because
Sure.
if you don't, then you believe that death came about before sin, and that's not what God says. The foundation of our very society, of everything that we believe in the Bible, is built on Genesis. Right from Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. These books are written in a historical narrative. And if you're going to take anything at all from Genesis, you have to take it all. You can't pick and choose. You can't say it's allegory, because Christ himself quoted it as historical.
No, he quoted it as allegory. Yeah, Jesus quoted from Genesis 3 once. Wait, it was Genesis 1 and Genesis 3.
He said, haven't you heard it read?
Yeah,
in
there you
other
go.
words,
Haven't you heard? Right?
that
He didn't
God,
say,
haven't you read your Bible? Haven't you heard it read? Haven't you read your Bible?
haven't you heard?
That in the beginning, God created them male and female.
Yeah, there you go.
And for this reason, a man will leave his mother and father. Hey, he's saying, because God did this, this is why we do that. So are both of those
Actually, it's have you not
metaphorical?
read, not have you.
It's haven't you heard it read?
Yeah.
That in the beginning, God created them male and female. Haven't you read your Bible? That God created them, and because God created them male and female, for this reason a man will leave his mother and father, example the family, and cleave to his wife, example the family. So if you're going to take the first one as allegory, then are the rest of them allegory?
What, the rest of what? What are you talking about?
The rest of that statement. Jesus is pointing out that the very first act that God did, the very first institution that God created, was marriage. So God, Jesus Christ, is pointing out that not only did God create, and that is a historical event, but God also created Adam and Eve, and he gave them the very first institution of marriage, that God created Eve for man, Adam.
Well, that wasn't the first institution God created. That was the second. But yeah, I mean, most of what you're saying is, I understand what you're saying. But again, the idea that Jesus is not quoting it as allegory, I don't see how that follows. Because the way he says it is, have you not read this? Okay? And so they are no longer two but one, and therefore what God has joined together, let no man separate. He's giving the purpose for the...
Yeah, you're looking at a different version. You're looking at Mark. Why don't you look at, I believe it's Matthew.
I know,
Both of them say the same thing. Haven't you heard it read? Again, he's quoting it literally. This is not allegory.
He's
pointing out to the teachers of the law that the fact is that when God created, he created man and woman. And for this reason, for this reason here, because God created man and woman, then that's why we have a family. That's why we have children. That's why we have this, that, and the other. This is not allegory. This is factual. And Jesus is pointing it out to you as well as everybody else in his time.
I understand that's what you believe. I disagree. Again, the way he quotes it and presents it here is totally within the grounds of him as a rabbi conveying a lesson of mythic history, which they absolutely did during this time period. So the idea that the way Jesus conveyed it makes it any more of a literal historical event than its original context in Genesis 1 and 3 is just simply not there. It's also, and again, it's the second institution God created, not the first.
Is Jesus God?
Yes.
Then are you calling God a liar?
No. I'm not calling Yahweh a liar when he writes Genesis. I'm not calling Jesus a liar.
Are you calling Jesus Christ a liar? Because Jesus is God in the flesh.
Listen to what I just said.
Jesus is quoting this as a historical event
to what I just
that he created Adam and Eve. And also there's other places in the Bible where it talks about, and in 6 days God created.
Listen to what I just said.
Are all those places also allegory? Are you calling over and over and over again there?
Listen to what I just said. Okay? God is not a liar in writing this mythic history. And Jesus is not a
It
liar.
is not a mythic
presenting it.
history.
Are you?
How
Are
can
you
you
going
take
to?
history?
You're not listening to me.
It is not
Jay.
mythic history. It is history. It is
How is it mythic?
history, period.
How is it mythic? It's written.
What? That's you think mythic means oral?
Well,
So
it
what
was
mythic?
handed down by oral tradition. I don't know if that necessarily
That's
means.
no. Mythic history is a style of presenting ideas in history.
Yeah, but
where
he's just like he told you. Jesus wasn't speaking as an allegory. He was making a comparison between modern day marriage, well, marriage in his day,
in his day, yeah.
to the creation of Adam and Eve.
Yeah,
He's
that's
making
true.
a comparison of the two. There's
Yes,
no
he is.
mythic anywhere in that. He's just comparing.
I mean, again, whether understanding what it would have been for the Jewish perspective of that period, the literal historicalness of Genesis would not have even been a question in whether it was a reasonable use for Jesus in order to get the meaning out of it that he was getting here. So just like whether or not the original. I'm sorry. Am I acting too quietly? Am I speaking too quietly?
Huh?
You okay?
What?
Sorry, what you were doing with your ear made me worry that you couldn't hear me. Okay, I want to make sure.
No. I had an itch behind my ear.
Oh, okay. No, sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah. So, anyway, I think I've made the point. And I know.
I'm sorry, but like I said, and I think Hillbilly was agreeing with me.
Yeah, Hillbilly was.
Hillbilly is agreeing with me in the fact that one of the chief pillars of theism, any theism, particularly though Christianity and Judaism, is that God created us. Because if God created us, then he set up a plan, he set up a design, if you will, to have the succession for a coming Messiah, for a coming Redeemer. You know? And if we came from apes, then Jesus would not have been pure. You get me? You understand? Jesus could not have possibly been pure if we came from apes. But if we were created by God, but if we were created by God, we would be pure. We would be separate and apart.
That's silly.
No, it's not silly. It makes
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
All beings are born pure. Sin comes through choice. If you have no choice, you have no sin. Animals don't sin. Humans sin.
Maybe I'm not explaining myself correctly.
I think you're explaining yourself correctly. I just don't think I agree, James.
Well, I don't see how you can't possibly see that God creating us is one of the chief pillars of theism. I just can't see how you don't see that. I really can't. I can't see how you don't see that.
I'm sorry that you can't see it. I've tried to explain it as best I can. I think.
Well, I'm sorry, you're never going
James,
to.
I think at this point, we got to just be talking past each other. Although I have to remember that as far as you're concerned, I'm just lying anyway. So.
Yes, you are.
There you go.
I believe you are. Yes, I believe you are.
Yeah. Well, I hope you hold that belief with the same factual basis as every other one of your beliefs.
I believe it's
just
hard for anybody to claim to be a theist and sit there and say that we come from a fucking monkey. I'm sorry.
Which again is going to disqualify a whole lot of theists as theists in the mind of James von Helton.
It does say narrow is the gate, does it not?
It certainly does.
Wouldn't it be ironic, Adam, if I was the first one that got through the damn gate?
James, if you get through the gate to heaven, then I rejoice at that. That would be a wonderful thing. I would like every human being on this planet to do whatever it takes to align themselves with the love and majesty of our God and join us in heaven. So you know what? If you are the first through the gate and I'm the last through the gate, then I praise God for that. That bothers me not in the least.
Well,
just so you know. And by the way, James, if there's anything I can do to help you get through that gate, please do ask, because I'm happy to.
Well, I believe there is a passage in the Bible that says Jesus was speaking to the Sanhedrin, And I think he said something to the effect of the people that you're condemning, meaning the publicans, the sinners, the heathens, the reprobates, will get into heaven before
you do. Yeah, he absolutely did say that.
Yes,
Which is why I'm always very wary when, the quote-unquote fundamentalist Christians are trying to judge everyone else and tell them that they're, I say, well, just be very, very careful, because you know what group you're starting to sound a whole lot like is the one group that Jesus just spit acid all over in his preaching. The brood of vipers that were the supposed religious folk of his own day. So it's important to be careful about that. I was condemned tonight by Rancan Campbell as not being a Christian because I spend too much time talking to non-Christians. Because I'm not out there praying on the corners and doing all the other things Jesus condemned, but I'm just out there trying to do what I can to be constructive and supportive to non-Christians. So apparently that makes me a terrible person.
Well, you understand that if you're claiming to be a theist, but yet you support macroevolution, which, in my opinion, is total bullshit.
I know you think that.
Microevolution, okay, because microevolution, we can see that every day. I can go out of my house and I can see microevolution happen all the time.
Sure.
But macroevolution, in other words, that we came from an ape, or we came from an amoeba, or we came from or whatever. I think that's total bullshit, and I think it's very difficult. You claim you want to win people to Christ, but yet in the same damn breath you're saying, oh, well, I support atheism because I support the evolution theory. Okay, so how are you going to win? How are you going to win an atheist to Christ if you're in their camp? Let me tell you something, Adam. Lot pitched his tent north towards Sodom, and it wasn't very long after that till he was living in Sodom. Now, isn't that true? All right, then.
Absolutely.
So you've already crossed over the line by saying, okay, well, maybe evolution's okay. Maybe we can just interject a little bit of evolution in here and it'll be all right.
That's not even what I've said at all.
But here's the problem. Lot pitched his tent towards Sodom. And you just...
And the idea...
Your tent towards evolution.
I don't even pitch my tent towards evolution. I accept it as being as being factually supported by the evidence.
How are you going to win an atheist?
And here's the
atheist already believes in evolution. How are you going to win them to God?
How do I win an atheist to God? That's the question.
Yeah.
I talk to them about why it is that they need God.
Well, what's the difference? They've already got evolution. Why do they need a God?
Why do they need a God?
Yeah,
that's your question. You think having evolution somehow negates one's need for a God? One has need for a God. One has need for a God because one
in this room. If they've got evolution, they don't need a God.
Yes, they do.
Ask the atheist guy with the atheist symbol there. If you got evolution, do you need a God? No, you don't. Do you?
Don't answer my question. Don't answer the question for me first. Go ahead, ask the question without answering it.
Do you need a God? Yes or no?
That's not the same question you were going to ask. So.
Do you need if you have evolution, do you need a God? Yes, it is the same question.
It's incongruent. Doesn't matter. That's my answer.
I would actually say you don't need both, actually.
Yeah.
There's no need for evolution or God. I mean.
Yeah, that's my point in saying it doesn't matter. Is like your question's actually just kind of stupid, Vaughn.
My question is stupid.
Yeah.
So needing a God is stupid.
That's not your question.
Point. What he's saying is, Vaughn, your question is equivalent to saying, if you have Miley Cyrus, then do you need a God? He's saying that one is not a substitute for the other, that the two aren't even in the same category. So to bring up one as congruent to the other is a fallacy.
They've already got evolution. They don't need a God.
They've already got Miley Cyrus. They don't need a God.
Evolution says.
I've already got Miley Cyrus, so I don't need.
Yeah, he's already got gravity, so he doesn't need.
A better example would be like, I've already got Miley Cyrus, so I don't need pop music.
You're talking crazy talk. You're talking stupid.
No,
talk.
He's already got. Hey, Token, if you've already got gravity, do you need a God?
You're talking stupid talk. You're
If I've
talking.
already got
You accept
gravity,
gravity.
then
I've said,
You can't be a theist and accept gravity.
I've been in several.
sorry, can you ask the question now?
I've been in several of these hangouts where atheists like yourself,
Don't.
not necessarily you, but like yourself, have stated
Yeah.
that
Like
evolution is all the proof they need. They don't need a God. And
Well-
now you're sitting here and saying the exact opposite. So now which is it, sir?
What do you mean now I'm sitting here saying that? I haven't
You
said
as an
anything.
atheist. You as an atheist.
Right,
All right,
because
atheists have
let's
sat
make
in
it
this
clear.
room
Let's
and
make
said-
it clear. In the universe of James von Helton, all atheists believe the exact same thing, and and whatever any
not what I
atheist says
said.
has
That's
to
not what I
be
said.
well, it is because you
That's not
just
what I
asked
said.
to
What I
answer
said
the
is that atheists already have
and
evolution.
every other atheist.
And that they've said in these hangouts on numerous occasions that evolution trumps the idea and concept of a God.
Okay, did any of the atheists in the room right now ever say that?
They may have in the past. I don't know. I'd have to go back through.
Yeah,
Stop.
can you give us a specific example of an atheist saying that?
I never.
Or is this just because I think this is sort of I think this is another example of a fun von Helton sort of claim where it's I'm going to make this up and never support it with anything because it fits my
It's kind
understanding.
of the Fox News. It's kind of the Fox News of well, some people say.
Yeah, I mean, I would. The difference between von Helton and Fox News is that occasionally Fox News comes up with the source for their claims.
That's
Von Helton never does.
it's rare,
But now that we know that in the von Helton alternate universe, this is something atheists say all the time.
okay.
It'd be nice if a real atheist ever said that.
So atheists never claim.
Oh, there we go. Now we're going to go
wait a
from.
minute. Now wait a minute.
Now we're going to go from. Now we're going to go
Now wait a
from.
minute.
Now we're going to go from this is something that atheists have specifically said.
Wait,
So you're saying they've never said it.
Tired of
This is called shifting the burden of proof.
I'm getting tired of being.
This is called shifting
You
the
don't know how
burden
to
of proof.
shut up, Vaughn.
Quit muting me.
This is called shifting the burden of proof, Vaughn. Now, go ahead and give your burden of proof shifting
the
statement.
burden of proof, my ass.
Go ahead and shift the burden of proof, Vaughn. Go ahead.
One of the biggest arguments we've had in these
Go ahead and shift that burden of proof.
evolution
Go for it.
versus the creation. That's one of the biggest arguments we've ever had in these damn hangouts. And now you're saying it's not?
Nope.
Bullshit.
Nope, I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying that you're trying to create a false dichotomy You're trying to create a false dichotomy between theism and evolution, and that's what's ridiculous.
No, atheists come in this room saying that evolution is the way. Theists
and so do theists.
God is the way.
So do theists.
And then there the twain shall meet.
No, you're just.
Yeah, exactly. That never the twain shall meet. That nice little those sort of theater hand gestures you just gave. That's basically von Helton evidence for you right there.
You're not getting this, are you?
No,
yes,
you're not.
yes, Vaughn, I'm getting it.
No, you're not.
You're
no,
just
you're
not getting how ridiculous
no,
you're looking.
not. Don't patronize me, asshole. I don't even know you.
I don't care.
I know you don't, but apparently you know me enough to know I'm not really a theist, right?
You're not a theist. You're a deceiver.
Yeah.
You're a deceiver. And you know where deception comes from? It comes from evil spirits.
Actually, the word deception comes from English, but I've never heard a demon say any word, so you're kind of wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
Yeah, by and large,
I'm not wrong.
well, people are very interested in in dealing with various social issues more than they are like trying to actually, make people disbelieve in any God. I mean, for instance, with respect to evolution, it's seen as a barrier to, basically secular education. Especially for, say, Jews and Hindus as well as atheists, and beyond just Christians or fundamentalist Christians who recognize creationists.
There have been numerous arguments.
It is true that the vast majority of Christians are theistic evolutionists.
There have been
beyond that, you have a variety of other social issues which atheists engage religious believers about. For instance, maybe my focus is LGBT. Others have more emphasis on, say, women's rights and status and so on. And it goes on. Yeah.
My point is that they have evolution, and evolution is where man came from, so they don't need a deity. That's my whole point. All right, and this bullshit that oh, I still need a deity. No, you don't need a deity if you got.
Catholics aren't theists.
What do you need? No, answer my question, atheist. Why do you need a deity if evolution created everything?
Well, it's not a matter of why; it's a matter of evidence.
No, that's not what I asked, sir. I asked you a straightforward question.
You didn't.
Why do you
asked
need
him
a
an
deity?
incongruous question.
Adam, I'm not talking to you.
Hey, Token, why do you need a deity?
The atheist a legitimate
Hey,
question.
Token, why do you need a deity if Miley Cyrus produces CDs?
That's not a legitimate question.
Why is it a legitimate question, Vaughn? Explain.
Because Miley Cyrus isn't a god, dumbass.
Oh, so okay. Token, if Miley Cyrus is a god, then why do you need a god?
If Miley Cyrus is a god, why do I need a god?
I don't know. At this point, Von Helton's attempt to create non sequiturs into incongruous questions.
I'm not creating non sequiturs, sir. I'm not creating non sequiturs,
yes,
and I do not appreciate to being put down in this forum.
Well, I'm sorry, but you're the one who's been calling me a liar all night.
You're damn right, because you are.
Yeah, because you are. Huh? I don't need evidence. I'm Von Helton.
Listen, Token, I'm going to ask this question again. If
Miley Cyrus makes CDs,
quit, Adam.
No, Vaughn.
I've never demeaned you.
Yes.
No, I did not, liar. I called you a deceiver. That's not necessarily demeaning.
Maybe not to you, but to those of us who don't like deception, it is.
Yeah, well, you use it every day, so I don't know why.
Yeah, I use it every day, Adam.
Anyway, I'm trying to ask.
I'm trying to ask a question.
I'm trying to ask the atheist a question.
If Miley Cyrus makes CDs, why do you?
I don't give a fuck about Miley fucking Cyrus. I'm trying to ask a question. Token, I want to ask you a legitimate question. If you have evolution, do you need a deity?
That's not a legitimate question. So.
Yes, it is a fucking legitimate question. If evolution made everything, why do you even need a deity?
What evolution didn't make everything. I don't think you understand evolution, then.
He doesn't.
Did everything come from evolution, or was it created?
Did everything come from evolution? You mean did everything come from biological? Hey, shut the fuck up and let me ask the question.
Yes or no?
Did everything that exists come from evolution?
Yeah.
Biological evolution?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Just answer the damn question.
It's called clarification, Don.
Clarification, my ass. Answer the damn question.
Yeah,
to answer a malformed question, we have to clarify
a malformed question. It is not a malformed question.
Hey,
it's a legitimate question.
Really don't.
Did everything come from evolution? Yes or fucking no?
Everything?
Yes or
no?
No. I'm trying to clarify here, Vaughn. So, biological evolution.
Folks, I've just proven that atheists are dumbasses. They can't even answer a simple question.
You heard him, folk. Evolutions are dumbasses.
They can't even answer a simple question.
Because when I ask a stupid question and refuse to clarify my question, then atheists won't answer me. Hey, Token.
It's not a stupid
question. Then what about...
Okay, this game's been fun. Listen, Vaughn, do you mean biological evolution?
Did we come from an ape?
Oh man.
Or did we come from a tapeworm, an ape, a fish? Did we come out of the primordial soup? Did we come from a fucking ape? Yes or no?
We who?
Yes, we did.
Humanity. Did humanity come from a common ancestor? Yes or no?
Yep.
Then why the fuck do you need a god?
What the hell?
Do you need a god? Yes or no?
Those things don't follow.
Do you need a god?
Token! Hey, Token! Did America rebel?
Do you need a god?
Did America rebel from Britain, Token? Did it?
Do you need a god?
For what?
Do you need a God?
Did America
Or
rebel
what?
from Britain? Did it?
I mean,
Hey, Duncan, did it?
God,
Vaughn,
Duncan.
Vaughn, listen, it's like if somebody comes up to me and they ask me, I'm just standing there, do you need a knife? Well, for what? For what? What's the qualification of asking me this
Do
question?
you need a God for creation purposes? Yes or no?
Well, no.
No. Thank you. Holy fuck! It took me half a goddamn hour to answer one fucking
Vaughn,
question.
that's not the same question that you
Yes, it is
originally...
the same goddamn question, and
If
you
that's
know.
if that's all Vaughn meant in the first place, I think we could have dealt with this much simpler. couldn't we?
I don't think that's even the question he asked in
Half
the
a
beginning,
fucking
but, you
hour.
know.
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with the
Wasted
original
fucking
question.
energy
No.
and time.
No, Vaughn, that's not even the question you asked. The original question you asked was...
And it was all
you
bullshit
need-
to
why
try
do you
and
need a
make
God?
me- to make me sound like I...
Vaughn, your original question is why do you need God if there's evolution? That's not
Yes.
the same question you just asked me.
All right, well, why
Is
do
there
you
a
need
common
that
act-
if
You went, shut up, Vaughn, and listen. Your second question to me then was, do we come from a common ancestor? Those aren't the same questions at all.
you need a God to create a human being, in your opinion? Yes or no?
My opinion's irrelevant.
Oh, for
I
fucking...
agree.
Oh, my God. Are you
It's
an
a matter of,
atheist?
it's a
Are you
matter
an
of, it's a
Are you
matter
an
of
atheist?
accept.
Hey,
It's a
yeah,
matter
be
of
careful,
accepting-
Token. You might decide you're not an atheist.
Because you're sounding like a theist. Now you're saying, no, I don't need evolution.
That's not.
You're as fucking confused as Adam is.
I don't. It's not a matter of I need evolution. It's not a personal issue.
I don't need evolution. Well, if you don't need evolution, then why are you an
No,
atheist?
you didn't even
Why
listen.
are you
It's
an
not.
atheist if you don't need evolution?
What? Because I don't accept the God claim. That's
Okay,
why
well,
that's
if you
why
don't
I'm an
accept-
atheist. You
If
dumb
you don't
shit
accept
fuck.
that God exists, then you
Listen,
must-
listen. Shut the fuck up, and I'm gonna be really mean to you right now. Okay.
All right, that you be mean all you want there,
All
buddy.
right. Listen, you're the.
Go ahead. Just go right ahead and be.
I love that you just keep getting muted and you keep talking. Okay, Vaughn, listen. You asked one question in the beginning, which was not the same question, and you're like, there you go.
And you refuse to answer. And you refuse to.
Vaughn, I need clarification for dumb, malformed questions.
No, you don't.
You refuse to clarify yourself is what the problem is, because you can't ask a coherent question. So what you do is just shout the same stupid thing over and over again like some kind of a dogmatic weirdo until you get the answer you want. Yeah. Because you're dogmatic is you telling me that I'm not a theist. I'm not an atheist. No, dogmatic. It's not.
You lost the argument.
Ad hominem. You don't understand ad hominem.
You lost the argument if you resorted to ad hominem.
You don't understand ad hominem, Vaughn.
Yes, I fucking do
You've
understand.
lost the argument if you
resort to personal attacks. You've lost the fucking argument, brother.
A personal attack is not the same as an ad hominem.
Yeah.
Whatever. You still
Whatever. Hey, you know, I'm gonna say,
you lost the argument.
I don't care about your darn logic and fallacies.
All he's got is attacks. He lost the argument.
That if anybody uses anything I call a fallacy, even if it's not really a...
Shut up.
Vaughn, are you angry because you don't understand what's happening anymore?
No, I'm angry because you're a fuckwad. That's why I'm angry.
Yeah.
What's a fuckwad? I don't even know that word.
Half a fucking hour to answer one.
Yeah,
I think you have a time issue.
He stopped understanding what was going on about an hour ago.
You have a stopwatch?
Hey, you can sit here and laugh all you want, but all it's doing is making you...
Do you come with a stopwatch in your brain?
I've proven that...
You haven't proven anything.
I have...
You've proven that your ability to yell is, like, pretty great without losing your voice.
Shut the fuck up. Half an hour for one question. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Good answer. Oh, personal attacks. Oh, ad hominem. Ad hominem.
Half an hour for one question? Fuck.
Ad hominem. Ad hominem.
All you are is a dumbass.
Ad
You ain't got-
hominem. Ad
you ain't
hominem.
got no
Ad
intelligence.
hominem.
Hey, can I take a crack at this to try to explain it to
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. So God could have created the laws of physics. He could have created the laws of chemistry. He could have created the laws of biology. And through that, through the evolutionary process, he created man. And now also with the Christian God is a God that intervenes. So he could have controlled and guided, the evolutionary process to bring about man as well. So, so God can create man through the evolutionary process. I don't see any incompatibility between the two.
Well, if I could talk. Nadia, would you kick Adam? I can't even fucking answer a question. Kick him out, please. Please kick him out. I can't even answer a question. He can come back. He can come back later.
Hey,
All right, then fine. I'll leave. Fine, I'll leave. Then. I will leave then, Nadia, because I can't even answer Floyd's fucking question
Just don't
because
yell.
Adam keeps shooting me.
Come on, stop
So
yelling.
either he leaves or I leave. Choose one.
Just
Choose
stop
one.
yelling.
All right, fine. You won't kick him out, then I'll leave. Because I can't fucking answer a goddamn question with him muting me every 5 fucking seconds. So I will leave.
You're
Bye.
talking now.
Okay. Well, so much for that.
Oh well.
Procedural pretext.
Oh, well. Thanks for getting me in, Nadia. I wanted to get in and talk some sense into Von Helden, but now he's gone.
That's pretty much an unworkable proposition.
Yeah, but it was just one non sequitur after another for the last half hour.
That's what Von Helden always does. I mean, this is you're never going to get anything good out of the guy.
But Adam, your argument's a bad argument.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
All right, no, you're supposed to say it's a good argument.
Oh, am I? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that. I do that to people who deserve having that done to them, like Neff and James.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that to you.
Yeah. Well, that was a classic. I just wanted to repeat it. It was such a classic.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. But one thing though, I do kind of think the issue. I don't see any problem with theism and evolution at all. General theism and evolution. There's no problem with God creating his creation through the evolutionary process. Creating the laws of physics and so forth to bring that about. But I think with Pauline theology, the whole idea of death coming into the world seems to be an issue. Now, perhaps you can say that by death he's referring to human death, because death obviously existed before humans.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it says death came through Adam and life through Jesus Christ, right? So the implication then of Romans 5 is that it's talking about spiritual death and spiritual life, because, I mean, God even told Adam on the day he ate the fruit he'd die. Right?
Yeah.
And obviously it wasn't a physical death because he lived 900 years after that. So it's got to be talking about something else.
Well,
and life in Jesus Christ is obviously talking about something other than literal life, because it's not as though when I'm baptized in Jesus Christ, I literally, I don't physically die and come back to life. It's talking about something else. So death through Adam and life through Jesus Christ is talking about spiritual death and life. So that's my response to that.
Yeah, I understand. I don't agree with it, but I definitely understand your interpretation.
Wait, so there's somewhere else that G-Man is apparently getting torn apart by someone? I'm hearing.
Yeah, he's on a secular TV show.
Ooh.
The Secular Market, Episode 3, God and Government.
Oh dear.
And why did they decide to have G-Man on? Could they not? They couldn't get an educated Christian to.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're gonna have you're not gonna have a good conversation.
No, I don't see how it's possible you would.
Yeah.
He's got such an endearing laugh, though.
That's probably true. I wouldn't know.
Oh.
Well, at the very least, he's promised to take my ashes to Marcus Garvey Park. So.
That is very nice.
Everyone's capable of doing nice things.
I'm pinning my hopes on G-Man.
That's what I'm saying. Even G-Man's, I think G-Man's crazy, but I think he's capable of doing nice things for people.
Well, he might. Yeah, I mean, sure, he could be. On the other hand, the level of maturity in his discussion would not lead me to believe he is a very responsible person.
No, that's true. That's a good point. It'd have to be a simple task.
Yeah, I mean, you ever hear of the framework interpretation of Genesis?
Sorry?
The framework interpretation of Genesis. I'll post the Wikipedia article side chat there.
I have not read this article. I should read it.
Okay.
I mean, it's compatible with theistic evolution.
Yeah.
Creation kingdoms. Take it they're not referring to plants and animals and such.
Yeah, the creation kingdoms are space, land, and sea.
Okay.
So the idea is first he frames the three realms and then he fills them. So he makes space, he makes land, he makes sea, or space, then sea, then land, then populates space with stars, then sea with fish, then land with animals.
Yeah. He created male and female makes you wonder if intersex people are not God's creations or something, according to all that.
Yeah, that's not what that means. The point of our Lord Jesus' discussion there was to say that God intended the dynamorphic sexual relationship from the beginning, that it's not an intervening or later creation, but is foundational. That doesn't mean that those who are in some way malformed or deformed with respect to that stuff are not people or not creations or somehow wrong. They're just malformed or deformed. That's all.
Okay. Well,
It doesn't make them lesser or wrong or anything else. Besides which, God, the New Testament's very clear that male and female is no longer a distinction we're supposed to make in terms of the value and worth of human individuals. God does not respect that for people.
almost a gender abolitionism, or
So what?
is that bordering on gender abolitionism?
Yeah, it's getting there. I don't actually go that far. My my religious or our church family still takes male-only leadership as an admonishment from God. So.
Well, gender abolitionism is not entirely friendly. So
Not entirely what?
it's not entirely a good thing.
Well, I don't know. I'll admit my own sympathies lie in the direction of the idea that some of the gendered terms, even in the instructions to the churches in the New Testament, could probably be degendered in the modern context. I don't know. I think this church is probably still 2 or 3 generations away from that, though.
Yeah, the full board gender abolitionism is it's kind of this product of radical feminism that gets to be trans-exclusive radical feminism very quickly.
Well, what I would say is just don't move from gender abolitionism to sex abolitionism, because that would be silly. Sexual dimorphism is human reality. Actually, I have that problem with sort of quote-unquote standard feminists too, is that they tend to act like sexual dimorphism isn't a thing, when it is. How do you mute a hangout that you are in? Go to the sidebar where there's a bunch of little icons on the side. Look at the one that has the quote and the wrench in it. It's like a red toolbox. It's called Hangout Toolbox. Okay? Then once you open up Hangout Toolbox, the second icon is a little speaker thing. Okay? If you click your away mode on, it will automatically mute everyone in the Hangout, but only for you.
Oh,
Does
cool.
that answer
Thanks.
your question?
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. However, what I would say is, if you're not planning to contribute and it is a full Hangout, the polite thing for you to do is to leave.
Oh, of course.
So that somebody else can take the spot.
Curious.
Well, yeah, the position you're taking will generally fly mostly okay with me, apart from the, I don't know, occasional places where you mandate, the male supremacy or whatever, but...
Male what?
Well, apart from the occasional places where you advocate the male supremacy alone, that seems to be less of an issue than...
Yeah, there's nowhere where I advocate for male supremacy. I will, however, indicate that God has provided for male authority in some areas. That's different. The male authority does not come with any indication that males are better at it, just that we have a responsibility for it. And yeah, it's fine for you to oppose that too, but I don't want to make the mistake, get to people to make the mistaken impression that the reason why God made males leaders in the church is because men are better at leading. That's not why.
Yeah, for the most part, that doesn't really... That's not where I've been burned, so I don't get that much in arms about that.
Sure. Apparently, I've officially become someone's favorite theist.
Whose?
Skylar Fiction.
Excellent.
He's an atheist, though.
No, he's a deist, actually, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good then.
Last that I heard, at least. Yeah, you're my favorite theist too, actually.
Oh, thanks, Art. Even better than you like me better than Fiona, really?
Actually, yeah, I do. Fiona's like second.
What about Epi?
He would be, I don't know, tough competition.
Yeah.
Maybe third, maybe fourth. There's a lot of good theists, damn it.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. I'm really upset with you guys making me have to agree with Von Helton like that.
Sorry, Jim. I'll try
Yeah,
to.
sorry,
Hey,
that isn't
you
human.
know, you are totally wrong. That didn't set as bad with me as having to agree with Von Helton.
It's okay, Jim. We know you're different from Von Helton. Although I think from Nadia's point of view, we're all dirty capitalist. I don't know, something. Dirty capitalist, conservative redneck types, maybe.
The capitalism definitely hurts. But on the other hand, at least some people are cleaner on the LGBT issues than us.
Well, I think you probably are something of a reason for that. I've always said the best way to get people to take a more nuanced view about a certain issue is to get them familiar with people for whom that issue is an actual personal life issue.
Oh, that's a big part of the idea.
Hard for me to take the same hardline stance on some of the homosexuality stuff as some of my Christian friends when my best friend in high school was gay. For me, I think it's probably a lot of my views have probably evolved from there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't time warp and get to know people from back when they were in high school. It would take more years than I could actually put into it.
Okay, so how's Gary doing in the secular TV hangout? Anybody listening over there? I'm not.
I'm not watching it, but he's getting a beating in the chat.
Well, that'll always be the case. I mean, you can if there's any record of the chat when I first went on Chris Mowdy as his first what's it called, Meeting of the Minds guest. Pretty sure the chat treated me pretty nasty in there too. That's just the way it goes.
It's
Yeah.
it's funny what people do when you make them anonymous and give them a voice.
Yeah. That's part of why I finally made the decision to come on here under my actual real name. So I figured it would be less likely that I'd be willing to do things that were really, really jerky. I don't think you should necessarily take your gender norms from Super Mario Brothers.
Oh dear.
Although it would mean you'd have a pretty cool mustache.
I'd be wearing some kind of medieval princess dress, wouldn't I?
So what?
Wouldn't I be stuck wearing some kind of medieval princess dress?
Yeah, but you could also hit people really, really hard with a frying pan and other various elements, so there's that.
Yeah, she kicks butt in Smash Brothers. I'm just saying.
She does. Well, I mean, if originally the first time that was evident was in Super Mario RPG: Legend of the Seven Stars.
Oh yeah.
The
Yeah,
most
frying
powerful
pan
weapon
was
in the
awesome.
game was her frying pan. Her frying pan could easily, on a timed smash, do the maximum 9,999 damage. The only way to do more than that was to get the belt that let Mario jump, or that let Mario break his damage cap on his jump, and then jump a ridiculous number of times.
I thought the lazy shell was the highest damage output.
Oh, really?
Weapon
Lazy
of the
shell
game.
beats out the. Well, we can look that up, right?
It's been a while. It has been quite a while since I've played. I have it, but again, it is a bit out of the way and hard to find the lazy shell.
I remember in.
I got both. Sorry, you're saying?
I remember in was it Soul Calibur 4? When I was laid up from one of the various MRSA infections. I made a custom character I called Julia Child. She was a Waldo thing. Had a purple white lace frills and white flower prints, and dress in uh, Boston Cherry as the weapon, egg beaters. So that was kind of amusing to see.
Okay, I found the stats. Both the frying pan and the lazy shell have the same max attack power of 90.
Okay.
The frying pan is slightly easier to do the smash for double damage on, though.
Right. I do remember having a difficult time with that when I first got the lazy shell. It's so big, though.
Yeah, it is. It's awesome. So cool. I missed that game. Hey, I finished episode 1 of Life is Strange. Has anyone else played that yet?
No.
Never heard of it.
Well, it's available. I think it's available on Steam.
Is it one of those episodic, more of a, not like a game so much as a novel type game?
It has more game elements than a lot of it, but it's sort of, I'd say it's similar. It's of a similar level to Telltale games.
Okay.
If you've ever played them, where it's sort of like a point and click kind of game with a lot of story thrown in.
Right.
But I really enjoyed it, and I think they did a good job of implementing the rewind mechanic. So the idea is that you're an 18-year-old photography student who wakes up from a really nasty dream and discovers she can rewind events, rewind time, and this allows her to use information she's gained from later in the time stream, particularly from dialogue, to open up new things she can say to people.
Oh, okay. So you find out that somebody's aunt died tragically, and so when you rewind back in time and you go, well, guess what? I know your aunt died tragically, and they're like, oh, you're psychic or something like that.
Yeah, stuff like that. And you also keep, when you rewind time, you stay wherever in the physical location that you are now. You don't rewind with it, and you keep whatever stuff you have. So it's like time rewinds, you don't, and no one notices.
I made another one in Soul Calibur 4. Sophisha's joke weapon is a ladle. So I made a gang punk wearing black chaps and a like, I don't know, black what is it? X-cross across the chest thing. It's a muscular guy, carrying like a pot lid as a shield and a ladle as a sword.
That is hilarious. That is really cool. But yeah, I'd recommend Life is Strange. It's $5 an episode, or you can get all 5 episodes for $20. Only the first episode's been released so far. It was very good.
Okay, I'll probably wait on it then. I really don't like waiting for my episodes, especially in games.
Yeah, I can understand that. I was just really excited. I love pretty much anything Square Enix puts out. And
it's a Square game?
Yeah, it's Square Enix. Yeah.
Okay.
It's part of Square Enix, like trying to expand their to give more dramatic sort of games. So the name of the studio is Don't Nod, which made Remember Me.
Remember Me is pretty good. I like that.
Yeah. So this is sort of like considered an improved Remember Me with a different storyline. Anyway, okay. I thought it was cool. It's neat because at the end, when you finish the game, right? So you have this notebook that keeps track of everything. When you finish the game, it actually shows you all the choices that you made or didn't make, and it also gives you percentages as to who else playing the game made the same choice or different choices.
Oh, that's neat.
And then if you want, you can replay particular episodes or start the game over from a particular point, and change your choices. And yeah, so we'll see. They did. I feel they did a good job. Now, the one thing I have not done. I should not talk about the details because you're probably going to go play it. I don't want to spoil it.
I will later, but not soon. I've been really into the roguelike games lately.
Oh yeah, roguelikes, absolutely. I primarily am only able to do that on my Android phone, so that kind of limits what games I can do. But I love Pixel Dungeon and what's the one I've been playing? Something 2.
Oh wow, they wrote an article
Roguelike.
about me.
About you?
Yeah.
Who did? Link it.
Really? Wow. Link.
From Soul Calibur 4
That's how you know you made it.
article, and then I'll cut and paste all the passage. Remember I told you about Sophia's ladle and all that kind of thing?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, okay, it's possible to create or customize. Hang on. Then I'll read. It's possible to create or customize one of the existing ones nearly endlessly. I've seen combatants that range from slightly tweaked versions of the standard fighters to a man built on Sophicia who was a vicious, soup ladle carrying version of the biker from the Village People. That was me.
That was you, huh?
Yeah.
Excellent.
You've known you made it.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of.
That will be your most dominant contribution to pop culture in the future. Will be your Sophicia-based Soul Calibur character.
That's from the right time period too. That was 2008, although much later in the year this would have happened.
Well, reviews take time. Anybody else going to Gen Con this year?
Not me.
You all suck.
Very, very bad work schedule.
I mean that in the most fake, clearly not really a theist way, that you all suck.
I linked to him in one of the comments just the dictionary definition of theism.
Gen Con.
It's not that difficult to figure this out.
They're getting kind of slow. They're kind of slow on event approval this year.
On what?
Event approval. I submitted my events for approval, like back when at the same weekend that badge registration opened, which was like the end of January. We're in March now, I think, yeah, and they haven't approved my events yet. It's not like they're hard. Maybe it's a scheduling issue. Maybe they want to make sure that the slots I want are actually decent slots where they have rooms for me. I don't know.
No,
you don't have any idea what I'm talking about, do you?
I don't.
No. Well, this will give you an idea. Go to this website. This is the LARP we ran last year. Also, guess I can present it to the room too. This.
You're a LARPer, Adam?
Oh yeah, I write them too and run them.
Oh, write them.
So,
yes. I don't know much about it. So, what do you mean write them like you?
The story.
So I write one-shot LARPs. I design a world and a story, and write character backgrounds and abilities, and then run the LARP, which means I GM it. I referee and I'm sort of in charge of making sure it goes off at the appropriate time.
Okay, so you kind of event plan it, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's very much authorship in terms of the fact that, we're running Dragon of Feldra again this year, and I need to resurrect my old... Yeah, Dungeon Master, SoCal got it. But the writing process in the case of LARPs is actually very significant because... yeah, I believe I have.
You get paid for that effort?
Not directly, no. We do get comped badges at the convention. So we generally get between 1 and 3 comped badges depending on exactly what we run. This year we might even get a full 3 for the events we're running.
I stand in awe of your geekdom.
Oh, thank you. I should show you something. Let me see if I can find
I
it.
say that as a fellow geek. I just never have graduated to that level of geekdom quite yet. As a matter of fact, I've run Call of Cthulhu role-playing sessions before. Like tabletop stuff.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Call of Cthulhu's. I mean, they do actually have Call of Cthulhu LARPs at
really
at Gen Con.
It's
generally tabletop.
How they would manage to do that?
What you do is let's see. I've only ever been to one, and it was more focused on some of the alien stuff. So it's not hard. You just write characters that are more and less involved in certain aspects of it. This is Epic LARP 4 from when I was at Stanford. These are the characters. Here's the kingdom map. Can you see that okay? Maybe not.
Get out of what I was doing.
Oh, no, you don't need to. I'm sorry.
What? That looks like an actual map of a city.
This is actually Stanford campus. The East Campus River is East Campus Drive. River ES is Escondido. Yeah, River S and River Dido. It's Escondido on campus. These are Lagunitas Battlefield. That's the Lagunita Dorm Complex. Wilbur Province is the Wilbur Dorm Complex. Kingdom of Rains. This is the Rains grad student housing. Various things like that. So these are actual locations all around Stanford campus.
So it's more complicated than just a bunch of geeks getting dressed up and beating the living crap out of each other with nerf swords?
We're not boffers. We don't beat the living crap out of each other. We're not boffers. We are theatrical LARPers.
I didn't even know there was such thing. There's a slang word.
Yes, boffing. Boffing is when you take either padded or silicone weaponry and actually hit each other with it.
Well, that's what I thought it was all about, man.
Our LARPing is not that.
Oh, okay. So basically, you just actual role play and interact with each other in role play.
Yep.
Okay.
Here's some pictures.
It's like take Dungeons and Dragons and step it up a notch.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Closer to 3 notches.
Well, I'm just saying, you're going from the tabletop experience to actually playing it out.
So this year we're going to be running the Dragon of Feldra, which is a LARP we've ran several times. It's very fun. I have pictures from the 2008 run of Dragon of Feldra somewhere. I've shown those in Naughty's Hangouts before. But they're fantastic. And it's a really fun game. It's a high fantasy game. You have a birthday ball for a princess who's about to turn 21, and if she's not married by midnight, she'll be dead.
Nice.
So the king has basically tried to get every suitor he can to the ball, and basically told his daughter she has to pick one. Say what?
What's the problem? Is she ugly as hell or what?
Oh no, she is the perfect princess. She's gorgeous and intelligent and pretty much perfect.
So why would she need that as kind of incentive to get married?
Because the problem is not finding someone to marry her. The problem is her finding someone she's willing to marry.
Oh.
She's just always said no. And the king, her father, King Johann Feldra, would very much like to give Leanne the freedom to choose herself a spouse, as opposed to choosing one for her.
Oh,
because he is a very good father.
So choose one or die.
Yeah, well, it's not his doing that. It's choose one or die.
Okay.
The kingdom operates on the basis of ancient enchantments. The enchantments will kill her if she does not do this thing.
Interesting.
Or so people believe.
Yeah, see, I've always had an appreciation for high fantasy, but I always kind of like lean towards the gumshoe, mystery kind of aspect. So Call of Cthulhu was really attractive to me because of aliens, ancient aliens, and all that kind of stuff, which is kind of cool. But I like the 1920s gumshoe kind of thing, and also being able to use actual history and incorporate that into it.
Oh yeah, no, that is very cool.
Because actually, say World War I, there's this one scenario that I always wanted to run that had to do with World War I, and I can't remember the name of the company now, but I think it was an American platoon, but they were caught in no man's land. They were in basically the worst place you ever want to be in human history.
Right.
They were there, and they were getting pounded by Allied artillery and the enemy's artillery, the German artillery. So they were like, it was a forest. Anyway, about 2/3 of their men got creamed, and they were saved by a pigeon, basically, because a messenger pigeon kind of went to the Allied side and said, "Hey, you guys are shelling your own people over here. Could you please stop?" And the
that
pigeon
was a very intelligent pigeon that said that.
Well, that's how they communicated. They had homing pigeons. These kind of pigeons are extinct now, unfortunately, but that's how they would send messages in World War I. They'd have pigeons, and they would go back to their home, homing pigeons.
I think there's actually a movie coming out on that shortly.
Yeah, they had the pigeon stuffed and mounted, and I think it's in a museum in Europe somewhere because it actually saved a lot of lives. But this pigeon was actually wounded when it arrived. It bled out and died as soon as it delivered its message. So they kind of commemorated the pigeon and made it a hero.
As they should.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, it was really interesting. So what I was going to do, what the scenario called for, is of course, they're going to put a Lovecraftian spin on it. So you're a U.S. You're in the U.S. Army. You're in this platoon. You have to survive all this artillery fire. You have to survive the Germans, opening up with machine guns on you. Then, of course, all this bloodshed, all this pain, all this killing, conjures up this, thing that's been sleeping underneath underneath that location for a very, very long time. And of course, then you've got that problem, The messenger pigeon kind of went to the Allied side and said, "Hey, you guys are shelling your own people over here. Please stop." Because they had them pinned down, and no matter how they tried to move, if they tried to go back to their own line, their own allies started shelling them because they didn't know who they were. So they finally got a message through by the skin of their teeth because of this pigeon, and it saved the people that were left. Anyway. One of those things that happens in war, basically. It's a lot of people do die from friendly fire, unfortunately.
Yes, they do.
So
sounds interesting.
Yeah, so if not for this little pigeon, I'm sure they all probably would have been toast.
Would have perished, yeah. That sort of thing happens.
Yeah, because then what the scenario called for is huh?
No, sorry. Here's just echoing.
Oh.
Anyway,
yeah, the scenario is kind of influenced by that part of history, but that's what I like about it. It's you get to kind of put yourself in their shoes, what it might have been like, and create that atmosphere, even with sound effects, lighting, whatever, what it would have been like to be in that horrible place in World War I.
Yeah,
and for people who love history as much as I do, that's
that would be fantastic. You should get some folk together and do that at Gen Con. Run it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's a tournament style because there is no forgiveness in Call of Cthulhu. It's you players are dropping like flies in that game.
Sure.
So as you get shot by machine gun fire, you're not going to be get shot and I need a medic. It's chances are it's like any firefight. If you get shot in the head, you're done. That's it.
Well, but what you can do, because they had a similar situation with a post-apocalyptic game that ran this past year that was really fun.
Yeah, so you get like
but the
15 people or something.
Yeah, but the way they did it was like there were maybe half a dozen of us who were like the player characters who had something resembling plot armor, and then a bunch of them that were sort of NPCs that were part of the game that got regularly killed. So you still got the flavor of like people dying off, but the people dying off were, fodder anyway, and were meant to die off.
Yeah.
Right. And yeah. So that's how they dealt with
similar.
that.
I was going to do something similar coming up. I've just been, because I game with a regular group of people every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'd have enough people, but I was going to do something similar to that coming up, and it was also based on history. The disappearance of the 9th Legion in Caledonia, the 9th Hispania. I don't know if you know anything. It's one of those histories, mysteries kind of things, where basically an entire legion disappeared up in Caledonia, which is that's Scotland now.
They were eaten by Shoggoth. That's my explanation.
Well, of course, that's where I'm going to take it. But in likelihood, they just met their end at the hands of some really angry Picts and Celts. But
yeah,
but not a single one came back to tell the story, and I don't think they have ever found any any evidence of them, any mass graves or anything like that. That was about 5,000 men that just kind of got swallowed up.
So what you're telling me is. So what you're telling me, atheist, is that you just have faith that these men existed. You just have faith.
Well, I have evidence. I have some pretty considerable evidence that they existed.
No, you said there wasn't any evidence. Now you're a liar, atheist.
No, there's no evidence. I
heard you say there's no evidence.
Actually
atheist.
Dying in battle, like a mass grave of some kind, or anything linking the 9th Legion, like saying finding some artifact buried.
How do you know God didn't do it, atheist?
How do I know
the glittery
unicorns? How do I know a herd of glittery unicorns didn't run them over?
Yeah, atheist. Oh, that's stupid, atheist. Unicorns are not God, atheist. Stop lying.
No, see, I know because I have a divine link to Cthulhu that Shoggoth ate them all.
Now you're just being ridiculous, atheist. You don't really believe that. You just have faith.
Speaking of glitter, well, here we go.
There's
glitter bombs are supposedly incredible risk now.
In Cthulhu we trust.
All others must pay cash.
Well, that's the refreshing thing I think about Lovecraft's little invention there, because there's kind of like there's really no dark side to spirituality anymore. It's all like light and loveliness and cherries and flowers, and everybody loves, God loves you, and yada yada. There's no counterbalance to that. I mean, the devil, yeah, but it's not. He's kind of like, I don't know. It's not that impressive. I mean, people that think that stuff's scary or some shit, it's kind of goofy. Like, I mean, I've never understood people that get all bent out of shape about like the Levian Satanists and stuff like that. Like, these people are, I don't know, they're like little children playing. It's not like anything to take serious. I mean, I'm sure people will disagree, but I mean, I've talked to these people. It's basically just their way of giving Christians the middle finger. It's nothing that I would take seriously.
That's one question.
Like, where's the real people? Damn it!
Glitter bombing would be battery, technically.
What?
I think glitter bombing actually would be assault and battery.
Glitter bombing?
Yeah.
Who would ever get upset about being glitter bombed?
Well, I could imagine people getting very upset about getting glitter bombed for a couple of reasons. First of all, because the purpose of it is to be, affronting and humiliating, right? And second,
No, that's not true.
I'm sorry, but glitter is a beautiful thing on this planet, and if somebody throws glitter,
That's a happy thing. That's not blood or
they
anything
can
else
throw
like that. Are you
it.
serious? You have no knowledge.
Oh, all I can say is if I'm not in the mood to have glitter thrown on me and somebody does it, we might have a problem.
Take a shower.
Yeah, get over it.
I mean, and that's fine. He takes a shower, you go to jail. I think we're in good shape then.
Okay.
You don't get to throw stuff on other people. That's not you don't have the right to do that. They don't have the right to throw stuff on you either. If you throw stuff on them,
You know how many times
that's
things
assault.
have been thrown on me for being a homosexual?
Yeah.
How many?
Like, I can't even count.
And how many of those did you
That's
think
not
was
right
okay?
either.
What was that last thing you said?
And I said, and how many of those did you think was okay? Any of them?
None, but I did
Okay,
not...
so why then is you throwing something on someone else then okay?
Did I say that I was throwing it on anybody? You just brought up glitter bombing, and I was like, what's wrong with glitter bombing? It's a happy thing, and
It's
who
not a
doesn't
happy
love
thing. I mean, they're right that it can cause irritation or infection, but more importantly, I mean, again, the purpose of it is that you're doing it to somebody that doesn't want it done. It bothers
I
somebody.
never said that. I said anybody that I were to quote unquote glitter bomb would love it because they see the beauty in it. And we're not looking at a negative aspect of it. So
You're referring to a very different thing. For instance, Newt Gingrich, Rick Santorum, and Mitt Romney were targeted by glitter bombs sent through the mail and such, and they were devices that propel glitter into the faces of the person opening the package and such.
I would love that. I'm like, best present ever.
You would love having your cornea scratched, possibly risking blindness.
I've scratched both my corneas before, but if I always see sparkles and amazing things on this earth, I'm okay with that.
So you're okay with the possible risk of causing blindness upon another person?
I never said that. I said to myself, I will not attack another person.
Good.
Ever with words. I've heard a lot of attacking personally to people here, which I will never do.
I will.
Everybody has their own beliefs. Everybody has their own faith systems. Everybody has their own perspective on this earth. So I am not going to terrorize any of you or come at you because I believe we all have our opinion. That's what makes this world a beautiful place.
I feel terrorized.
Okay.
No, I think that's a good. I think that's an excellent message and a good viewpoint. I like that a lot.
I'm sorry, I don't cause harm. I am an animal rights activist, vegan. I even give thanks to the plants that I eat every day. I am not a...
You don't cause harm.
Why give thanks to the plants? They don't have minds.
They have life that they're giving me for sustenance. I'm taking them from the ground. I give thanks for them for giving me the energy that I need to survive.
Okay.
Life is life.
Life is definitely life.
That's true. Life is life.
I believe everything, every life, every just respect. Because if you come from hate, then you're harboring something deep within inside yourself that it's not. That's not copacetic.
Hate is life? No, I guess not.
Life becomes poop, and poop becomes life again.
And then that poop
everything is poop.
That grows vegetables that we eat. It's a cycle.
It's a cycle of poop in life.
Look, basically,
the cycle of poop.
I don't watch South Park.
Yeah, it's South Park.
Yeah, well, I have more of a life than to watch cartoons. So.
Okay, so hold on.
I have a life and I watch cartoons.
Yeah. Now hold on a second. So you start by saying you're not going to attack anybody, but it takes you not more than a couple of minutes before you start to denigrate other people's choice in how they choose to spend their time. That doesn't seem.
I just don't spend my time watching television.
Well, that's fine. It's fine that you don't, but to you say it's because you have more of a life than that.
I have
that's
too
implicitly
much on my
claiming.
plate
That's implicitly
to sit
saying
down
that.
and watch television. I'm sorry.
So that's implicitly saying that it's valuing and therefore devaluing that particular activity. You're implicitly denigrating other people's priorities.
I
Are
have
you
no life.
here
It's
just
okay.
to argue? Like, is that your main?
And now we're going on a personal attack then against me, right? Is that?
Wow, that was not an attack. That was a question.
Sounds like it.
Well, look, here you go.
Where he comes from, that is a question.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Whoever said that, that was a question. It was nothing more.
Okay.
I'm cutting up green beans right now. My bad.
Oh
person.
God, I can hear them screaming.
Green beans can't scream. Green beans don't have pain receptors. They don't have nociception. They can't scream.
They have life.
They have life, but they don't have pain.
That must be nice.
They also can't play Minecraft. Their loss.
I'm not so sure about that.
Like I said, I have no life and nothing better to do. So.
Oh, by the way, it occurred to me I never did make this explicit. I was entirely making up that whole thing about the Sumerian priest kings.
Yeah,
Completely fabricated.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure that was clear to everybody because I mean, my intent was to make a point, not to actually lie, but it was to make a point that under the von Helton way of viewing the world, we can just say whatever the heck we want, and it's up to the other person to disprove, which is not the way discourse should occur. Okay.
You know, the funny part is I figured that was the case. However, I still did try to look it up just to make sure. I was just like, did he actually find the one religion that has this as their centerpiece?
Well, I mean, it's not. The thing is, if I were really to go digging for that, I'd try some of the ancient Vedas among some of the branches of Hinduism, because they actually have a race of monkey men that are, I believe, at one point do interbreed with human. And so,
I'll interrupt somebody just to do all that kind of crap. Just put that in.
Yeah, I think there are Rakshasas are distinct. So.
Yeah, not the Rakshasas, something else.
I don't know. I'm not that well versed in ancient cultures, unfortunately.
The Vanara. It's a Vanara. The Vanara are a race of forest monkey people.
Now, what about that?
What about that?
What about the monkey people? Tell me about the monkey people.
The Vanara are an important part of the Ramayana. They helped Rama defeat Ravana in the Ramayana. The Ramayana, by the way, was basically the first sort of anime-style tale. Is very similar to modern comic books. It has like powering up and ultimate weapons, defeating ultimate powers, and all sorts of cool stuff. If you've not read the Ramayana, it is awesome. You really should.
Epic. Sounds epic.
It is epic. It is literally epic.
It's always funny too when this kind of stuff gets brought up, because I play Smite on a regular basis, and so like a lot of these gods that are in Smite that people don't realize, and they get brought up in these conversations. Like one of the notable Vanara is Angada. He's the son of Ali. He helped Rama find his wife Sita, and Rama is one of the characters that you can play in that game, which is kind of cool.
That is neat.
Sorry, Nadia, I saw you just posted. Try fennel seed.
They're not likely to do as much as, well, this.
Oh, you little.
Or, for that matter.
Have you used fennel before, though? You can grind up fennel seed, put it in a lotion, and it'll grow the tissue. That's how my friend's doing it to expand the skin before she gets her implants.
Okay. Meantime.
There aren't any medical studies that show that to be the case, are there?
I doubt it.
Okay.
Implants, maybe. Where's my career? Oh yeah, Christian Hillbilly defamed me a little bit too much here. along with, well,
Who defamed you? What?
well, maybe not Christian Hillbilly personally. Chorus has to be a little bigger for that to work. Linda Harvey, Phyllis Schlafly, Gordon Klingschmidt, Brian Fisher, Tony Perkins, and so on.
Talking about the nasty things they say about trans people?
Yeah.
Now I'm looking up to see if there are any peer-reviewed studies on fennel.
So when you find
So
some,
have fun.
yeah.
It's already been proven to me.
Yeah.
My friend grew 3 cup sizes just in fennel and lotion. So
Could it have been like, well, estradiol pills?
what was that, Nadia?
Could it have been maybe the estradiol pills or shots?
Yes.
Could have been both.
Yeah, I'm gonna bet more on those.
Yeah, that's why peer-reviewed studies are very important. They take out all those extra factors of what might be causing something and get to the meat of does this work or not.
Okay. Possibly effective for colic.
Ooh.
Insufficient evidence for swelling of the colon, constipation, painful menstruation, excess hair in women, sunburn, upset stomach, airway swelling, bronchitis, cough, mild spasms, intestinal gas, bloating, upper respiratory tract infection or other conditions. But possibly effective for colic. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna bet on.
Let me tell you, if you have a colicky baby, the Lord God protect you because you will try anything. Yeah, that stuff. Yeah, definitely.
I'm betting on estradiol, valerate, and progesterone.
Yeah, I've definitely encountered a colicky baby before. I think that's what they invented hot toddies for. Warm up a little scotch, knock them right out. Not fun.
Yeah, as an official proclamation from your reptilian overlord, I will let you know that the proper response to a crying baby that will not cease crying is to punch them as hard as you can in the face.
Okay, I'll try that.
Try that.
Wow.
They probably ended up happening to him. That's how he got secretion.
That's how I got what?
You were punched in the face as a child. Probably.
That's how I got. That's how I got what? I got so what?
Yeah, Pound Jam, I'm nowhere near a B. I'm, well, nowhere near a training bra. So.
How I got so what? Couldn't understand what was being.
I would help, but I didn't understand it myself.
I said, not only am I nowhere near a B, I'm nowhere near a training bra.
No, that's not what he was talking about.
What's a training? What's the size that goes with the training bra? Like an A or a pre-A?
Double A.
Double A. Okay.
Double A somehow means smaller when double D means bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah. My friend used just fennel and he's at a B now. She's at a B now.
Okay.
And she did that to get the skin for the implants the doctor actually operated on her. She did it with grinding up the fennel seed, put it in lotion, and then rubbing it on. It does build fat tissue, and it also increases your estrogen and lowers your testosterone. You guys may not agree with that, but I've seen it proven. I'm sorry, you can do research, but one of my best friends has done it, and she looks amazing. So I was just trying to help you out, Nadia, in any way that I can, because I have several friends going through it, the same thing. So.
Yeah, check this out. According to this estrogen, large amounts of fennel can have some of the same effects as estrogen, according to this study.
Well, you're looking at wrong
studies. That would do it. What?
You're obviously looking at wrong studies.
He's like,
no, I'm saying that actually would explain the.
He's agreeing with you, so.
He's saying
I am in fact agreeing with you, but don't.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I took that the wrong way. I'm sorry.
You gotta keep the conversation. Cool.
Yeah, I'm surgically castrated, so my testosterone's not going to get any lower. 25 nanograms per deciliter is actually too low for a female.
Phenol is, under the Code of Federal Regulation, as a substance generally recognized as safe.
Yep. Like anybody can use it, but it's mainly since it does carry properties of estrogen that it's mainly used for women, because otherwise the male, like your scrotum, your penis and everything will shrink. So it's mainly used for women. You can grow any tissue where you put it.
If you want a bigger butt, you can rub it on your butt and it will grow the tissue in your butt, as well as decrease the male hormones and increase the female hormones. Yep.
Yeah, it says be very careful if you're actually taking any estrogen, either for birth control or other estrogen, because it says even though phenol taken alone can act like estrogen, if you take phenol with estrogen, it will actually make the estrogen less effective. I cannot imagine why that would be, but that's what the studies say.
Yeah, that is a little weird.
Yeah, it is. You'd think if it acts like estrogen and you mixed it with estrogen, it would amplify the effect, but apparently not. Maybe the problem is that the estrogen is stronger than the phenol, and the phenol clogs up the receptors, so the estrogen doesn't get in. I don't know.
Yeah, as soon as my best friend, when she hit a B cup, I told her I was the first person to motorboat her. And we've been friends for a very long time, and I was just like, that is what I get to do to you. And she enjoyed it. So.
Did you also punch her in the face?
No, I love her to death.
So, and she wasn't colicky?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. Well, she had been taking phenol, so that makes sense.
No, she's been on many other things. She is literally considered a woman now. Her ID even says woman.
She's lawfully considered a woman.
Well, that's good, but she needs to be careful as to what state she's in, because some of these states have been passing laws that it only matters what was on your original birth certificate.
You can have all that.
You can have it changed. Yep. Yeah, you can have it changed.
That's easy.
Depends what state.
Depends what state. She's right. Depends what state. Some states won't do that.
Yeah, but then you can just put, hey, the upside of that is that if your card says male, you can walk around topless and be like,
I'm a dude.
You can't arrest me because I got titties, but here, I'm a male.
Actually, I'm pretty sure under federal law you can't arrest topless women anyway.
You can take them, yes you can. Yeah. You can take them in for indecent exposure, yeah. But if you're a male, it's not considered indecent exposure.
This has already been tried by various trans women, and they have gotten arrested.
Yeah, they'll get arrested.
Yeah.
Boobs are boobs, bro.
Yep. Don't matter what you have in your pants. It's all about what's showing on your chest.
Boobs are boobs, bro.
Except mine. They're just a bunch of bra padding.
Nips are nips, bro.
There you go.
Yeah, I think what's going on with me is my thyroid screw-ups are preventing it from really working. Or at least until this month's supply ran out, or whatever, or the numerous interruptions. Yeah, I've been on various thyroid meds for it. Still not making it work. No mathematical models to predict the growth of breasts over time as a function of estrogen dosage or anything else.
What state do you live in, Nadia? If you don't
She's
share
in the Bay
the
Area, California.
Yeah, I'm in Oakland,
California.
I'm born in Cali.
Okay. Aren't they like a little bit more liberal out there?
Supposed to be. But the reality is, it's a big stone wall.
Yeah.
There's pretty big pockets of like hardcore conservatism out here in California.
Well, Nadia is running into the problem that the liberal tolerance that is spread to sort of your quote unquote vanilla homosexuality is not always carried over into other things like transgender community. So
yeah, I mean, I've heard
she's still suffering a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard people say, well, I mean, I guess I can understand being gay, but why would you even want to change your, that line of thinking? And so it's.
Well, I've never understood why people act like that's personally offensive to them.
Well, of course, it's
not like you have to. If you don't agree with it, it's not like you have to go and do it yourself. But hey, I've also never understood the kind of obsession that people seem to have with what other people do sexually. It's like
exactly. It's none of your business.
Well, everybody's obsessed about it. Like everybody wants to know, what's he doing? What's she doing? Who are they doing it with? And how are they? It's like even if they say they disapprove, why are they so preoccupied with it?
It's because they're not getting any, and they want to like.
Oh, I don't know if that's
everybody else's.
It seems to be a Western culture thing where sex is always like, I don't know. It's more of a this weird kind of obsession with it. And
I don't think it's in any way unique to Western culture. We're primates. We're built social and we're built sexual.
It's like why in the United States is it more acceptable to watch this question's been asked so many damn times. But still, I guess I'm going to go ahead and do it. But I mean, like, why we're so tolerant of murder and stuff. Well, at least more tolerant of visions of murder being depicted than we are of sex. I think it's actually changing now, but for the longest time we were like, oh god, if anybody's having sex on the screen, we were freaking go absolutely berserk. But if somebody takes a shovel to somebody's forehead until they're dead, then we're not that bothered by it.
Well, depending on the circumstances, not as bothered. Although both of those two things you just described are probably going to get you an R rating, depending on the context.
Yeah, but nobody cares. Nobody I know really cares about the rating system. But
where do you live?
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire, because I don't think it's mainly true in New England, but in a lot of places in the South, laws have actually been passed that crack down considerably on the idea of minors seeing higher rated videos.
Well, I'm sure that there probably is a limit at the movie theater, but I mean, you're talking about a movie theater employee saying no. So I've never heard of any cop going up in there and arresting somebody because they're underage watching a rated R movie.
Yeah. Well, usually it's not. They're out. There are cops out front.
Yeah.
Ready to bust kids trying to buy tickets to R-rated movies.
Huh. Well,
that
definitely I've never seen over here. That's for sure.
Okay. Yeah. Different priorities, I guess.
Yeah. I have family that are very young, and I wouldn't want them to watch either one of those out of context. It's like I don't want them to be sheltered from what goes on in the world.
Yeah.
At the same time, I wouldn't want them to learn about murder, or learn about killing, or learn about sex from movies. You know what I'm saying? That's just my personal preferences. I don't want that to be the teacher.
Yeah, I'd much rather my sons learn about it by reading Hunters of the Red Moon by Marion Zimmer Bradley. It's an excellent book. Anyway, But yeah, I think I would agree with you. I don't want my kids, I wouldn't want my kid allowed in to see an R-rated movie either, but I honestly don't really think that's the police's job to stop that. You know what I mean? It's really my job.
That's wasting our money.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a parent's job to kind of mediate that. And, Parents. I mean, it's kind of a sad commentary, but a lot of parents just don't have the time. They can't watch their kid 24 hours a day. You know, they're working their asses off.
Yeah.
So it's kind of rough that way. But
Yeah, no, I guess that's a good point.
My younger brother, and I think this is probably just the luck of the draw. I don't know. His son is just that easy, I suppose, to raise. But the ideal situation is get your children to self-discipline, you know, which is, you know, something that I don't see a lot of parents even considering. But it definitely works, because I have a nephew that he has standards that he's set for himself, and he doesn't compromise those standards. You know, like he'll punish himself, you know, if he doesn't get good grades in school. They'll say, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to play the video games or watch movies or yada yada until the next report card.
Yeah.
You know, he'll do stuff like that. You don't even have to discipline him. He does it himself. It's freakish, but obviously my little brother did something right, because it's the ideal situation. It's like, you don't have to go in and constantly discipline the kid. He makes his promises, and when he doesn't keep them, he punishes himself.
And then you punch him in the face.
And then you punch him in the face. See, if I hadn't punched him in the face when he was 2 years old, you know, he would have been a mediocre child. Punch him in the face. That's all you got to do.
Well,
Actually,
just when they're colicky, you know, it's not
only
not
when they're
like
colicky.
it's a universal.
It's
not a panacea, you know.
As soon as they start whimpering, you know, with the colickiness, you just give them a good fist right in the face. Put your shoulder into it too.
Well, you know, babies are just the perfect size for drop kicking, so that.
Yes, that's what they're for.
Yeah.
Spare the brass knuckles, spoil the child.
Absolutely. Spare the steel-toed boot, spoil the child.
Yep, that's what the Bible says.
It did.
I'm not saying anything on this topic at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't agree with punching colicky babies in the face?
No, I don't.
And I don't find it fun.
That's why we have NyQuil.
Yeah, NyQuil's
we have
NyQuil's for
parents that know how to control their children.
Yeah, NyQuil is.
I know how to control my children. That's why God created duct tape.
Yeah, duct tape and WD-40, absolutely.
Duct tape and gin.
Gin.
Yeah. Gin.
I ain't wasting no gin on that child.
Yeah, that's too expensive.
My family's from the Haulers, so we can make our own. Our own White Lightning to help with raising the kids if we have to.
That's exactly right.
Just having
if it don't taste good, you can always use it to fuel the truck.
That's true. Although you know, after a certain point, you don't have to put fuel in the truck anymore. That's why you have kids. They can push.
Yeah, but that lame one don't want to push very well. A darn.
That's why you need to.
Crutch. That crutch keeps getting hung up under the tire.
You don't keep the lame ones. Sell them early.
Hey, you know, it was a bad day.
Oh, fair enough.
Feed them to the pigs.
Yeah, it'd be like, you know, cannibalism, wouldn't it?
Yeah. For some people, probably. Yeah.
You didn't get it, did you? Never mind.
Yeah, it turned out that I had a problem. It turned out my pigs were Jewish, which apparently Jewish pigs won't eat human flesh. It's a weird thing. I don't know. So that sucked.
Okay, so
we're getting near the time when we're going to lose an hour. People need to remember to go to bed a little earlier because you're going to lose an hour.
Yep.
Okay, Wikipedia.
2 o'clock becomes 3 o'clock.
That sucks.
Just a reminder.
That means I have to be at work tomorrow 1 hour earlier than usual.
Or not that this probably applies to anybody in the room but me and Jim, but if you're going to church in the morning, remember that we lose an hour, or else you'll end up at worship and wonder why nobody's in class.
Yep, you might miss out on that.
Well, I really don't like missing class right now because the class is being taught by a visiting professor, philosophy professor. He is doing an amazing job of giving us some historical insight into some of the thornier concepts. Really good class. He's also just really entertaining.
You know what I spent my evening doing? I actually was cleaning a church. My dad's a Pentecostal preacher, and it is my backyard. So that's pretty.
That's the reason you look the way you do. He's a Pentecostal preacher.
Yep.
That explains a lot.
Okay, that's pretty.
What you mean that? What do you mean? You mean that's why he's white, or?
No, that's why he's pierced.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I have a lot more than piercings.
I just figured he was pierced because he wanted to be pierced. Anyway.
Pentecostals get pierced?
No, I think the idea is Pentecostals
I was raised Pentecostal, but no, I am not.
Oh, gosh.
You don't get raised in a particular religion. You don't get raised a particular religion. You get raised exposed to a particular religion.
No.
That sounds kinky.
No.
I did not go to HTV. My brother, my dad, my sister, my grandfather, the whole lineage of my family has all been pastors.
Lovely, but you're not seeing what I'm saying.
Okay, what are you saying?
You do not get raised a particular denomination. You get raised maybe exposed to that denomination, or maybe going to that particular denomination, but you choose whether or not you're going to be a part of that denomination.
When your parents are in control of
grandchildren in the house of God. There's only children. You see what I'm saying, sir?
Yeah, I do, but when you're raised in it, you do not have any other option but to believe what you are told.
You do, sir. You always have an option.
Wow, this guy must have never been a child.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible. I mean, if I was 5, when I was 5...
I know what you're talking about. It's called having a drug problem. You know, when you're drugged to church every time the doors are open, I understand that problem.
Drug problem, yeah.
So are the Christians bad parents for dragging their kids to church?
Not at all.
Not at all. Not at all.
We're called to teach our children the truth. That doesn't make us bad. But, you know, children also are endowed with free will. And that free will allows the child to say, no thank you, no how, no way do I want no part of this.
Well, I didn't get that option since I had to be in church 5 times a week. So.
Yeah, I don't know if that's
you don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but, you know, at the same time, when you're living underneath somebody else's roof, you kind of have to go along with what people are saying.
Not necessarily.
Just to live peacefully.
Meetings, prayer meetings, everything else.
Living peacefully, I'm interested in truth.
Yeah, well, most households, the kid has to kind of go along. If you lived in a different kind of household, your parents were very open-minded folks. But most parents kind of demand that
my parents were very weird folks.
Rule of, you know, whatever the parents believe.
The other one was a Catholic. You don't get much weirder than that.
No, look up Pentecostal Christians.
Oh, I'm familiar
with Chrislam. Look up Chrislam. That's weird.
Look up Pentecostal, speaking in tongues, slaying in the spirit.
Oh, I know exactly what Pentecostal is. I've been to quite a few Pentecostal churches in my past. So I know exactly what that's about.
I'm very
I mean, there's definitely the parents have a large ability to push what they want to push for the time that you're with them, right? But it's definitely the case that whether you're gonna absorb it internally and make it, you know, what you choose, you know, what you eventually embrace and make part of your identity, you know, there's eventually some choice there, and there should be, I think.
Well, because kids tend to believe, kids tend to be very impressionable. They trust their parents. I mean, most of the time. They trust their parents to know what's going on in the world, and they pretty much listen to their parents. You know, they pretty much, if their parents tell them this is the way the world works, they typically do believe it.
Hey, Tay-Ball, do you have kids?
You follow along of what you're told.
Tay-Ball, you got kids?
Do I have a kid?
Yeah.
No, I don't have a biological child. No.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because again,
fuck you, dude.
children will actually do what they want to do when they get to a certain age.
Okay.
Some children it's 10. Some children it's 15. But children will eventually go their own way and let you know exactly what they want.
Adam, in the YouTube comments, DQ Tanya says you are on target about phenol being a weaker form of estrogen and clogging up receptors.
Oh, great. It's good to hear that I'm not being ridiculous.
They didn't give a source, though.
Okay, that's going to come off.
Makes me wonder who's watching my videos.
Apparently someone who knows something about estrogen receptors is watching your video. I will admit I don't watch them. I don't watch much in the way of hangouts and videos.
I don't either.
The guy who mispronounced Tybalt.
Jim.
I don't have to have a child to know what being a child is like, because I've been a child myself. There, genius.
Yeah, Tybalt, I'm familiar with that. I was a child once too, about 4 or 5 decades ago.
So
that's hard to believe.
So I do understand how childhood works.
Oh, yep, maybe you does. And maybe until you raise one of your own, you truly don't.
Okay.
What if you raise one that's not?
I don't see why.
I've raised 7.
What if you raise one that's not your own?
That's just the ones I raised full time. Yeah, I know a little something about that.
What if you raise one that's not your own? Or 2 that aren't your own?
Well, if you raise them, they're your own.
Yeah, truth.
Did any of them tell you to go to hell and go their own way?
Heck yeah.
How many?
Let's see, 1, 2, 3 of them so far.
3 of them? How old were they?
The first one was 12. He's the oldest, and he's been in trouble ever since. No, he's 11. 11. Let's see. Second one was 14, and then the last one was 16.
So they're teenagers, right? At least they're entering their teens.
Yeah, pretty much.
But I'd be willing
the
to
one kid, though, I adopted him when he was 8 weeks old, and
well, that's kind of typical, don't you think? Once they get to that,
adopted, and he wanted to know his biological father along with knowing me. And when his biological father made that known that he wasn't wanted, it really threw him for a loop. And so he's been in a little bit of trouble ever since that.
Yeah, I imagine that'll screw somebody up pretty bad.
I think when a biological parent acts that way, I think the appropriate response is to eat them.
Well, I tried to get him killed, but is this live?
No, just eat them.
I'm willing
the
to
process
bet
eventually results in death, but if you're doing it right, it takes a while.
Well, I think it's pretty typical for somebody to be entering their teens to do that. But I think up until that point,
does everybody kind of rebel at some point? Yes, I agree with that.
Well, I think it's typical when they. I think it
completely go against everything they've been taught. Do they go against everything? You know, sometimes they do.
Lord willing, no. I mean, that's you.
Well, we're called to raise children the best we can, and God calls children a blessing, and He says, you know. Children are a blessing from the Lord, and may your quiver be full of them. And why does God equate them to arrows? Well, because we're supposed to straighten them and make them as straight as possible, and then shoot them off into the distance, and hopefully they'll hit.
And hopefully they hit and kill someone when you shoot.
Yeah, and then they'll go kill somebody.
If they don't, you know, it's not.
And then they're destroyed in the process of killing someone.
And you throw them out when they're gay?
Allahu Akbar.
Because then they're not straight. You can't, if they're not straight, you can't shoot them.
And they're not gay anyway, Nadia. They would be homosexual.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, but I think up to the point,
homosexuality is not gay. That ain't gay at all.
course
I
I'm
think
not.
it's pretty gay.
I think
Oh,
anybody can be gay given the right circumstances. I'm just saying.
Let's see. My particular reptilian brood, we had 70,000 eggs in the last brood. We ate 40,000 of them. The other 30,000 were allowed to mature, of which almost 10,000 survived to early adulthood.
Wow.
Before being thrown in the pits.
You surprised me. I thought for sure you were a tear.
No, I'm reptilian.
Did any
Damn.
challenge you for dominance and then have to be put down?
No, not really. The thing is, they're so small at that age that they generally speaking know better. And if they do, at that point, the sort of little kind of hissing dominance challenges is kind of seen as cute. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll eat them, but usually I let it go.
You don't find that usurps your position a little bit?
No, not at all. We reptilians are pretty evolved these days.
Yeah, I guess there's a little Rolling Stone article about what happens when those children aren't straight enough arrows.
Yep. When they're not straight enough arrows, then you either straighten them out. If you can't, you throw them away.
Yeah, well, the conversion therapy suicides making headlines these days are examples of what happens when you try that one.
So can you fly in Minecraft?
You can if you're in creative mode.
Oh, is that what you're doing right now?
Yep, I'm flying around looking at a map. Custom built map.
Has anyone made a map that's the full size of the Earth?
No, but I've heard that the average Minecraft, when you generate a world in this game, that it's about 4 times. People have gotten up to about 4 times the size of Earth.
4 times the size of Earth.
Yeah, and then the computer crashes.
Oh. Well, I'd just be interested in accurately simulating.
I think it's been done. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't looked it up.
Awesome. I should look that up.
I think it's been done. I would be surprised if it hasn't, since it
To scale.
To scale too, because I would say each block is probably 2 feet. I would say. That would be my bet.
Actually, I think the figures have a second a separate block for each of their 2 feet. I don't think.
Well, here's a little something from Time about we see catastrophic results of conversion therapy. Or at least children being forced into it.
Well, see, now you're talking about people who don't truly want to be helped either.
Come on now.
Some do, and some don't.
They wouldn't be committing suicide. They're being forced
I don't
to
know.
do something.
That seems to be something like the no true Scotsman fallacy, right? You're saying.
I don't know no true Scotsmans.
You familiar with the fallacy?
I don't know no true Scotsman.
Are you familiar with the fallacy?
Yeah.
So the problem is that you can.
There ain't
if there's a concern that the therapy process results in destructive behavior, right? Then it doesn't work to say, anyone who really wanted the therapy wouldn't be destructive about it.
Homosexual problem and perversion is still there.
That's the problem. That you're referring to that as a problem.
No,
that's the issue.
homosexuality is a problem.
To you.
No, to the entire culture, to the entire human race, to our entire society. It is.
I'm part of society, and I don't have a problem with it. So
I don't either.
Well, you're just not paying attention.
No, that's just ignorant of you to say that about someone. You don't know.
Oh, I know.
The White House to ban conversion therapy for minors.
Oh, that's so sad.
Actually, that would be awesome. If the White House banned conversion therapy for minors, that would be fantastic.
Luckily, I'm an empty nester, though, so I don't have to worry about eating any more of my children. Any of my children.
why the heck do they think that asking Obama to do this makes sense? What are they wanting Obama to do? They don't think they can ban these therapies through an executive order, do they?
When you're king of the world like Obama is, that's just like your responsibility. I don't know what you don't understand
King
about
of
that.
the world.
Seems pretty simple to me.
No. You forgot this
Mr.
week.
Obama, and I am your Messiah.
Oh yeah, I forgot we weren't dealing with the president here. We were dealing with Obama. My mistake.
Yeah, my bad.
Well, Victoria Jackson did say that Obama's support for gay marriage made him an Islamic jihadist.
What?
Victoria Jackson is like actually my girlfriend, so we could just cool it on that one.
Really, I feel sorry for you.
You're just jealous.
No, not really.
Well, I don't know. She's the doll of the conservative party, so.
Obama's gay marriage support proves he's an Islamic jihadist.
That sounds about at the level of.
I finally found something that tops. I think I found something that actually tops Von Halton as the most ignorant thing I've heard today.
I can see that now. Allah Akbar, up with their heads. We kill the gays dead. I'm sorry. I can just see
Victoria Jackson says that Obama is probably a Muslim because he supports abortion and same-sex marriage.
I could say he's not a Christian for those reasons.
But Muslims don't support those things either. That is silly.
Oh, they support it for infidels.
No, they don't.
Wow.
Kill them dead.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
That's seriously making my head hurt. I don't understand. That just tops ignorance. That's just either that's. Is this Poe's law in action? Is that what we got here?
No, because I think she's real. She means it.
She's got several ukulele songs about the subject, so I imagine she's pretty serious.
Okay, that must be a reputable source then. Ukulele is the most reputable of, strumming instruments.
Oh, you know that's wrong. It's the banjo.
Banjo's not a strumming instrument. Sorry.
If you're picking and a grinning, it is.
That's not picking is not the same as strumming, but whatever.
Picking is not strumming. Yep, exactly.
No, I'm a musician, so I can clarify the difference if you'd like.
Well, there was a ballot initiative filed recently in California to, enact the death penalty for sodomy. Right here.
What about sodomy?
So there was a ballot initiative filed recently in California to enact the death penalty for sodomy.
Sodomy? Sodomy?
Where do I sign up for that one?
Yeah, so Lawrence v. Texas. So STFU would be my response.
You know, the funny thing is I don't think many people realize the full and true definition of what sodomy actually is.
Well, that's because there are several definitions, and it's not always clear what it means.
Well, in most laws that have been on the books, it's non-straight heterosexual sex, which includes anal sex, heterosexual anal sex, heterosexual oral sex, heterosexual any other kind of sex other than vaginal sex.
Yep.
Oh, man. Like, is doggy style outlawed, but missionary position allowed?
Well, that's still vaginal sex. That's fine. But it's as long as it doesn't go anywhere but there, then it's fine.
Well, that means there's a lot of accidental sodomites.
So I get the vagina installed and I'm free and clear.
Exactly. There you go.
No, not so much.
You get a what installed?
Vagina.
Then what?
It
Then
won't
it's
be
not
sodomy.
sodomy. When is this? Is this recent? This is recent. No, are you kidding me?
Yeah, February 26th of 2015.
Yeah, I mean, do they realize that under Lawrence v. Texas 2004, this would be struck down as unconstitutional immediately?
Are you
Like
reading the text of the? This is stupid.
Of the Sodomite Suppression Act?
Yes.
Well, this is what conservative Christians are into. Or some kind of like fundamentalist, who knows what.
Okay, let's see.
Seeing
Okay,
that it is better that offenders should die rather than that all of us should be killed by God's just wrath against us for the folly of tolerating wickedness in our midst. Get out of here.
Yeah, so here's
Get out of here.
so section A doesn't paragraph A doesn't actually prescribe anything. Okay, so it also doesn't mean anything. In criminal law, subsection B would be struck down first as a violation of the Eighth Amendment, the Eighth Amendment, and then also as a violation of the penumbra of privacy under Lawrence v. Texas, 2004. Let's see. Section C will be struck down on First Amendment grounds. Sodomistic propaganda. Yeah, that's First Amendment grounds. Section D is going to be struck down on equal protection grounds under the 14th Amendment. This thing, I mean, ugh. Oh, and then Section E, this law is effective immediately and shall not be rendered ineffective nor invalidated by any court, state, or federal. Okay, that's invalidated by the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution. It's like they're just going down the list and violating everything they can think of in the Constitution. It's ridiculous.
I love how people think they can just do this stuff, and it's not.
You know what? I need to send this to my constitutional law professor. He needs to use this as his final exam next year, which is determine all of the ways in which this act would be struck down by a federal court.
Find the 100
like 10
ways.
answers here. It's brilliant. Say what?
I said find the 100 ways. This is a 100-point test. It's like a Where's Waldo of incorrectness. Oh my gosh.
It's ridiculous.
Well, it's not the only thing.
And that's the funny thing, though, is you will find people that will look at that and be like, yes, this is great, let's go for it. And it's
this is awesome. This just supports our American values. Yeah. Then, of course, then of course it actually doesn't. So.
No, it doesn't. It's
ridiculous. It actually flies in the face of every American value. But that's what ignorance breeds. So, here we go.
As your reptilian overlord, I hereby officially sanction tracking down everyone who has signed this petition and eating them.
I second that as a reptilian member.
I brought horseradish sauce. I'm ready to go.
Reptiles are good with barbecue sauce.
That is true.
He's correct. They are.
I tell you what, I had me some alligator here a while back. That was pretty darn good.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
my favorite is you carve up the alligator tail and cook it and fry it up like popcorn chicken. It's delicious. Just the tail. It's good stuff.
We had some during Mardi Gras. A friend of mine got some.
Oh, I tell you what, I've never eaten as well.
Gator, and he made some gumbo and some shrimp. Oh yeah.
I've never eaten as well in my life as the 3 days I spent in New Orleans. I mean, just every meal was
That is
amazing.
one thing I would like to
stopped
try
in
is
and
some gator.
got all sorts of jambalaya and gumbo and just, oh boy. Every meal was delicious.
Probably going to be obese as hell, but
Yeah, I am.
whatever. It's worth it. It's worth it, right?
Well, there may not
No,
be
gluttony is against. No, I'm sorry.
They are, well, outlawing my going to the restroom in various states. For instance,
You're gonna have to have.
that's not gonna hold up either in the long term.
well, I don't have the long term.
Well, in the short term, they're not doing it in California, so don't worry.
Yeah, well, how long did I stay here? Let me see what's
Anyway, I mean, the interesting thing is I've heard garbled versions of this bathroom stuff here in my area, here in the Midwest. And,
Well,
and the way I heard it is, what I heard was, men are dressing up like women so they can get into the women's restroom to molest women. That's the way I heard it.
That's a lie.
Yeah, I think it is.
That's disgusting.
But that's the way that's the way people around here are hearing about it and why they're being told this law is necessary.
Well, anything positive, they always have the haters, no matter what. But as a trans, what bathroom are you supposed to go into? You go into the male's bathroom.
The one you identify as.
Well, that's the right answer, but that's not the legal answer. The legal answer is whichever one you were born.
Well,
exactly.
But
and what I would
say, if you are transing and you're going into a female's bathroom, even they will they'll say something about it.
Yep.
But yet, if you go into a male bathroom, it's just as uncomfortable as going into a female's.
Well, and here's what I would do. I would go up to whoever manages that area and go, hey, guess what? Just to make you feel as uncomfortable as possible, I am transgendered because this thing is freaking stupid. You're going to tell me which bathroom I need to go in. Let me know now so that we can freaking do that.
That's not the responsibility of somebody who's just being who they are. To the point where you have to go up and ask somebody no, if you have to relieve yourself, you go do it. And you don't go ask somebody of your permission.
No, what I'm saying is the point is when you make people feel bad about it, then maybe they will actually understand where you're coming from and help to get things changed. Because if they don't have a personal connection to it, they don't care.
Yeah, Elephant. But I think what here is saying is that these are real people who really just want to be able to to go about their business.
I understand.
They're not wanting to make an issue or take a stand. They just want to be able to go pee.
No, and I understand.
You're not going around asking people and stuff. You're like, I'm gonna go into and I'm gonna do it and I'm gonna come out.
No. I understand completely. I do. I'm just saying that there are certain things that need to happen in social situations to trigger a social change.
Yeah, well, there's
I think the right thing to do is if somebody gives you trouble when you're in the bathroom, you punch them in the face.
There you go. That works too.
And then you go to jail for assault.
No, you don't.
Get your calls back.
Experience, understanding, whatever.
Yes, Nadia.
Whatever is on your ID is where you have to go.
Okay.
And the next one is basically I ran into a lot more people being uncomfortable when I was in the kind of wrong restroom, men's restroom, and I'm not down to non-zero flack, but it is occasionally only a couple times over the course of a few years. So.
Which restroom are you using now?
Women's, of course. My
Okay.
ID says female, so.
And you don't really get that much flack anymore. That's good.
Yeah. Like I said, I better go where my ID says. That's what the advice, whatever it comes down from, I guess, around just tells me. I have gotten checked by security guards. What they do is check my ID, and if what my ID says matches where I went, I'm free and clear.
Good deal.
That's crazy though. That's nuts.
Yeah, the whole thing's silly. Let's get to where there's a couple of individualized bathrooms, and if you need mass bathrooms for stalls, just have one. Don't gender segregate it.
Yeah, why not just make a unisex
gosh,
bathroom
really?
that like hey,
Really?
if you're comfortable going here, go here. Why does it matter? It's not. And again,
Exactly. You're in a booth by itself.
That's
So
why they have men's room, and that's why they have ladies' rooms. Because they
Well, all I know is I've spent some time living abroad, and
done
they're
that way and kept that way.
Why are there stalls in both bathrooms then?
So people can poop in private.
Yeah, and that works just the same way.
Yeah,
That works just the same way if there's just one restroom. No, it is in a lot of places.
One restroom. You need the men to go to the men's room and the women to go to the women's room.
why? I'm not gonna lie. Women's bathrooms are a lot more clean than men's.
Not always true. Yeah. Not always true.
And as someone who's had to clean both in some.
Well,
of my
I know
jobs,
that
it's not
I've
the case.
seen unisexual bathrooms in Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's someone.
There didn't seem to be any nefarious activities going on in any of them.
No, that's Germany. We're not talking about Germany. We're talking about right here in the United States.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Germany because Germany is populated by human beings just like America is.
I have no evidence of that.
I like the way you put that.
Yeah.
I don't know who said that. But I like
where's
the way you put
your
that.
proof?
Contrary to popular hillbilly belief, that the human beings exist outside of the United States.
That's I have no
Where's
evidence
your
of that
proof?
whatsoever.
Prove it, Tibble. Prove it, Tibble. Sorry.
Prove it.
Where's the starving child?
I want to prove. I want proof that there are any beings outside of the United States that are not evolved meerkats.
Show me one now.
You know, every time I've been to Canada or
Prove
Mexico, it's just
Prove it to me.
It's full of cats.
And speaking as one of your reptilian overlords, meerkats are not nearly as delicious as apes.
Oh, meerkats are okay, but they kind of taste like bald eagle.
Hold on. Hey, reptilian, which one are you? I'm sorry, I don't mean disrespect.
The hillbilly.
No, I am the reptilian.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, he's your brother. Adam.
What?
Adam?
Yes.
What dimension are you from?
The other dimension. I'm not sure. You think there's a bunch of them? What?
Yeah. There's 8 different dimensions.
Not in this local area. No. To get through any of the other 6, you first have to manage a translocational portal off the planet. Among the dimensions that are actually
you're not enlightened then.
There's 10 dimensions actually.
14.
No, that whole enlightenment is a scam. I mean, I know the Illuminati have gotten a lot of mileage out of it, but it's ridiculous. There's this dimension, and then there's the dimension where we evolved, the reptilians.
Okay.
There are some biochemical compatibility, some surprising biochemical compatibilities between reptilians and Homo sapiens. We are not, in fact, reptiles. I always have to make that clear. We are reptilians, not reptiles.
I understand all that.
Okay.
I'm actually descended from the ant people, spoken by the Hopi tribe.
Oh no, not the ant people.
Yeah.
They're so annoying.
I know.
No offense.
It's okay. Luckily, it's kind of far back in my ancestry at this point. So
your ancestry.
You picked it up. Oh, you picked it up.
I was raised by my aunt.
Oh! Speaking of ants,
I was
I've got
raised by my aunts.
Is that why you're an anti-theist?
I have so many ants.
Do you know how to tell what sex an ant is?
Go for it.
You throw them in water. If it sinks, it's a girl ant. If it floats, it's boy ant.
That's magical. I love that.
Seamus, I'm an ant, although, well, with an extra U.
Yes.
I'm an anticle.
You're an aunt, you? You're a you-aunt?
I'm an anticle.
An aunt? She's
I'm
an
an
aunt.
Anticle.
We're going on about reptilian overlords and Ant people. And the Hopis. And how many dimensions was it? 8 or 10?
Say what?
How many dimensions was it?
10.
Okay.
Well, 8 or 10, depending on how you count them. But there's only the one that's easily available from this one. At least from Earth, I should say. Like I said, you need a translocational portal first to get to any of the other 6.
Not true.
Or 6 or 8, depending on how you count. I don't know. Maybe the quote-unquote enlightened can do it more easily. I wouldn't know anything about that. We reptilians are very, very much science-based.
Well, you connect to Source, and Source can take you anywhere that your mind will let you.
Yeah, sure. Mind, yada, yada, yada. Look, if it doesn't take my body along with me, I'm not really all that interested.
Okay, well, that's your problem.
Yeah, it is.
I've been in many dimensions, and I can still come back to my body, so...
Did you record this?
It looks like
does
it's been
the metal in your face help with transmission?
See, that's what I was going to say.
Make the reception stronger? Or? What? I didn't get Jim's joke.
Do we ever?
No.
Not often.
Hey, I made myself laugh. That's all that matters.
That's true.
So that's what crazy people usually seem to think.
You and your little dog too, sweetie.
Oh.
You know what my least favorite movie is? The Fountain.
The Fountain?
The
Never
Fountain.
seen it.
Don't.
Yeah, that's the one with the his girlfriend dies. He's really upset about it. He wants to defeat death. Blah 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 blah. She turns into a big tree. That doesn't make any sense, kind of thing.
Mine is the Celestian Prophecy.
Isn't that what you're talking about? The Fountain?
I don't know. He left.
Oh well, screw that. How are you gonna just say I hate the Fountain and then leave? All right.
Is anybody familiar with the Celestian? What? Who's
Ayn Rand.
Ayn Rand?
Oh, she's terrible.
She's terrible. No, has anybody ever seen the Celestian Prophecies? That's a pretty terrible spiritual-based movie.
What's it called?
The Celestian Prophecies.
Well, it sounds pretty stupid.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like if you look hard enough, like you can see all the energy and the plants of the earth and stuff. It is like a whole book and movie. It's new agey, weird, 8th dimension kind of stuff.
Yeah. Sounds. No, I haven't seen that, and I don't think it's been in a theater near me anytime.
No. Don't
is that
seek it
like?
out.
One of those like some artsy films that might play in some small little. I mean, is it actually a film that's like available on the shelf? somewhere?
Yeah. I mean, it was. Yeah, I mean, the filming and everything is pretty high quality, actually.
The Celestine Prophecy?
Yeah, the little Celestine Prophecy.
Celestine.
Yeah.
It's
Celestine.
$10 on Google Play.
Tomato. It's kind of a good, fun, goofy watch, I mean, but it's nonsense.
Movie got 2.5 stars.
Well, what was that one movie with Brad Pitt in it, and it was kind of along the same lines of kind of weird and dream-like. It was like, the main character was not Brad Pitt.
Which one?
Like he was growing up, like it's like this dude who his brother dies. It's like no narration in the movie. You have to kind of piece it together, and he kind of like is flashing back to his childhood, and you're looking at his whole life and all that kind of crap. What was it?
12 Monkeys.
No. That's not it. I know what you're talking about, but that's not it. I can't remember what the hell it was called. God damn it. Brad Pitt plays the father in that movie.
Benjamin Button.
Can you get a minute?
Nope.
You hand me my phone.
It's a really weird movie. I don't even know if it's good or it's bad. It's like one of those movies where I try to wrap my mind around it.
How many people are on IMDb right now?
Yeah, they become not only real people because they have no knowledge of what.
Is it the Tree of Life?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah.
The Tree of Life. Yeah, that's one of those weird. Yeah.
Where you're like, you get the feeling it's got like some big, meaningful message to it, but you're like kind of have a difficulty figuring it out. And it's like the whole movie is like this dream sequence practically. It's really weird.
This is what the conversation is integrated into.
Don't ask me. I don't know. I don't get to see these things.
The movie.
I hear about it sometimes. And
Yeah.
well,
Hey, Wolf.
So, in any event, well, I had a whole buttload of links. Not sure people paid attention to, but still.
Are you?
Yeah, usual kind of litany of the various conservative Christians around the states doing nasty things.
And is this the San Francisco? Is that relative to your area, Nadia?
I'm in Oakland, so.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, one can easily see that San Francisco is kind of like.
Yeah. No. I know the area kind of well. I'm in Los Angeles. So.
Yeah, it's all downhill from San Francisco.
Yeah.
Oh. You're in LA?
Yeah.
Like what part?
The Valley, Studio City.
That's cool.
Yeah.
We got folks out there.
So.
Live in Hollywood.
Yeah, it's like a 5-minute drive to Hollywood where I'm at.
No. Not there anymore. I was born in Santa Cruz, so.
Yeah, had well, the last bunch of them were. The last one I had, I think, was 4 states outlawing people like me using restrooms. Before that, a ballot initiative in California to institute death penalty for sodomy. Before that, Victoria Jackson saying Obama is gay marriage support Peruzzi's an Islamic jihadist. And before that,
sodomy.
Lila Alcorn's conversion therapy. She was forced into by her parents, drove her to suicide, and a petition to the White House to enact the law banning conversion therapy for minors.
That's the first thing I need to go through.
For that, homeless gay teens are being cast out by religious families en masse and so on. Okay. Hopefully that was a quick enough recap for Seamus. And welcome, Flip. Okay, well, was that too downbeat or something, or?
So I put out this video about this guy, Theodore Schubert, who apparently thinks that, who originally said that demon possession is real, now thinks that gays are ISIS and also pedophiles. It was kind of funny because generally this guy's batshit and probably gay himself, and that he's projecting a lot of xenophobia on a group that he really just doesn't get.
Which group?
That is hysterical.
Yeah. Like, friggin' gays are like basically he subjectively thinks that because gays are bad, therefore they're ISIS and pedophiles. And also, you know, if they have unisex bathrooms, they're gonna automatically look at the opposite sex. Like, even though that kind of defeats the point of them being like gay or lesbian or something like that. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, that shit's kind of funny to mark nowadays.
It's interesting is
It's like you can't walk out of the.
Like, I don't know, it's a toilet, and they're letting gross things out. And
Well,
the,
you might peek at the other women.
What's that?
Well, you might peek at the other women. You know, they're afraid you might go lesbo in a minute.
Yeah, you apparently you went through tons of like anguish and trying times and you know medical issues and stuff like that so that you could go into female bathrooms and peek at women.
Oh yeah. Oh, and also yeah, that's. Also, it's the same for, you know, like gay dudes like trying to get at little boys.
Because that makes sense.
Yeah, being gay and pedophilia is exactly the same fucking thing.
Exactly the same thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you got it,
That cracks me up.
Yeah, this level of stupidity hurts me sometimes.
Yep. People hate what they fear and they fear what they don't understand, and that is regressive in thought.
Very true statement. Very true.
Oh wow,
Well, and
that's a video effect. I've been there, where you superimposed your image.
you know, and it's really easy to hate too when you have an infallible book of stuff that can't possibly be wrong, that tells you everything. So when that gets passed down to you from birth pretty much throughout your entire life and it's ingrained and it's beat into you pretty much, it's really easy to hate after that. I'm not saying that they're right for doing it. I'm just saying like it's an issue. And it's an issue that people need to realize that, you know, it's great to have beliefs, but when your beliefs start infringing on other people and your hatreds, you know, when you say, oh, well, homosexuality is bad because I like this book and this book says it's bad. No, you don't get to do that.
Thank you. Yep.
Now, I'm not against people having that belief. If you want to believe that, by all means, go ahead.
Go ahead.
But
everybody needs to believe,
but you do not get the right to legislate that against other people.
Mr. Elephant Man, you are speaking the truth.
I try.
What are you doing?
Kill them faggots. That's all I got to say about it. Yep, hang 'em on. Let me tell you something, man. Them gays asking for that equality and fairness, that's bullshit, man.
That's probably where that Ebola
I'll kill them
comes
before
from,
they
right?
do that.
I want you to come down here. And
No.
No.
If them gay teachers get into them classrooms, they're gonna teach them kids to blow each other left and right. I'm not playing. They're gonna be teaching them gay orgies and everything like they did in Bronx. You laughing now, boy, but they're gonna be getting up that ass in a minute, boy. I'm not playing. If a man puts another man dick in his mouth, how you gonna trust him with your kids? Nope. The answer is no. I'll put a bullet in him. This is America.
Okay, why are you in this right now? Right now.
Yeah, go kill yourself.
Ah, jeez.
He's not serious.
I'm serious.
It's satire, bro.
He's not serious at all.
Satire.
That's Wolfman. He's good. He's good.
Like John Stewart. or Colbert.
It ain't no satire around here, boy.
Hey, that satire is against God, okay? And can't be having that satire stuff in here.
I'd like to know a little bit about who I am.
That's an impressive accent. Well, it struck terror into my heart.
Whose?
You should see my appendages.
So, how's everybody doing tonight? Hi, Nadia.
And bloody-tastic.
Fantastic. I love talking to good company.
Good.
I've learned a lot about fennel.
Yes.
Wow, the fennel. My $100 million penis enlarger.
Yeah, if you
No.
want to shrink your testicles.
Yeah, it would shrink your testicles, apparently.
Hey, you shouldn't be using fennels for nothing than putting oil in your car, okay?
But why would it make your breast
Pun,
bigger
pun,
and shrink
pun,
your
pun,
penis, though? I don't
pun.
get it. Wait, why would it make
let's
your
be
breast
honest.
bigger but shrink your penis? I don't get it.
It's because it's estrogen.
Estrogen.
Oh, so
It's
in a
not
female, it would
testosterone.
make things.
So
Oh,
if
okay.
you put estrogen in your body, it will give you a more feminine shape, plus it will shrink your testicles and everything else.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. It'll give you more of the curvy look that a trans is going for.
Possibly make you more irritable.
Well, isn't that come with all the rest?
It was a joke.
I have noticed no psychological effects whatsoever, although I do feel healthier than before because my
Psychologically healthier?
low and I can actually approach some kind of normal level with hormone replacement and such.
What's up, Palm Jam, you hairy dog?
Yeah, before the orchectomy and starting estrogen HRT, I was at 125 nanograms per deciliter of testosterone, which is like less than half of the bare minimum for like an 80-year-old man or something. So yeah, I felt like shit all the time. And getting up to well, don't know my estrogen levels that well, but I was doing a lot better until other things broke down. So a lot more energy, a lot more whatever else. Yeah, it's complicated.
That's good, though.
In any event, I don't think fentanyl is going to shrink my testicles.
It might be worth a try.
Well,
It could come with secondary pleasures, since you're mixing it with lotion. So.
Check the picture of them in the sidebar text chat. They've since been incinerated.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Well, I'm sorry. I just put that up as a suggestion because I know that's what my friend uses. So.
You didn't post a picture of your ovaries again, did you?
Yes.
Well, they weren't quite ovaries. It's why they had to go.
Well, they were just in the wrong place, you know. Up and inside the body, they'd have been a little different.
Just a bit TMI for me.
Up and inside the body and producing estrogen, they would have been a good thing. But nope.
Right. No, I was just making the point that biologically they are the same thing, just a little bit different depending on the hormones at birth and all that fun stuff. Or not, well, prior to birth, but you know what I mean. I'm sure you
Yeah.
know more about this than I do.
I just lost my damn appetite.
Yeah, people tell you about it. There's a whole big thing about it. You got Klinefelters, and it's like, you think I can afford Jedi testing or afford to wait for it? Because there's shit coming down the pike, and I'll be stopped from doing anything altogether if I don't do it now.
Sarcastic douchebag. No life, no.
Yeah, there was a whole, like, now or never thing. So after I had the heart attack in January 2012, and it was like, well, looks like it's never anyway. It was for it. You think this is a game? Oh dear.
Vaughn rage quit.
Good. Good. The world's a better place. Once again, Vaughn isn't in this room.
Violence in here?
Yeah, he rage quit and went over to Brett Keene's room.
See, I told you he was in an anus. I.e. the butt king.
Oh, do you have a breakdown?
Yeah, he did not. He didn't like me trying to get a clarification for questions, and that frustrated him.
That'll do it.
Let me tell you something. For a pagan, he is a very uptight, uppity pagan.
No,
seriously.
I'd argue for a pagan, he's an uptight fundamentalist Christian.
Yeah.
Fundamentalist pagan.
Pretty much. Like I almost think that's like a bullshit term for him, just based on how he acts. So it's sort of like Brett Keane with like, oh, I'm not a Christian, I'm a theist.
No, he's a God believer. Yeah, but he uses Jesus in the beginning of his thing and invokes Christian theology. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Isn't that kind of what all pastors do?
No, I mean, it's stupid. You're not being legitimate about your position.
Does Vaughn consider himself a pagan?
Yeah.
I mean, he says it and he mentions the gods and shit, but like, I remember this one time he was really supportive of Israel. It was almost like he denied the identity of Palestinians in general.
Well, because he was invoking the Bible.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how the hell can you not? How the hell can you not call yourself a Christian and you're up Israel's ass like, oh, it's the chosen place? I mean, come on, that's bullshit. You obviously care about it. Like, you're obviously Christian. What the hell?
And also, apparently, you cannot be a theist and believe in evolution. That's the other thing I learned today.
Yeah, according to him.
That was insane.
Yeah, the entire special creation thing.
I think he's like an old version of a hipster who's too stupid to realize that his position is self-contradictory.
There are a few that would go along with his kind of position.
I mean, don't get me wrong. He's funny as fuck, but I don't take him seriously on that.
Yeah, wasn't it? I think Jimmy said he agreed with Vaughn.
Christian Hillbilly.
Yeah.
Well, he's another fucking hunchback. Again, I tell you.
That's where the entertainment
this is what it say. And homosexuality, it's an abomination. I don't want no two men like, living off like having their own lives that don't affect me. No, I'm gonna put my beliefs on them because I feel like I'm morally superior and shit like that. No.
I don't know. I must be like 5 times as bad to him, or worse.
I do think it's a little bit ironic that Christianity is the only one that like tries to force it on other people. When other religions, they say come to us. But Christians, they will do all they can to switch you over, to convert you.
It's not the only one. I mean,
Okay, son. Listen now. You possessed by Satan, and I tell you, you gotta get him out of here.
there's a lot of fundamentalist Islamists that will do the same thing.
Yeah, but they're on a different basis, though. Like, more of them, more or less, is against free speech and everything, like the Charlie Hebdo thing, and and various human rights violations and stuff like that with regard to Islamic states. But also a fun fact is that they're also the biggest, owners of not owners but goers of porn and stuff like that. Just
But
find
yeah,
that
I've heard
interesting.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I told my Afghani friend that, and he's all like, dude, shut the hell up. Like, you don't know what to he gets embarrassed because he knows he knows that shit's true. Like that's why he be like laughing and deflecting off of it.
Oh yeah, when I deployed the first time, they were buying Maxim magazines off the soldiers for freaking left and right. It was crazy.
Yeah.
They're like,
they all into weird shit, like freaking like father daughter, like rats, snakes, and stuff.
I don't know about that.
It was part of this particular study, like with regard to porn searches and stuff like that.
I gotta work on my.
I mean, we're part of a like a particularly regressive society like that says you can't you can't touch yourself or anything like that, or have free expression or anything like that, or dance. Like, it can get kind of I mean, obviously you're gonna get sexually repressed. It's gonna come out in some form. How ridiculous.
Yeah, there was when I was in Afghanistan, one of the big things was the Chai boys, the guys in their Chai boys. Okay, for those that don't know, there is a section of basically it's the tea boys. They bring the chai tea to the older men, and there is a loving relationship between them.
I told you about that.
I told you.
And I told you about every Wednesday in Iraq and Afghanistan, they have little gay festivals with each other in the desert.
Yeah, well, men will hold hands and then go back to their wives and family.
No, they will have sex. It's not just holding hands. They will have sex.
Yeah, there's been instances where, because in a lot of the military vehicles we have what's called FLIR, it's forward-looking infrared.
Yep.
You can see through pretty much anything, and yeah, they've caught that going on
It's everywhere all the
several
time.
times. It's not a public thing. Like, it's not something that's
They're doing in a field. It's just, yeah, they do it
behind closed doors and not, but it's there, and it happens pretty regularly.
You can see anything that has a beating heart that has a homosexuality tendency. Look at animals. Like, it happens all the time. But it's
No. It's not the homosexuality part of it. The Chai boys are boys.
They're children.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
I'm sorry, I didn't get what you were saying.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah, they're boys.
Yeah, and like I said, it's not like an out in the open thing, but it, like Palm's saying, it's tolerated amongst themselves. It's not promoted. It's not like they come out and say that, hey, this is what we're doing, but one hand washes the other kind of thing.
Yep, and they are men, and so they have their word is bond, and women have no say. Anyways, they don't have to ask permission to leave you. Go.
I had a vague idea. I had no idea what it had to do with chai tea.
Well, they call them Chai boys because they bring the tea. That's one of their jobs, is because we think of tea as like a British thing, but tea is a very important part of their culture too. It's just
That's how they start a lot of conversations. That's how they do a lot. Just like that in a hoop.
Was there some kind of thing where they danced and stuff too?
Yeah, one of the big things too, they'll like if you're going into negotiations and stuff like that, like that's one of the things they'll offer you tea, and it's one of those things. It's impolite to reject the tea. It's a lot of ceremony and stuff like that goes into it.
Isn't there this thing they do? They dance around and like tear a chicken apart.
I don't know about that.
I saw a video about that.
I know that when I was in Iraq, I mean, different country but similar culture. The area that we were in, the mayor had a lot of our higher up commands and certain people over for a feast, and they slaughtered a goat for us. It was pretty cool. Not the slaughtering of the goat, but the fact that they did it for us to, here's the feast for you guys.
We welcome you.
Thank you for clearing that.
Yeah, no, but I mean, again, it's a whole different culture, and you'd be surprised because and I'm not this is not to gross anybody out, okay? But this is the real facts about it. When they're slaughtering the animal, they do it alive so that it bleeds out faster, and the head they actually give to the kids to play with. They kick it around like a soccer ball.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. But that's crazy to us. Not crazy to them. That's normal for them. But yeah, like I said, they presented us a nice little feast. Like you said, they had goat and all this other fancy naan bread and stuff like that. It's awesome, excellent stuff.
I love the naan.
That was nice of them.
Yeah, it was pretty cool, and we had to do a lot of that kind of stuff because our little buffer area, because we had the base, the FOB, we call it forward operating base, and there was like a 3 kilometer buffer zone between the edge of the FOB and where we were allowing anybody to take place, and the little village was pretty much within that buffer zone.
Hey, Elephant, are you a Marine or in the Navy?
I'm in the Army, actually.
Army, okay.
But my views don't. Let me just put this out there, just in case this becomes public or something. My views are not the views of the Army. My views are my own views. So
I understand. I'm
the same way.
Yeah, my fiance, he's in the Marines. He's told me many stories, and my brother, that's my family. So,
hoorah, my friend, hoorah!
Hoorah, bro, hoorah!
Elephant symbols do not in any way represent the U.S. military.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely.
Possibly Republican?
Me? No.
Okay. Well, elephants are beautiful, strong-willed, amazing animals. So.
But elephants never forget, and the elephant is the room. The elephant in the room is the thing that we must discuss. Hence, that's who I am.
We should be friends. You should add me on this whole Google thing.
I will do that. I will do that.
On Saturday night, shouldn't you be a pink elephant?
On parade.
Uh-oh.
You broke it. Hello, Jason.
Hello. Was this the one that denied the Holocaust?
God, no.
Oh, I hope so.
Are we going to Holocaust denial zone?
He was crazy, but I still like that guy. He was funny.
Entertaining.
Not Nazi motherfuckers.
I deny nothing. Deny nothing.
How can you deny something that never happened?
Yeah, I deny nothing. Well, I don't know.
So, okay, I kind of have something that we're kind of at a lull, it seems. So I just kind of have a question. It looks, besides, I know Seamus is a theist of sorts, a Christian, I believe. Is there any other theists that are here that might be able to answer a question for me or engage in a conversation with me?
I'm a Gnostic, so you're looking at Gnostic.
A Gnostic what?
A Gnostic.
Gnostic elephant.
Gnostic or
Oh, that's
Gnostic.
Flatline.
Well, a
Yeah.
Gnostic just means you have knowledge of something.
Yeah. It's I mean, yeah.
Go ahead, Jay. Sorry.
Well, no, I just the last hangout. Well, Seamus might remember. I think Seamus was one of the ones that was there. When somebody was saying, or we just got started talking about something, and someone mentioned the Kalam cosmological argument, and that they thought that was a good argument for the existence of God, or at least a good starting point for the existence of God.
Run through that one again. Which one is it?
The Kalam cosmological argument.
The first cause argument, basically.
Meaning that
that's
because there is a cause, blah blah blah, the cause, and run through it again.
Yeah.
Everything that begins to exist has a cause. Premise 1. Premise 2 is the universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause.
William Craig, right?
Right. And I had thought about that, and I actually got into a little bit of an argument with somebody on one of the YouTube posts about it. But my question is basically this, okay? Besides the universe, which can be argued had a cause temporarily, whatever, right? Yep. Name something else that has begun to exist.
Repeat the question.
Name something other than the universe that has begun to exist.
We don't know that the universe began to exist.
No, right.
A fetus?
Okay. The cells were there already. The elements were there already. They just took another form. Everything existed prior to that.
Well, it grew.
In a meteorologically nihilistic sort of way. In other words, bringing everything down to, say, fundamental particles, whatever. Mass energy equivalence essentially means that matter, etc., cannot have really begun to exist apart from, alongside the universe.
Yeah, beyond that, I mean, we understand the universe is self-organizing and ever-evolving. But before the singularity, before t equals 0, like the laws of physics break down. So no one really has evidence of a universal beginning.
Right. Well, I mean, my question is basically, I'm trying to point out the fact that, the first premise is that everything that begins to exist has a cause, and that's a weird statement because I don't know anything that has begun to exist other than the universe, if that's the case, and I don't know that it is, but I don't know anything else that has begun to exist that we can base this off of.
Yeah, we don't know what caused the universe. Could have been 100 million universes, all that sort of thing.
Well, no, what I'm saying is,
everything, as far as like first
universe
come to
could have existed forever.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that the argument goes that everything that we know that has begun to exist has a cause, but we don't know anything that we know.
So, are you talking about like the beginning of time where we all came from like one cell organism that we progressed?
I'm saying anything. Can you name anything? Can anybody name anything that has begun to exist?
Okay, if you really want to know something, I'll give you a secret. God is everything. He's in everything he created, and we are experiencing him. He's inside us. He experiences the outside. He allows you to do whatever you want to do, but it's just an experience for him, and that's all it is. It really is. It's that simple. There's no special property behind it.
Where did that secret come from?
That's not even close to an answer.
It's an interesting secret that I've heard before, but I don't believe still.
It came from within me, knowing that.
Oh, well then it's crap. I don't
God.
care.
You're God. I'm God. We're all God. We're all experiencing a reality.
Are you on DMT,
using
LSD, or mushrooms right now?
nothing.
He's using intuition. I'm high though. I can say that.
But
But
hey, you can't
to
judge
see that.
anybody else for what they believe in, as long as you believe in something.
We can
And
check
it's
on.
not cool with hate. So
What do you mean that you believe in something?
yeah, well, what's
as,
that mean?
as long as somebody believes in something, that's all I care about. I don't care what it's about.
Well, it's kind of hard not to believe in
What if they
something.
believe in the
But
ideals
maybe some
of
of us are more
Nazi
enlightened and
Europe?
we can see what it actually is, and we can look through science and see through even us where it makes sense. But everybody else has their own opinion, which is a beautiful part about being human.
What if you don't believe in anything? Then what?
Well, isn't that considered basically atheist?
Yeah,
Wait,
No,
who
So
said the
that's
universe
not
began
okay.
to exist?
not really.
Who
And
assumes the universe began to exist?
Well, I wrote
yeah,
a.
exactly. That's the point.
Oh.
What we understand,
Here.
not to interrupt you, but what we understand in contemporary Big Bang theory is that, I mean, beyond the singularity, which starts to expand the universe into its current form, there's no understanding of a beginning. There's no time before time exists. It doesn't make no sense.
There's scientists out there disbelieve the Big Bang Theory. They say that's nonsense. If you eliminate the Big Bang Theory, if you eliminate that, you're able to understand the universe. This is physicists that are coming out and saying that. If you just, that's nonsense.
Didn't Lawrence Krauss said one of his
anecdotes don't work for me, dude.
No.
Krauss said
I'm
one of
just
his
saying.
colleagues. Didn't Lawrence Krauss say one of his colleagues was working on an alternative to the Big Bang Theory? This was about 2 years ago. I never heard any follow-up of that. Anybody follow that?
I haven't heard of anything about it. I know, I think it was Krauss that said that he didn't agree. Well, not agree with it, but he didn't like the Big Bang Theory, but he was accepting it because that's where the evidence is pointing him.
But
I heard him say one of his colleagues say they were working on some kind of alternative to it, but I haven't heard anything since.
Well, I love the show in general.
Unless he was talking out of his ass.
Well, and that's fine. Like that's exactly what should be happening in science. Is that if somebody comes up with something, by all means, work on an alternative. See if you can figure out something better. But don't just stop thinking about the problem and go, "Oh, God did it."
But
yeah, I mean, that's what actually makes theories good, is that you can update them as you make new discoveries about the universe. That's a good thing.
Can you really trust a scientist who wears pink Converse, though?
It's all Nadia.
Oh, Nadia's got her hand up.
Oh, yep. There we
She
go.
has her hand
Go
up.
to the bathroom, Nadia.
I have a political gospel and so on, and here I talk about what I believe and so on and so forth. Have 17 points. So, metaphysical naturalism.
Let's go through each point.
Incompatibilist determinism. Atheism. Paradigmatic utilitarianism. LGBT equality, liberation, whatever. Bit of feminism. Communism.
NWO.
I'm willing to talk about any of that, really.
Anarcho-communism?
Abortion, euthanasia. Science. Nature. Climate change, fossil fuels. Antibiotics.
Anything.
Legalizing crack cocaine and prostitution. BDSM. Finally, justice. Okay.
Explain anarcho-communism.
Anarcho-communism.
Karl Marx said states should wither away, right? And
What should wither away?
state.
Oh, okay.
So, essentially, If it's true communism, it'll be anarchistic.
True. I kind of agree with that. I'm actually, yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it's,
Yeah, best way to move that along is to establish a new world order with a global government, and then, well, fine-tune the global government until it doesn't really exist anymore.
You're working for the base, Nadia.
you're looking for the 1%ers. True. You're working for the 1%ers.
All right, why do you believe that, Nadia? Why do we need a one world government?
It's the 1%ers. They're more important.
You don't understand the fact that the more centralized power is, the more likely it is that that power is going to be corrupted by those that centralized it.
Yes, how do we prevent that?
It's the other way around. You generally see the smaller states being more corrupt than the larger ones.
Smaller state? No, I'm not seeing that.
Like Boss Hog.
How are smaller states more corrupt than larger ones? I don't get that.
What are the Cayman Islands and Vanuatu then?
Okay, you're bringing up the Cayman Islands and then Vanuatu. Okay, whatever. What about Luxembourg? Okay, which is the richest country in the world, and they're a very small state.
You can't just whatever a point she brings up. It doesn't
Yeah,
hurt.
whatever. So about Luxembourg, whatever.
Well, you're talking about, you brought up these small, Caribbean nations. I could probably, rattle off a list of why exactly, socio-economically and historically, why those particular nations are corrupt. Okay, and a lot of times corruption has to do with history. And a lot of how those countries are run or have been run in the past has nothing to do with being a large or a small state. For instance, Mexico is a fairly large state, but they're corrupt as hell. Why? Because they have a corrupt history, and they have a history of their institutions being corrupted.
I'm just saying, address her point.
The people don't have guns.
Address her points before you start pushing your own.
Hello.
I addressed her points.
Hello. Vanuatu is in the Pacific, not the Caribbean.
Okay, I'm sorry for that discrepancy.
Whatever. I can go finding them peppered around the world. These little small island nations that are intensely corrupt.
Russia is a corrupt state, and it's very large and extremely corrupt.
Or if you believe that Putin's bad, I don't see Putin as bad as everyone makes him out to be.
It's not a matter of whether or not Putin is bad or not. It's a matter of how that country is run.
He is a badass, though.
Did you guys know that Russia has, if you look on Google Earth and you look at the freeways that go into Russia, there's one lane that the general public is not allowed to use. And basically what that lane is for is that's for all the billionaires and important politicians so that they can get into Russia, get into Moscow early in the morning on time to conduct their business, but everyone else is not allowed to use that. Okay?
Well, it's the same with the Queen.
That's an example.
The Queen, the Queen of England, what she does? She shuts every highway off when she wants to. She just comes out and says, I shut this highway down because I'm the Queen. Okay, well, you can play.
Well, that happens with any head of state. That happens with the U.S. president. If he visits anywhere, they're going to shut everything down for his security. Okay, that's not anything out of the ordinary.
She is sitting in the castle and saying that.
Who cares? What's the point?
My local police closed down the street to have a parade.
Well, if you look at another thing, is a lot of the oil money, in Russia, a lot of that is it's controlled by a very small elite group of people. It's a very small elite group that really control and run that country's economy. Okay, they got their hands in all types of things worldwide, arms deals, arms sales, all over the world. Whenever you see a civil war in Africa, you want to know why they always have AK-47s? Because Russia's sending them to them. Okay.
No, it's not only Russia. It's
You
in the
gotta
United
understand. Well, you
And not
gotta
just Russia, but a lot of other
that.
states too. Iran,
It's
a lot
the
of
Jews and the Vatican together.
not just Iran, but a lot of states, North Korea, a lot of these states, they participate in arms trafficking.
We're arming them, and so do we. The U.S. We also give them the same weapons.
Exactly.
You're right about that, but I'm just trying to make the point that hey, it's everyone has their own corruption going on and that type of thing. It's not a such thing as it's a larger states or smaller states or communist states or capitalist states. It's everyone participates in it at some point.
boils down to.
Yeah. It happens. It happens out there. All these people are the 1%ers, I call them. They're the 1%ers that have all the money and all the banking and everything. They are actually playing this game to us, and they're making them look good, but yet you are just a slave in their society. I mean, really? I'm
I don't
just
look at
putting out
myself as
there.
a slave. I disagree with that. I mean, I know things are tough right now. Things are hard, but I kind of look at it more as a transition phase. That our economy is transitioning more so than I'm a slave or I'm all this. I'm a serf. That whole type of thing. I mean, yeah, I understand people are broke, but I mean, if you're broke, you got to find a way to get, make some more money. You got to get
Yeah.
creative.
They can print the money out of nothing and give it to you, and you can be rich. You can think of it that way too.
That would completely devalue our currency and make us actually poorer if they were to do
And
that.
they're doing it, aren't they? They're actually
Yes, but
making us
if they
poor.
just did it, if they just did it unscrupulously, we would be our currency would be worth nothing, and we would have nothing.
Okay. Eggs were 90
you
cents.
are right.
Eggs are 90 cents. Now they're $2.49 a dozen for eggs. I'm just, I'm just saying.
Right. I mean, things. I mean, but that's inflation. Okay, that's because of inflation, and
that's money being printed out, nothing, and they're putting it out there, and it's like the Warburger when Germany had. I mean, people were coming into a store with a wheelbarrow full of money, and they were buying a loaf of bread with a wheelbarrow full of money. We're going under the same thing.
You're right, but you're not. But we're not quite at that point yet. I'm not saying we won't get
real close
to that point, but we're not there yet. I mean, who knows? With the next administration, there might be a change in the monetary policy. Who knows? I mean, I don't know, but these things change with time.
Incorporate, are you a theist?
Am I a theist?
Sorry. I never knew.
I
never knew if you were.
I characterize myself as a non-theist, actually.
Okay. I never knew. All right. I didn't want to throw you off. Go ahead.
Okay, but I mean, things are hard. You're damn right they're hard, but the fact of the matter is, there's people out here who are prospering, and you have to ask yourself, well, what are they doing, or what can I do to be like them, or what strategy could I use to get into the position that they're in? That whole type of thing.
I can answer that. My brother is trying to get into Iraqi dollars, the dinar, and he's saying that the banksters are making that money more worth what it is, and they're going to be billionaires when this all comes out in American dollars. I don't know. I saw what the Swiss, the Sweden franc. The franc went up 30% when they it alleviated themselves from the euro, and they went away from the euro, and their money went up 30%. I wish I was in on that. I would have had 30% more money in American dollars if I got in on that before it happened. But I wasn't an insider. They were the insiders, and they know the franc went up. It went up big time. You gotta just see what they're doing with this paper. They're playing paper, and it's not backed by anything. It's not backed by gold or silver. It's just backed because we believe. It's like believing in a God in the sky. You believe a God in the sky, then you're lost, and
Here's
that's
Jordan.
what.
Here's some girl.
Well, I see what you're saying. I mean, you're right. That's why I say that I like to characterize that we're in a transition type phase. Now, as far as what's around the corner, I don't know. A lot of people are speculating that we're moving in more to a system like what Nadia was saying, where the state has less power. And I think that with the internet, that's happening anyways. I think that, I mean, if I can get on the internet and talk or do business with someone on the other side of the world, in China or anywhere else in the world, okay, I mean, the power now is in the hands of the individual. I mean, I can get on my computer and conduct business, conduct trade with pretty much people from all over the world. Okay, I don't have to wait.
That's not what I described, though. What I described was that the nature of the power becomes something other than the state-based.
Well, that's what I was getting to. The state in and of itself, every day, less and less are able to control, what we do, what the people do. And so what's going to happen is their power is going to shift from being an actual, power over your life to being more so what you have. Being, I would say, more so like an influence, what you have with the monarchies over there in England. Okay, I mean, technically, yeah, they have a monarchy there, but the monarchy doesn't have any real power. They have influence, okay, but not any real true power upon the instruments of state there. And that's what's going to happen with, eventually is what's going to happen with national governments and stuff. They'll still have influence and stuff, and that type of thing. Maybe even an ability, to enforce certain laws and that type of thing. But they're not going to be. I mean, we're not going to sit here and define ourselves anymore in the future by what country we're from or what state we're from, and we're going to increasingly define ourselves by who we are as individuals and how we relate to others as individuals. More so on that level.
Exactly. I kind of agree with that. I really, yeah. We're in a state where we're all in this together. It's either us or them, the one percenters, and the one percenters are running the entire world, and they're just.
Well, they're running a lot of. I wouldn't say they're running the entire world. They have a lot of influence and control, but they're not running. They're not running every country. I mean, they're running a lot of.
Is it the wallet or the ballot box?
I would say it's a little bit of both. I mean, I think that economics is very important, and I stress that on my channel.
Not a little bit, though. It's the wall.
Anyone that watches my videos, you'll see, I stress the importance of having being economically solvent and
It's the wallet right now, not the balance.
controlling your dollar and all that type of thing. But see, Nadi, you need to understand that it's money. You got to have money and power. Okay, money is power, but money buys power. Okay, and power attracts money to it. Okay, that whole type of thing. So if you're looking at politicians, well, politicians get in power by they first have to acquisition enough money on their side of the equation, okay, so that they'll be able to go out here and compete and just even be considered for office. Okay, then once they get in office, then they. What's that?
So have a good night, elephant.
Okay, but that being said, I mean, look, it took Obama what $1 billion to become president. That's how much it costs to become president of the United States now. It's $1 billion. I know Hillary Clinton. She's building up a war chest for when she runs. Okay, and she may even win, but it's gonna cost her the same that it cost Obama, at or around $1 billion. And that's just the reality of it.
Yeah, you're right. It's money. It's not. I mean, Ron Paul should have been the president, but we didn't get him in there because they threw him under the bus when the Republicans were running, and they threw him under the bus. And all you wanted to do when he was in there is make a speech at the end, and they threw him under the bus.
You're right.
I see.
You're right about that, but I still think that the power still is in the hands of the people, being that if we get to a point where there are people in states out there who truly believe that the federal government is no longer representing them, then they have a right to secede from the union. They have a right to say, okay, we're going to branch off and do our own thing. It's right there in the Constitution. They have a right to do that. Now, we can talk about, if it'll be feasible or not. I mean, I live in California. If California tried to secede from the United States, that would be, I could imagine, how the feasibility problems that would have, we would have from that. Where we get our power from, our water from. We get most of our water here from other states, and I think we get a lot of our electricity and power from other states as well. So resource-wise, we would still be dependent on the United States, even though we would be our own country. So but it's just something to think about. But I think that ultimately, the power's still in the hands of the people. It's just how they exercise it. And yeah, I do think we need more third-party candidates. And I think a third-party candidate can win. It's just that there needs to be a concentrated effort behind them.
Tell me, where in the Constitution does it say a state has the right to secede from the Union? How does that compare against the Civil War? And why has Puerto Rico, every time it's come up, decided not to become a state?
Okay, I can explain that. First of all, the southern states seceding in the Civil War wasn't illegal. In fact, it was perfectly legal. What messed them up is they decided to attack a federal institution, military installation, Fort Sumter. Okay, that's what started the war. The United States didn't go to war with the South because they seceded. They went to war with the South because the South, and I think not in their best interest, they decided to attack a government installation, which was completely stupid. Okay, they didn't have to do that, but they did. That was why we had the whole Civil War and that whole type of thing. As far as Puerto Rico is a territory, so I'm not as brushed up on the laws and stuff, whatnot. But as far as Puerto Rico becoming independent and that whole type of thing, I'm not sure if territories have that ability to do that. I know states do. They have the ability to secede, but I don't think when it comes to territories, I think they may be a little bit more heavily under the control of the federal government because they're not their own entities onto themselves, like such as states. But that's just me hypothesizing. I'm not 100% sure, but that's how I would address that.
Well, you haven't said where in the Constitution it says that a state can secede at all.
Well, from what I know, the Constitution is an agreement that the states came to that, okay, we're going to agree with one another to have a federal system. Now, when you look at the way our country is set up, every state has its own federal government or has its own government. It's its own country. Okay, if you're a country, you're a sovereign institution. You're a sovereign country who has agreed to be a part of a union. Then it would make sense that if you feel that it's no longer in your interest to be in that union, it would make sense that you would be able to secede. Now, it's happened before. I mean, the southern states seceded, okay, and it was perfectly legal. There was nothing against the law about that, except when they attacked federal military installation.
Well, what really happened in all this craziness was that they went to the north because they wanted to trade their cotton to the Federal Union of England, and England wanted to buy their cotton, and it was over about that. It wasn't nothing about slavery. It was nothing about that. I mean, Abraham Lincoln wanted to send all the blacks back to Africa. He was going to pay for their way and send them back. And look what happened to him.
Well, I see what you're saying. There's some truth to what you're saying, but also what really happened was the South really. Civil War in and of itself was really about what states could and could not do, and the federal government was trying to basically impose their will onto what they wanted these southern states to do. They were telling them they couldn't pass certain laws, they couldn't do this, they couldn't do that.
Yeah.
And that exactly. South Carolina was the first state to secede. Okay, then quickly followed by many other southern states. Now the whole cotton thing was because that was their cash crop. They wanted to trade that with England to fund their war with the North, but they couldn't do it because they were blockaded so heavily. So it kind of became they tried to smuggle it out. There was people that were smuggling cotton, and that whole type of thing.
Exactly.
Ultimately, the effort failed. It was to no avail. They were not able to invigorate their economy enough to build a war machine to take out the North, and that's just how that whole thing went down. And South ended up losing the Civil War.
Oh yeah, exactly. I know the history, and it's kind of scary when we figured that out with Abraham Lincoln. And I mean, Abraham Lincoln wanted to really end everything. He wanted to end the slavery and everything and send them back to Africa.
Well, it was a war. The whole slavery thing, that was a war tactic, okay? Because the South's economy was so dependent on slaves, they said, okay,
yes,
we'll end the institution of slavery as a means of crippling their economy. Okay, it had nothing to do with him wanting to, caring about the blacks and the slaves. That had nothing to do with it. In fact, before the war, he said if he could preserve the Union without freeing any slaves, he would do it. And if he could preserve it freeing all the slaves, he would do it. He was more interested in preserving the Union more so, and keeping the country together as one entity, more so than any social issues such as slaves or any of that whole type of thing.
Exactly. That's what he was up to. And they took him out before he could complete his mission. His mission was to...
Yeah, that's definitely right.
I'm in with you in corporate.
Yeah. But
and that's what he was trying to do.
But yeah, I mean,
and bring us into another union. And you're right. And he got took out before he could complete his what he wanted to do. Look at him. Abraham Lincoln was a guy who
Is anyone there?
right.
Yeah, I'm here.
yeah.
I hear James went quiet. Or Jason, sorry.
Well, I like your cat. I still like that image of your cat with the golden eyes. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's a reasonably evil look. I've got a better one, but I'm using that under a different nick.
I like that cat. I like your black cat. You still got it? Is it still around, running around, having a good time?
Oh yeah, that picture's only a couple of years old at most.
Yeah, I got this calico, and she is just so loving. She meows at me now, and I mean, meow. And I like meow back at her. I love my cat. I'm a cat lover. Oh my God, you're a cat lover now. No, it's beautiful. Cats are beautiful animals, and I look at you and your icon of this cat with this bright yellow eyes, and I'm like, wow.
Fuck, this guy's stoned.
I'm not stoned. I wish I was. It must be.
It's amazing what you can do with a flash on a camera phone.
Oh, that is awesome. Yeah, it is really awesome. I love cats. That's my favorite is cats. Because I look at cats, and cats actually reflect what we are as humans. And I look at a cat and I go, yeah, that's the way we are. You know that. And you are. Gotta love cats. Even you. Ow. My cat would eat a bird like that. Oh, sorry.
What about dogs? You like dogs, Jason?
Oh, I like dogs. I had Chow Chow, and he was such an awesome animal. He was so great, and I start loving cats after him.
Who's the cat lover?
Oh, look at you. Oh my God, that's a beautiful
Yeah, my last
thing.
dog was a cross between a collie and a chow.
Oh, you want to see a collie?
Yeah, She was
I'm
born on
a
groundhogs.
veterinarian. I have animals.
You gotta be kidding me. Your cat is awesome. That's your familiar. Keep your familiar as. Oh my God! You gotta keep that familiar.
Oh, you got a border collie. That's cool. Looks like a border collie on camera anyway.
Yeah, he's a border
Or is
collie.
he a Sheltie?
And we also
It's a
have
familiar.
Italian Greyhound Jack Russell.
I love you when you brought that cat up. I'll bring my cat up if I can get a hold
That
of
was a
it.
big cat.
She hates being handled.
Abu, come.
Oh my! I used to have a cat growing up named Abu. So when you just said that, I had to chime in.
Well, my dog, my border collie, his name is Jafar, and my little one, my Italian Greyhound Jack Russell, he's Abu.
Here, give me a moment.
Yeah, growing up, I had two cats. One named Falcor, and the other was named Abu.
That's funny.
If anybody gets both of those movie references.
No, what is it?
Never-ending story.
Yeah,
Oh,
Falcor.
okay.
Falcor was the flying dragon dog.
Yeah, the luck dragon.
Yeah, and Abu is the monkey from Aladdin.
Let's see it. I have both all Latin names.
You're gonna be a popular cat.
This is Abu.
Watch what happens when I bring you on here. Oh, I'm gonna bring my cat on here. Oh my God, you're just going to, don't worry. It's good.
But this poor little fellow, he's broken both of his legs.
Oh, don't even fight. Never fight. I love you. So don't fight. I got to bring you on the camera. Oh, now I know you want you don't want to be on camera.
What kind of mix is it? A Greyhound and what?
Wait, what was that?
What kind of? He's a Greyhound.
Well, don't.
Your dog? You hear it now? Is a Greyhound and a what?
Jack Russell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Italian Greyhound and Jack Russell.
Is that unique breeding or not?
That's pretty odd. He has very weak leg bones. He's already broken both of his front legs.
I'm
because
gonna
he
bring
has the
this
high
cat
energy of a Jack Russell,
on the
but the
camera.
weakness of an Italian Greyhound.
I have video live. I'm
sorry if you didn't hear any of that.
No, I heard it.
You get to see my cat. Oh my God, this cat doesn't like to be on camera. Well, logic. Okay, here it is. Oh, don't meow.
He's saying, please, Dad, no, Dad.
There's my cat. She's a beautiful animal, and I bring her on here. I can't hear you right now because right now I don't have any. Why are you playing with me? There's my cat. There we go.
What is his name?
He's a beautiful animal. Meow. Oh, just absorb this. You're being broadcast over 10,000 faces, and I love you.
That's a she.
Oh, my cat. Well,
What's her
you
name?
don't understand. Hang
I don't
on.
think I can hear
I
you.
don't even have the earphones in. So, you're just. Meow. Yeah, you go and do whatever you do. I have my cat on there. Okay, you got to see my cat.
I did. What's her name?
She's beautiful. And she's a beautiful animal. Let me put these earplugs back in. And, okay, you got to see it. Meow. And she's still here. She's licking herself and whatever. And, that's, my cat. You get to see it.
Well, what's her name?
I just called her Princess or something, and I really don't have a name for this cat. It's weird. I really don't have a name. She's my familiar. She lives with me. I take care of her. I feed her and give her water, whatever, and she loves me.
It sounded like she was introducing herself as which is a really pretty name, I must say.
Yeah. I have no idea. I mean, I'm going to go back to my firewall. But there she is, and she came on air. I went and got her and gathered her up, and she doesn't scratch me or anything. That was nice, and you know, I like my cat. It's my familiar, and she is wherever you know anywhere in the world, and okay.
The internet is for cats.
That was
More
my
kitty
plan.
pictures are shown on the internet than porn.
Meow, meow. All she could do is go meow to me. I went.
I thought
Hey.
that was always the panther you had, Fudd. I didn't know that was a house cat.
That was a house cat.
It's a domestic house cat. I would
like
love
a
to have a panther, but landlord is against it.
Oh, I love her.
90-pound cat is a little worrisome.
Well, you bring her on camera and stuff, and she's kind of like, what are you doing with me? And it's like, I know her so well now that she doesn't really scratch me or attack me or anything. I mean, normally she did that years ago, a couple of years ago, and now I'm able to bring her up to the camera, and she's meowing and going, "Don't fuck with me. I just want to be alone, and you're my mate, I guess. I don't know." it's a relationship with this cat, and that's why it's a familiar, and it's like, well, I can use magic with you, and I can make things happen, but no, you're not my familiar. You're not my cat. I had this cat before her. He was awesome. I took him out hiking in the desert in Nevada, and we used to go out together, and he would climb underneath rocks and stuff, and climb into little caverns. There was a time when coyote came by, and I said, "You're not scared of that, are you?" And he just looked at me and went, "No." Wow. I think he could have won the battle, but that was that was something else. Yeah, I love cats. I don't know as you know that cats are really. I mean, I
They are highly spiritual animals.
thank you, and
They
I
are very much so.
you showed your cat, and it came up, and I showed my cat, and it was like, here's my cat. I like you. You're a cat lover.
I'm an everything lover. Anything that has a beating heart, anything is life. I love it. I feel like that's what the world needs.
Exactly. And I'm totally with you. I mean, I'm known as a, what can I say I am? I am a non, you know, uh, non, what can I say I am? I am like this group of people who believe that they don't have no sex. I'm one of them, and there's no sex.
Nadia!
You know, I even actually wanted to become a priest. That's a scary thing, isn't it? I want to become a priest or a monk. I'm trying to decide which I will become, and I think I'll just become a monk. But I don't want to, cut my hair off or anything. You have to live with me as a monk with my hair. And, monks are allowed to have sex. That's the only thing that made me decide between the two. A priest that has no sex or a monk who's allowed to have sex. I mean, it came out in the movie Van Helsing. And I looked at Van Helsing as my model. Maybe I want to be a monk because I still want to have sex. I just don't want to, be totally sex free.
But your religion, what you believe, has nothing to do with sex. When you find the religion that you can honestly, like, it hits your soul and you can comprehend on every level, sexuality has nothing to do with it.
True. I agree on that point. I really agree. I'm like, I don't care what anyone's sexuality is. It's just that I'd like to have a beautiful lady who's 20 years my younger, and I lay down with her. And
Okay, do you come from a background of Catholic?
No, I'm actually Baptist.
Baptist. Okay, I was raised Pentecostal.
Okay, Pentecostal is almost like that. Now, I almost thought going Pentecostal.
We are Baptist, but crazy.
Oh, I agree.
At least you get that. Nobody else got that earlier, but
yeah, I want to be something where I can actually once in my lifetime have a sexual relationship with a woman. That's it. And when it's done, it's done.
Like you never had that, or like what?
I'm not a Christian, but in the Bible, doesn't it tell that as soon as you are married, you're allowed to procreate all you want?
Well, that's what the rabbis are. The rabbis are allowed to have, a sexual partner. And that blows me away that they're allowed to have that. And I've understood that. That's why I believe Jesus had a wife, that Jesus had Mary. And it was a childhood, love that he grew up with. Not she, but he grew up with. And
I need to be like the female pope of my own religion, where I could have, well, hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of husbands.
you can have what you want. You really can. I would like to please you, but it's just this entire thing that like I said, God exists within us, and He's doing everything you feel, I feel, everyone feels.
Who knows? Main thing is, what I do or did was went down to Park Slope, got gangbanged and eaten underground, and it was a damn good time.
You're allowed to do whatever you want. I don't have nothing against you, Nadia. You are free to do whatever you want.
I only wish.
So is there like elasticity there, or is it the equivalent of throwing a hot dog down a hallway?
Hot dogs down a hallway? The boys
Wow. Really?
I channeled my inner. Who was that? David Letterman just now. Hey, Brian, how about a little time music?
Open.
And so she hated my tie until I told her it was made out of 100% Barafuco fiber.
Okay.
What I got
Drop some time music right now.
And
I
well,
mean,
don't settle for your hot dogs.
He looks plausible to me.
No, there's no he at the end.
I think I missed something here.
You don't realize it.
She, Nadia, she.
So
He, whatever. I look at. I don't know.
Wolves, cats, whatever.
And we're.
Yeah, I don't need to be called she/he. Problem solved.
Goodbye, crazy wolf.
I don't get shameless back then.
We learned he wanted to be a Catholic monk who has sex. Does that help anybody?
That's retarded.
What, Jason? Nazis are weird when they're drunk.
That was a little odd, to say the least.
Yeah, that's.
I didn't know monks could have sex.
They can't.
They can't?
No.
They
can't. The monks I think of, the monks I think of can't.
So you saying we can't trust Jason's views?
I never said that. What type of monk are you talking about? There are several different types. Tibetan monks?
Yeah.
Abstain from anything of sexual orientation or sexual conduct.
I was thinking like a Franciscan monk, like a Catholic offshoot. Or something like that.
No, they're celibate too.
Alright, so that's 2 celibate monks. Which ones wouldn't be celibate?
They're
Huh?
That's going to take a Google search. Non-celibate monks.
Most of them are non-celibate, just for the fact that they do not use worldly enjoyment or possessions. That's why they shave their heads. That's why they are in meditation all the time. I am a Buddhist, but monks are.
Shave your head.
No. He doesn't do that to his head. His head is totally reserved for dreads.
Yes, I've made a pact to myself that I will
False
never cut
monk.
my hair again.
Buddhists have a hell, right?
No.
Just don't pray over hot tamales.
Oh, since that's totally something I would think about.
That sounds like something like for some reason a pothead would say.
I thought Buddhists had a hell. I remember hearing that.
Okay, so what do you know about Buddhism?
I've seen
I know.
Bulletproof Monk.
Yeah, that's about it. Not too much.
I can achieve nirvana.
Which is kind of strange.
Give it a few joints.
I know it's inherently evil.
No,
Also, another thing. Also, no, one more thing. Also,
Okay.
Stop. I am Uber monk, so respect that shit.
I guess Buddhists would try to attain a state of nirvana, right? Of not wanting or not being, or just something like that.
Going into enlightenment, which that's what the Buddha taught.
Yeah, it looks like at least Zen monks aren't.
What kind of monks?
Zen Buddhist monks in Japan. This Vatican thing. Apparently, one of those Zen monks.
What was that one particular sect of Buddhism called? Remember that one sage I met? He called it Pure Land Buddhism. More of like the simple thing. You just you give particular reverence to this to the Namu Amida Busu, and like you're automatically you just keep chanting that with the assurance that you'll be reincarnated into the Pure Land.
Well,
Something like that.
with Buddhists, it's the same thing as saying Christian. How many denominations are in the Christian faith?
Shitload. Same for every other religion on the planet, dude.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's just, it depends on what you believe in.
Isn't it like denying all desire in order to achieve enlightenment? Or the basic thing?
A lot of it.
Well, suffering comes from desire.
Yeah, suffering.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over anybody.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Everyone has their own set of chemical reactions in the brain.
It's just letting go of earthly possessions and feelings so you can find yourself within yourself. We don't take any life whatsoever. Like people around me where I work and everything else, they know not to like smack a fly in front of me. If you do that, I will pick it up and move it out of the room.
I would kill all flies I ever saw around you just to bug you.
That's not gonna bug me, but that's your own prerogative. You're gonna have to live with that.
You're gonna come back.
I think it was just. I think he said that more as a fun.
Yeah.
Was that
I'm
more
glad
of a fun
people,
token?
Yeah, I made a good ant pun earlier too. I was hoping people catch on to these, but it was. And I was serious. I think that's silly. I mean, killing one bug that is a nuisance is it's not an obstruction of anything. Unless you're like an extremist vegan.
You're still taking a life. You are still taking a life.
Yeah, but see, I used to do something stupid, like in the winter, I used to like catch a spider in a jar, then throw it out the window. But then I thought about it. It's like, wouldn't it freeze to that death out there? So I just basically accomplished the same thing. What do you do with that?
I would never do anything like that. Even when I walk on the ground, I
No, but
give
like,
for the animals that are underneath, like the worms, everything else. I have a conscious mind.
Would you?
like if there was a poisonous spider, like a real poisonous one, and it was in the room, but it was freezing cold out. So what do you
I
do?
won't
Like,
care about the weather. I
no,
will
would
pick it up in a tissue. I will remove it outside. Spiders are
you eat
part
it?
of our ecosystem.
I think his point is if you put
Would
it
you eat that
outside, it will
spider?
die.
Yeah, if you put it outside, it'll freeze, right?
No, it won't. They have their own protection of warmth, as we do too.
Oh, all right.
Would you eat that
That's
spider?
Yeah, that's why you see so many
As far as
insects
I
during the
believe,
winter.
as far as I believe, is every life has the right to live. I'm not God. I am not whatever you believe in, source energy, anything. I am a person as of right now on this planet, and I am not going to take something or somebody else's life. They're all just as important as mine. And I love every one of them. I love everybody. Like, that's where I stand.
What about in self-defense? Like if a bear came at you?
No, I asked that the other day. That was trippy that you had said.
Well,
What happened?
I used to live in Tennessee, in the Smoky Mountains. I have been in close encounters with bears. I would never do anything to them, but they have very bad eyesight. You stay out of their distance, make a loud noise, and scream, they'll run away.
You ever
But
see
I
that movie?
will.
Or that could turn them on. Either, whatever comes first.
I'm sorry, can I hear one at a time? Like, I'll gladly answer.
Let the other guy talk.
You ever see that movie where that dude went out there with the bears and lived on the bears, and then he got eaten alive at the end?
Yes, the documentary.
Yeah, but it's maybe that was his time to go. Who's to say when our time is up? But I do not believe that we should play God to the point where we can just smash a bug and say, "Okay, your life's over."
It was that bug's time to go.
Because everything, if you look, like water goes into the ecosystem, everything goes around.
And the fact that we kill so much of it is evidence that there's
We have a problem. And people always say, "Oh, what about overpopulation?" Well, there wouldn't be overpopulation if we didn't put that out there. We put hormones, we put all that into nature, so they will produce so that we can use it as a sport.
Well, I mean,
The same thing.
the reason we tend to have overpopulation is because the agricultural medical advances we've made, which not only have raised our life expectancy, but have also caused the population to actually, grow at a rapid pace. So we just
you're
adapt to
exactly
living
right with
naturally.
that. You said
well, and
that
also
we
babies that people who shouldn't be having babies have lots of babies.
Yeah. But then again, just as natural filters, you also got you got naturally gay folks, some people who are fucking let's see, sterile or whatever, or just generally don't want to have kids, or people who end up dead as just a natural result of a density dependent factor or independent factor. I mean, but that's but the fact that we tend to be the most dominant in the sense that we can adjust to our environment and live virtually on any fucking continent we want, that's how we tend to got that population. But we have natural things that, let's say, lessen it out, but whatever. That's either here or there.
Largely behavioral tendencies, yes.
But I'm sorry, guys. I'm very compassionate and I'm very strong forward when it comes to my beliefs. Like,
right on. Good way to be. But just, I mean,
this is
other
who I
people don't
am.
take it to that extreme.
And then anybody around me, if they go to see a bug and they go to smash it, they know to call me because I will remove it and I will let that bug do what its purpose is in life. Just like all of us. We all have a purpose, we all have a reason, and we need to fulfill that.
Hey, do you watch
Me,
that,
murder,
that dude Durian Rider on YouTube?
That guy's a nut job.
Oh, you seen that guy?
His girlfriend's really hot though. Whatever her banana freely, she's pretty attractive.
Oh, you know them?
Yeah.
Who is that?
It's a raw food guy, but he like shows videos where he like doesn't kill like spiders or nothing. He just lets it crawl on them.
Yeah, I don't care about spiders. They're all like I'll give them names.
Dude
Why
eats
not?
like
What
4,000
if
or
they already have
5,000
a
calories
name?
a day. And,
Why
like
are you
fruit.
imposing things upon them? Don't
Well,
impose
then
names
if they
upon
have a
them.
name, they can tell me, and I will understand that.
Don't impose names upon them.
Right? This oppression will not stand.
Hey, how do you know about Durian Rider Atheist? Was that you talking?
Yeah, just random YouTube shit. Just
I
somebody.
thought that was like niche shit.
No, I don't know. I saw Freely Banana Girls thumbnail, and I was like, oh, a hot blonde girl. I'm gonna look at this, and then through her, I found Durian, and I was like, wow, this insane person has a really hot girlfriend. Yeah.
Well, most hot girls are batshit insane, so.
That's true.
Yeah, it's a whole community there.
Yeah, there's a
stereotypes.
It's funny they all infight with each other just like everybody else.
Oh yeah, we're all the same. We just believe different stuff.
Exactly, and that's what makes all of us amazing. Is that we have the power to think other than what other people tell us.
But out of all your views, I love that one.
Yeah, we're
I
all
can get on
unique.
board with some of the more, extreme aspects that you got going on there, but yeah, definitely that everybody can believe what they want and be who they want, and everybody should accept each other for that. I love it.
Exactly, and that's what we all need.
Yep. We're all unique, just like everyone else.
Yep. And I love my friends that are unique or even awkward. Awkward situations are my favorite just because it just shows the diversity between two different people. So when you're sitting there in the middle of it, it's just like, yes, I see you for who you are. It's amazing.
Is this guy into like dietary woo?
Who?
Yeah, I turned the cameraman on, so because
Durian Rider.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a banana obsessed fruitarian.
Yeah, he eats like 4,000 to 5,000 calories a day in fruit, but he's what do you call it? He's basically he's an athlete though. What do you call
You
it?
go to get your carbs in. Get your carbs. Get your carbs in.
I like bananas, but I've never eaten more than 2 in one day.
I eat about 2 bananas almost every day, but that's just because they're convenient.
I have gone raw.
Yes,
And
they have a very well-designed container that pops.
Shut up, Ray Comfort.
You can.
Yeah, Ray opened it up backwards though. That's the wrong end to open a banana.
Yeah, monkeys do it the other way.
Yeah, it's much easier actually.
I've never had any real issues except for when the stem just breaks off.
It's a tab like a cola that's supposed to break off.
He's a fun guy though.
Oh, we live in modern times. We use pop tops now instead of pull-off tabs.
He had to be
Tabs are
trolling,
from the
man.
80s.
I think his whole thing is trolling. He plays just stupid enough.
I don't know if he really was trolling on that one, because once it was pointed out to him that it was a bad argument because somebody pointed out the how bananas went from basically clumps of seeds to what we see now, he actually conceded that, okay, that's a bad argument. And you don't really hear him make it anymore.
Well, he's made it a few times since then, unless I've seen videos out of order. But the original bananas, the ones that are all clumps of seeds, they still exist. It's only the ones that have been bred for human consumption that are, nice.
I don't know. I think he's part troll, but he's part serious.
I think he's basically in it for the money.
I mean, that's just, it's a market, man. He's got all those shitty movies that he puts out, and some of the people in the Christian community, they just buy that shit up.
Did you? I feel like something like that only not be spewing bullshit.
Have you watched any of them? I watched one of them just because I listened to this podcast and they were making fun about how bad it was, and I was like, all right, fuck it, I'll watch it. And holy shit, it is some of the worst writing and acting, and they're just so hard. It's like the worst movie, like B movie from the 80s almost. Like C movie, like Trauma put out better films than these guys.
Are you talking about
the
Christmas one they just put out?
That one, and then there was one before it where it was all about the guy was addicted to internet porn. And,
yeah, the Christmas one with Kirk Cameron was actually swept the Razzies, if anybody knows what those are, which are just like the worst of the worst acting throughout Hollywood, as opposed to the Oscars.
We're on about Ray Comfort.
Okay, thank you.
Kirk Cameron was given the Razzie for the worst acting. The Christmas movie got the worst movie of the year. So they did good at the Razzies.
Yeah, Kirk Cameron is a Ray Comfort sidekick. Or is it the other way around? It's kind of hard to tell.
I think that's
a selling point.
Yeah, it's a relationship of convenience.
Kirk Cameron has this wholesome image that Ray Comfort combines with all the shit that he spews, and it's a brilliant marketing campaign.
Also, wasn't Kirk Cameron
both of them are honestly a couple of fucking nobodies. I mean, one of them, one of them consists of a washed-up actor who basically spat off religious nonsense that got him fired from his job, and the other one is like a former internet sensation who got famous for saying that the banana was evidence of menstruation because it fit in the hand and the mouth so perfectly and stuff like that, even though he didn't realize that was a result of selective breeding.
I mean,
that's it.
People are that retarded, man. I mean,
they completely burned out.
How could they think people are really gonna fucking buy that banana shit? I mean, it's
people did. That's the fucking sad part, bro.
I don't get. Oh man. So you never know. You don't know.
If you wrap anything in the right package, it will be bought.
Yeah, it actually turns out that pretty much almost all the food you eat has been created by humans, messing around with the breeding of it, the grains, the animals, chickens and cows, sheep.
Yeah, you find a wild counterpart to any vegetable or fruit, and it's not going to be the same as what you buy in the store.
Yeah.
It's going to be bitter and full of seeds.
Right. It's, I mean, seafood, generally that, you can count on tuna being unbred by humans or something like that, but Not probably not for a whole lot longer. I mean, they've already got salmon fisheries to keep the salmon populations going for fishing purposes. So I imagine there'll come a time when tuna are raised in some way as well.
Well, you look at hell, a lot of the vegetables we eat, they don't exist outside of a commercial setting. I mean, there's not really wild zucchini growing in most places, or some of these other vegetables and stuff that we have. There's not a lot of actual wild counterparts.
Another thing that's extra funny from my point of view when people criticize the theory of evolution, most plants are eukaryotic, right? So they have ribosomes in them. Those ribosomes will interpret our RNA and produce precisely the same proteins, and vice versa.
What will? Say it again.
The ribosomes in plant cells will produce the same protein from a messenger RNA than our ribosomes will, and vice versa. That is, our genetic code is completely compatible.
It just goes to show we all come from the same stuff.
Yep.
Somewhere along the line. We are it, and it is us.
Yeah. Basically. Well, we couldn't really eat them, or at least not gain any kind of nutritional value from them if that were not the case.
Exactly. Yeah.
Are you trying to prove evolution, Fudd?
Hi, Simon. No, I'm not trying to prove evolution. I don't.
He just did. No.
That's. I'm not qualified to prove it, but I mean.
Look, the banana has 5 ridges on it to fit in our hand. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but there's
just accept it, Fudd.
Ample evidence.
And you need to eat 30 a day. Yeah, Fudd, when are you going to become a raw foodist, man?
Probably not ever, except for certain things. I mean, I don't cook. Well, actually, I've had banana bread, so I've cooked bananas, too.
Does medium rare steak count?
Medium rare steak?
That's about as raw foodist as I'll get.
Yeah, I'm not into steak tartare, so yeah, I would cook that.
Yeah, I like raw, not raw steak, but like rare something.
Like
if
blue?
It's like good meat.
Like
Blue?
my brother-in-law eats it blue.
If it was blue, man, I would never fucking eat it.
What? No. What blue is a step before rare. Like they literally put it on the grill just long enough to get a couple of grill marks on it, like 30 seconds, maybe a minute. Flip it, 30 seconds, maybe a minute, and serve it.
If I knew the meat was good, I'd probably eat it.
Right on. My brother-in-law, he's a freaking hunter, and he's all into that shit. Be like, look, it's warm on the fire for 30 seconds. Eat it.
I would prefer it to be rare though, or a little bit. But yeah, if it's good meat, yeah. If you want it, yeah.
Hey, next time you hit a steakhouse, ask them for when they ask you how you want your steak done, tell them blue.
Is it gonna be like bloody and shit all that?
They're probably gonna go, huh? What do you mean? What's that?
It's probably hard. No. It's probably hard to get a blue steak when they're starting with gray meat.
Yeah, they're also going to be like, there's E. coli in that shit we serve, right?
Well, I'm planning on suing you. That's the point.
But yeah, I mean, I'm in kind of a rural area where steakhouses are kind of prevalent.
I don't think I ever had like wild meat though, like venison.
Or dude, it's good.
Wild meat's preferable. Yeah.
Yeah, it's super good.
I grew up in Montana, and lots of hunting goes on there.
I've had some venison, but it was not like in steaks. It was jerky, and another one was like, well, it was made like sandwich meat, like salami.
Right on.
But, well, there are places where, I mean, around where hunting is done, hunters take their animals to a butcher rather than doing everything themselves.
We make that shit a party.
So
my brother-in-law will hunt them. He'll bring home several deer, and we'll all get together. They'll break it down, and then we'll start, like cutting, getting the different cuts ready. Shit, right now I've got 3 pounds of ground and a backstrap in the freezer.
Ted Nugent it, like butter and garlic, all that.
Oh, dude, it's good. Just throw a little of that shit on the grill. What I like doing is with the ground, make chili out of it. Man, that shit is good.
yeah, I've not. Well, the only deer I've killed, sadly, have been with my car.
Oh, me personally, I don't hunt. I'm a fucking city boy. He's the country dude, big old fucking beard, looking like a goddamn Duck Dynasty guy. Like, hell no, I'm city guy. I'll help him break it down. I can cut some meat up.
Personally,
but as far as actually hunting it, hell, that fucker gets out there with a bow and arrow.
Well,
like,
yeah, you got to
he's
get
like
within 30
primitive.
meters to be able to get a deer with that. No, 30 meters is still too far away. Bow hunting season in Pennsylvania is longer than the gun hunting season.
You ever kill a deer? Like, hunt it? Well, Fudd, you killed it with a car.
I've killed
I guess that
a deer
counts.
with my car. But believe me, it cost. It took out the front of my car.
I shot a rabbit once.
But, I think of deer more as vermin and game animals, and would generally, if it was legal to do so, just shoot every one of them on sight and leave them where they drop.
No, you can't waste the meat like that. That could feed so many people.
I never had my rite of passage. Maybe that's what went wrong.
Neither have I.
I just
But
think
no
that's
one in
where
my
you went
family's
wrong,
been a
Fudd.
hunter, and I don't know anyone who's done deer hunting, so I've never been introduced to it.
Yeah, well.
Because, I mean, I could shoot the thing, and then it would be like, okay, now what do I do?
Yeah.
How am I
Here,
supposed
take
to,
this knife and
I know
cut
I'm
it.
supposed to remove the entrails somehow, and
It's supposed to turn you into a man.
it's like, what do I do? It's just, I don't know what to do with the damn thing.
Cut it where?
It's like, okay, I killed it. Now we're supposed to eat it, right?
Yeah, just throw it in the pan, the whole thing.
Right?
You gotta do what to it?
Yeah, where do you take your first bite? It's
The
dead.
heart, sir, the heart.
Yeah, the heart's scattered all over the tree. That was behind it.
Then you're a horrible hunter.
Maybe there's something I'm lacking because I like rare meat.
Hitting the deer with a military round and scattering its heart all over the trees behind it, and bits of lung and rib.
Well, I don't think you're supposed to hit it there.
Oh, in the boiler room?
But you're supposed to take it down cleanly with your bumper.
Oh. Well, the one I hit.
One bump, one kill.
It came over a bush, or rather a hedgerow, and landed in front of me, so it was in mid-squat when I hit it. So it didn't come over the hood. It just impacted all its energy into the radiator grill, headlights, and...
Did it mess your car up?
Oh, yeah, it messed it up severely. But it was like I see this brown blur. Didn't even have a chance to lift up on the gas pedal. It's like, then, boom, looked up in my rearview mirror. I saw the deer rolling with parts of my car and a bunch of other deer jumping the same hedgerow. It was the first of a sizable herd. So if I showed up about 1 second later, I could have taken out a handful of them in one go.
Well, shit, dinner for everybody.
I think my car would have probably not been drivable after that point.
Well, shit, there was one time I was driving and a SUV hit the deer first. It was an extremely large buck. The SUV hit the deer first, completely caved in its front end. Body parts of it were scattered all across the highway. Somebody else hit that stuff. It knocked the torso, ribcage area over in front of my car. I end up, my passenger side, like, hits it like a ramp, and it launches the front end of my car up, slams back down, completely fucks up my CV joint, and the next day I get home and I'm pulling out, platter-sized chunks of deer meat from my wheel well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and from then on, my car was, every time I made a turn, tuck, 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 tuck. So it was fucked. They ended up selling it to the junkyard. That's how fucked it was.
I did have deer hair all over the front, but I didn't plaster it that bad. I was only going 45 miles per hour on it.
Oh, yeah, we were on the highway.
I was not on interstate. I was on a rural route. And
Yeah, we were on interstate going like 65.
Yeah, that extra speed adds up quickly.
Yes, it does. And the funniest part about the whole thing was my wife laughing her ass off at me because I'm out there the next day with her yellow kitchen gloves on, pulling deer chunks out of the car.
Can't you get killed hitting a deer?
Do what?
Can't you get killed hitting a deer?
Oh yeah, depending on how you hit it with your car and how big your car is, and speed and all that stuff.
If it comes through your windshield, you could be in for a world of hurt.
Or it causes your car to spin and you end up flipping or rolling and stuff.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, that's why I despise driving at night, like distances.
Oh, yeah, deer are very poor reflectors of light, too. Unless they look at you, then you can see their eyes.
Well, and what helps from what I've heard, honestly, I've never tried it because I've heard of this after I stopped driving at night distances. Because out here, when you go between cities, it's lots of, area where there could be deer and stuff. But some people told me that your flashers, like you put your high beams on and you run your flashers, your emergency lights, and for some reason, like the blinking of the yellow, like throws them off, and they can see that.
Don't they have something like you can put on your car now, like just kind of like laser, not laser, but like that keeps deer away?
Yeah, there was supposed to be some sort of sonic emitter you could put on your car.
Yeah.
Years ago, me and my cousin thought about, like, we got to develop something that you could put, like, on every mile marker that would be, like, solar powered and would emit that to be able to keep, like, deer and vermin and critters and shit away.
And also move the deer crossing signs to pedestrian crossings so the deer can cross with the people, at the traffic lights instead of where random places where they stick the deer crossing signs.
No, those fucking unruly deer. They don't have any sense of civil responsibility.
Seriously. Have you seen that video by any chance? That call-in, that lady suggesting that because she had hit deer 3 times, every time it was at a deer crossing sign, so she thought the deer crossing sign should be moved to a safer place for the deer to cross.
The deer is reading the sign.
Because, they are obedient creatures that do pay attention to such things as signage.
Yeah, it's a hilarious video. Just look it up on YouTube. Woman, radio show, deer, sign, something like, search terms like that. That should pull it right up to the first page of searches. It's kind of a lengthy one, though, so.
I'm
You
just
don't
gonna
want to
bookmark the
duck out of
page.
the room and watch it now.
No,
Not
I'm gonna
when
bookmark the page though.
Yeah, I just found it too. I'll save it for later. Give me something to laugh about tomorrow. I love tomorrow. Every other Sunday, the kids are at grandma's, and the wife works in the morning. So I get a day that's till 6 p.m. It's just me in the house. It's amazing.
Yeah, I got to take like one full day to watch all the videos that people have put that I bookmarked, or I'll never get to them. I got about
Yeah, what I'll do
15
is.
hours worth.
Have you heard of J Downloader?
No.
It's a software that lets you download YouTube videos either as the MP3 or as the video file.
Yeah.
And I'll do that with a bunch of them, like debates and the more educational stuff that you don't really have to watch, just listen to. Throw those on my phone, listen to it like an audiobook.
That's a good idea.
That's how I've listened to a ton of debates and stuff like that, because it's like I really don't need to see these two guys looking at each other. Going back and forth talking. I can listen to that in the car.
Yeah, but the videos they're always worth it though. They're always something pretty good.
And sometimes.
After you've seen the first couple of hundred.
Yeah, they're just two dudes standing behind podiums or sitting there showing silly little clips that everybody's seen.
Yeah, William Lane Craig debates are
Oh,
probably the least interesting to me now because
it's
I've seen them all.
Shit.
You
He
only
says
have to
the
watch
same
about
shit.
3 or 4 of them, and then you've got
No,
all his arguments.
It's the responses, Fudd. It's the responses. The Sam Harris one is brilliant, all right, because he really does take apart his argument and then does it several times. But the really great one is the Sean Carroll one with William Lane Craig, because he does his argument in and then goes, yeah, well, I've done your argument. There's no point in repeating the same bollocks again, so I'm going to talk about something else.
Yeah, I love that part. That was the best part of the whole fucking thing, man.
I might have seen that one. Sean Carroll, the physicist.
Sean Carroll?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Against
there's another
William
one
Lane
I gotta
Craig.
add to the
Yeah,
list.
it's really good. It is. It's awesome.
Yeah, the beauty of debating William Lane Craig is you can spend your first 20 minutes immediately ripping into his arguments.
Before he even makes them, because you know where he's going
know
to
what
go
he's
with
already
everything.
gonna say. And then you can in your 10-minute rebuttal, you can continue.
Thanks a lot,
Someone
Simon.
came
That's an extra 2 hours.
Yeah, yeah. Someone
The problem
say,
with
about halfway. It's about the third bit where Sean Carroll speaks for the third time. But
problem I
someone
got
came
with Craig is when I watch, all I think is David Lee Roth. That's all I can see.
I know. I just pick his argument. But someone came in the other day. Excuse me. Someone came in the other day and referenced a William Lane Craig video for an argument. And literally, he'd taken this clip out, and it was it was just the worst piece of logic that William Lane Craig has ever come up with in your life. And this was the bit the guy chose to pull out and go, look how great he is. And it was someone like Seamus.
Thing about the horse being in your living room defiling your carpet, would it?
I've defiled some carpet in my time, and it's never a good thing.
Can I ask why anybody else is using their cameras?
In the morning, I look shit.
I just don't have mine hooked up because I'm in my garage right now. I've got like a man cave set up, and I don't have the webcam in here.
I'm fairly new and extremely paranoid, and I got to make sure no one's in the FBI or something like that first.
I'm Barack Obama, so.
I'll probably go and get on video eventually.
I'm sitting in the dark.
Not that I have anything to hide from anybody, but...
And I've got bad hair.
Oh, that and my cam, I rewired my Kinect to work as a webcam, and sometimes it's kind of sketchy.
I'm proud of the fact I never had a photo or anything of me on the internet ever so far.
I'm glad that social media wasn't around when I was a teenager.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
Yeah,
I would have been a big ass by now.
I'm probably in jail from some of them pictures.
Yeah, no shit.
It's just a little bit easier to connect with somebody when you're actually talking to them face to face.
It is, I agree.
Yeah.
That's why when whoever's got the video camera, I usually watch them.
I don't mind though. I mean, I don't mind listening to just the words. I think that's quite a good way to get someone's argument.
Yeah, I'm happy
But
with
we're not all here just to argue.
That's usually
we
what
are.
happens.
After a while.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, I'm happy enough with the voice part myself, especially when I'm getting really tired. I just sort of lie back, close my eyes, and listen.
Stick around here now. Just keep coming back. You'll see. It gets interesting.
To be fair, that is a picture of a bird that's local to him. So if you wanted to trace that bird, we could probably find out where Flip lives.
Those birds are in
That
my
is-
area too.
I actually
Say-
do look like that.
I recognise that. Is that a blue jay? Is it named Peter?
It's a blue jay, yeah.
Is it? Yeah, named Peter. Yeah.
Yeah,
Peter the blue jay.
Is that right? Yeah.
Nah, it's Flip the blue jay.
You're somewhere in Connecticut.
Well, there's me
Uh-oh.
if you look at the screen share.
Uh-oh, Simon's got the tracer.
How the hell does that happen?
I think I'm just going to get a blue jay, and I'm going to just get a live one and put it on the video camera. Just
Yeah,
keep
that
it
would be really cool. Yeah, just a picture of a cage with a blue jay in it. That'd be so cool.
But then I get paranoid. I got a bird in the cage.
Yeah.
So like,
fair enough.
fly. I gotta let it fly.
Yeah.
Probably be safer in the cage, very honestly. Alright, if it was a big cage, I'd do it.
I reckon it must be California because it's named after Blue Jay Way, isn't it?
Blue
you heard
Jay
that
Way?
song? Yeah, have you heard that song?
No.
Okay, it's a Beatles song.
You know, I never listened to much of the Beatles, man. I don't know how that just never came up.
Okay. It's an obscure one.
You obviously-
George Harrison one. Something about having a party up in California in a place called Blue Jay Way when the police come in and bust him.
No, the only parties, where is that where all the rockers hung out? Like, Frank
Laurel
Zappa? Yeah, I've heard all the stories about that.
Laurel Canyon's got some great stories.
I see.
Yeah, if it didn't make it onto the blue or the red albums, then obviously they were not good Beatles songs.
I'm impressed by your knowledge of their discography.
Yeah, this is very impressive. The best of albums. Well done. True fan.
I don't even have the white album, just the red and the blue.
Mate, I'm even worse. I've got the anthology albums.
Yeah, but there's some good nuggets.
Well,
on
that's
the
what the red
anthology
and the
albums.
blue are.
No.
Their greatest
the anthology from the White Album of all the outtakes and non-recorded
Oh.
tracks.
Yeah, that's
It's like
good.
6 double CDs worth of.
A lot of
stuff
good
ongoing.
stuff on there.
Interesting stuff. There's not much good stuff on there, but there's
No,
some
like
interesting-
multiple takes of songs.
Yeah.
Have you heard the Grey album?
Blasphemy.
I thought it was rad.
I
No,
hadn't heard of
it
that.
wasn't that bad actually. I just.
What's that?
This DJ remixed the White album with Jay-Z's Black album and called it the Grey album.
Some group once release, instead of releasing their greatest hits, they released something called the B-sides.
That's lots of bands.
Okay.
Bootlegs and B-sides, that's usually...
Every indie band ever.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Am I the only guy who ever liked the Monkees?
No.
Show.
Yeah, you're the only guy who ever liked the Monkees.
Okay.
Hey, you're not.
Hey, they got some good songs, man.
There were well-written songs by professionals, so I don't see how they're not likable. Kind of.
Yeah, but the guy had the hat.
Oh, come on. Pushing a bed through busy London town streets. I mean,
It's a
come on.
good music video.
That's no way to start a show.
Oh, you guys are blasphemous.
Or is it the best
Hey,
way
we're
to start a show?
I think the Beatles stole from the Monkees. And they all stole from Little Richard, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, very true. Very true. You've got to be putting
Actually,
the
I'm
big
kind of
dipper.
surprised that anyone in America has heard of them.
What, the monkeys?
Yeah, wasn't that just a British thing?
No, that was an American.
No, they're an American band.
Just the lead singer. Just the lead singer
They're not
was.
British. The monkeys are not British.
Just the lead singer was, though.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, something.
They were on TV like 20 years ago, like for like a long stretch.
They're a TV band, and that was why they were put together to give you that
Yeah.
TV show.
Oh, when you're
They're
10 years
totally
old, it's kind of fun.
Totally manufactured. They couldn't even play their instruments to start with.
Well, one of them could, and he was always pissed off that they wouldn't let him record.
Play.
He actually had like folk albums before the Monkeys.
The dude with the hat, right?
Yeah. He's always like, I think now he like won't even do interviews about if you ask him a question about the Monkeys during an interview, he's just like, oh, we're done.
Yeah, it was like, because he inherited, like, who's his parents? Like, inherited, like, what company was that?
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
Glue company or something?
Yeah, something in Texas, I think. He's from Texas.
You know, I always thought that they were a Beatles parody band.
Yeah, basically. Kind of.
Yeah. Manufactured, though, by a TV company.
Well, whoever played the music, they did pretty good. Come on, that's good, man.
Take the last chance, Clarksville.
Yeah, that's a good song.
There aren't that many, though. I mean, there aren't.
No.
It's not like there are thousands of great monkey songs. There are only about 3 or 4.
They did have a pretty weird psychedelic movie where they did all write the music, and it was pretty terrible.
There's an obscure song, Shades of Grey. It's actually pretty good. You should check it out.
It's debatable.
Yeah, I mean, Batman was really good as well.
Batman and Robin.
Simon's
From
a
that
music
exact
snob.
period. Adam West, you know.
Hey, the kitsch is fun.
Hey, here now, what kind of e-cig you smoking? Is that a mech mod or like a regular?
It's a kill you just as fast as any other.
It's got antifreeze in it. Then I'm in big trouble.
I wonder how many insects had to die.
I guess he didn't hear me.
Possibly.
Hey, here now.
Yes.
What kind of e-cig you smoking? What kind of mod is that? Is that a mechanical or?
I have a copper mod on a ProTank 2.
What kind of mod is it?
It's a copper body, the penny copper body with a ProTank 2 on top.
Cool. I got the Aspire Nautilus mini tank and that E-Leaf thing.
Nice. I have several tanks and several bodies, but I have them all in a kit over there. I kind of just go with the flow and pick out one. And copper is I don't know, it creates more positive energy, so let's stay with the copper.
Yeah, I hear that.
I don't know.
got a volcano and a PAX.
Just because electrical generators use copper, I don't know if that means it has more energy.
Well, no, you're thinking about it on the opposite side. I'm talking about spiritually.
Like positive vibes.
Well, the Egyptians used it as bracelets, didn't they, or something?
Exactly. I have a copper bracelet on. Like,
oh,
I have copper around me.
Pretty much the only metal they had, apart from gold.
Yeah.
And if they could get gold, they'd use that.
Well, no, gold is softer than copper, so...
Did they have like
not as
monatomic
good.
gold, like white gold or something?
Pretty soft.
But anyway, yeah, they used copper chisels. They'd get about 10 or so strikes, and then they'd have to sharpen the damn things. And that was on soft limestone. Now, if they had just thought to alloy it with tin, you could make bronze. Or if they alloyed it with zinc, that would even be better, because then you'd have brass. Or just skip all that and learn to smelt iron and make tool steel.
Well, you're talking way past what I'm talking about now in spirituality.
I built an aluminum foundry in the backyard.
It's very
positive energy.
Did you say it's made of pennies?
No, it's not made of pennies, but it is a penny mod.
Oh, okay.
But it's all
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, pennies are made out of zinc and just have a copper wash coating.
Yeah, that was going to be...
Older pennies, wheat pennies, are actually full copper.
Yeah, the old pennies are copper. Those are actually worth something to collectors if they're in good shape.
I have jars and jars and jars of them.
Don't let FUD near it.
And World War II, if you have World War II era copper pennies, those are very rare because they switched to stamping them out of steel instead of copper because they were using the copper for bullets and shells and things. In fact, there was so much of a copper shortage during World War II that in the Manhattan Project, they used silver for their electrical wiring that they borrowed from the Treasury Department.
I should start stockpiling metals.
I built an aluminum foundry in the backyard.
Oh, really? I've
Yeah,
been meaning to do that for a while. Do my own foundry.
It's super easy.
For what?
Just to fuck around and melt cans and like smelt things.
Are you doing regular sand casting, or are you getting more sophisticated, like investments and things?
Oh no, yeah, we're just doing sand casting. It's cheap and it's fun.
Yeah, because that's something I've been wanting to do with aluminum, bronze, and if it wasn't so ridiculously expensive, I know how to produce sufficient heat to melt Inconel.
I don't know what that is.
It's a nickel-based alloy.
Okay. But yeah, we just get shitload of cans together. What we did was, we built it out of bricks, and I forget the other stuff. My buddy brought it over to fill in the hole, and then we used a fire extinguisher, like a old steel fire extinguisher. We cut the top off, you pop it in there, hook up a steel tube, hooked up to a PVC tube, hooked up to a blow dryer, and just wait till it starts glowing. And in about 5 minutes, we can probably go through at least 50 cans, 60 cans maybe.
Oh, so you're using propane fuel?
No, we're just using hot air and charcoal.
Oh, charcoal. Okay, so charcoal is your fuel.
Yeah, and I mean you can't get cheaper than a bunch of bricks.
No, you can't.
Like,
I've heard of people also using very large clay pots for flowers and shit, like trees.
Like, what do you do with the? What do you do when it's just melted? Like, what are you using it for? Just
well, we do sand casting and stuff. We've only done a few things that way. Otherwise, we're just right now I've just got like a giant stockpile of aluminum ingots because I took a steel pan, like for muffins.
Yeah.
And we just fill that up and let it cool. Do some more. So I probably got at least 50 or 60 of those things.
Wow. How many? I'm trying to picture in my head how many aluminum cans you would have to collect to make a single ingot. They have minimized the amount of aluminum that goes into a 12-ounce soda can.
To fill up the fire extinguisher, because it's a small one. It's about one of the smaller fire extinguishers, about a little bit bigger than the circumference of the can, and it probably takes about, and that thing's cut off at about the halfway point. It probably takes about 30 cans to fill it. You get rid of the dross on top, and you can fill maybe a pan and a half, like your regular muffin cupcake size pan.
What do you do for flux?
Just scrape it off with a steel tool.
Oh, so you don't add anything to try and reduce the amount of dross you get?
No, I don't do anything like that. I just let the heat. I mean, once you pull it out, there's going to be a layer that you just skim off the top, and then just pour the rest. For the most part, it'll just like filter. Hold on, guys. I got a call. I'll be right back.
Hey, when do the clocks jump ahead? At 2 o'clock?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. At 1:59:59, it'll go straight to 3.
Hey, I'm gonna watch it. I'm almost there. See if this computer does its stuff.
Yeah, just a couple minutes. I'm on a time server, so up 1:59, it just flipped to 1:59, so less than 60 seconds.
Oh, you're Eastern too? Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's open date and time preferences so I can watch the big hands.
You guys got me staring at the clock now.
Yeah.
What part of the country are you at?
East.
All right.
Okay.
27, 28, 29,
It's like
30.
New Year's Eve here.
All right, I'll start a countdown at 15.
Or
10,
10,
9, 8,
8,
7,
7,
6,
6,
5,
5,
4,
4,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1,
1.
0,
Boom.
3 a.m.
It worked.
Yep. Touchdown.
And it is daylight savings time.
Oh,
Congratulations.
that makes me happy. That means spring
Daylight
is
savings time in the East Coast United States.
Where
In
are you guys
Indiana
out
will not be changing their clocks, and neither will Arizona. And England won't change their clocks until a few weeks from now.
Where are you guys located on the East Coast?
Well, I'm in Pennsylvania, near Philadelphia.
Oh, I love Philly. I'm from Maryland. I've spent a lot of time in Philly, but I was born and raised in Delaware.
Ah, Delaware. I'm on the line practically. When I ride my motorcycle, I'm zigzagging across the Delaware state line.
Yep. I'm a Northeast crazy boy too.
Are you anywhere near I don't want to ask too personal. I've been to Frederick County.
Frederick County. That's in Maryland, right?
Yeah, when I was
Frederick,
25.
Yeah.
Most of Maryland I've seen only from I-95.
I was one of those assholes who went down to go to where the Blair Witch Project was shot.
Well, if you have any chance to, stay out of Maryland.
Yeah, I got scared. I was walking down this long road. I thought, and it ended up being like a 7-mile road, and like one car passed. I'm like, someone could just like kill me and throw me on the side of the road, and no one would ever know.
Well, that's not the reason I don't like Maryland. I don't like Maryland because they've got draconian anti-gun laws.
I was
don't
just passing
care
through.
about gun laws, but Maryland is just a completely corrupt state. I've only lived here for 3 years. The rest of my life, I lived in Delaware, Tennessee, Florida, like all around.
Yeah, my carry permit is not good in any of the states surrounding me except Ohio.
The concealed weapon?
Yeah.
You should be good in Delaware then.
No, Delaware does not have reciprocity with Pennsylvania. I checked.
My dad is a trainer to get so you can carry a weapon. That's what my dad does in the state of Delaware. And every time we go out to dinner or anything with him in Delaware, he has his weapon on him.
Cool.
Yeah, I pretty much.
Well, that's not cool, but it shouldn't be that paranoid. But
Yeah, you don't need a pistol at dinner.
No, not at all.
Well,
Come on, after you finished your meal, you fire off a few tips into the ceiling. Yeah!
We enjoyed the meal! Pop, pop, pop!
I mean, if you don't like the waiter, you could just pop a cap in his ass,
No, just one in the knee.
Sorry,
Let him know the service was substandard.
Yeah, just the knee, because that way he'll limp for a long time.
I said I want my steak rare. Boom.
Yet again, I love life in all its life forms, so I would never hurt a person or another living being on purpose.
I mean, if
Well,
they
if it helps any, I've
serve
only
dinner properly, maybe I would make an exception to that moral principle.
If it helps you any, I've only shot inanimate objects like paper, tin cans, milk jugs.
Was anybody holding them at the time?
No one will volunteer to do that.
No, we did the same thing when I lived in Tennessee. I've been shooting since I was 10 years old, and we would always go out, because I lived in Tennessee for the longest time, that we would always go out. They had outdoor rangers everywhere. You could just go out, set up whatever you wanted to, and shoot all you wanted. But for me, it was always just as a self-defense. I would never use it anything more. Like, I don't ever want to own a gun. I respect them for what they are, but
right.
For me, there's other ways to go around it.
Right.
That's just my political stance on it. I believe nothing good comes from it.
Right.
Well, in an ideal world, nobody would put you in a situation like that.
Yeah. And also, I've stayed in many cities like Philadelphia and everything else, and I've never had a problem. And me being a modified gay man, I've never had problems walking around cities, or like I was raised in Wilmington, Delaware, like in the hood, and I've never had a problem. So it's like, why would I carry a gun if...
Yeah, I only had a problem once in Philadelphia, oddly enough in University City, which surprised me.
Really?
Like a good area.
Yeah, it's a nice area.
I mean, I've been through the not-so-nice areas of Philadelphia. I've been in Camden. I've been in the not-so-nice areas of Washington, D.C., and...
I'm right around the corner from D.C.
And no problems. It's like weird,
But I feel like it's also like what you put yourself into. And the situations that you're going into.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you walk around...
I honestly felt I needed a... sorry. Yeah, if I honestly felt I needed a gun to go somewhere, I would not go there.
Well, honestly, it's more about the fact of the way that your appearance.
Yeah.
Don't carry around an iPhone. Don't carry around expensive shoes and expensive clothes. Of course, you're going to get jumped. Of course, something's going to happen. But if you're just...
There's also, like, the fact of, like, if you go around, like, acting like an obnoxious walk around being a dick to people, there's going to be more of a chance that someone's going to get really pissed and, like, do something to you. Like, if you can be nice and, like, kind of schmooze people or whatever, it's not as dangerous of a endeavor to go to some of those places.
Yeah, see, I've never had a problem, but look at me. Who is going to assume that I have something worth money? And I'm never a dick or anything to anybody. I'm always nice to everybody I meet. Like, and I've never had a problem in any city I've been in. New York, like Philly, Wilmington, like all of them. Like I've never had a problem. But it's the way you carry yourself as well.
Yeah, I'm a jeans and a t-shirt kind of guy, or a polo shirt sometimes, untucked.
I have a weird mix of like black metal and hip hop, so I'm like people probably don't know what to think. They probably just like stay away from that guy. We don't even want to rob him. Just stay the fuck away.
Yeah, I get a bit of that vibe. 6 foot, 250, shaved head, ton of tattoos. You know what I mean? Like I got sleeves and shit, and I don't come off as intimidating, but people also don't usually fuck with me.
Yeah, I'm definitely not intimidating.
It also helps when you're like a big guy like I am, because I went through a growth spurt a few years ago. Yeah, I'm pretty young, so like.
Let's say growth spurt.
Yeah, but yeah, so I'm pretty big, and yeah, people like generally are like people at my school when I was in school were like really scared of me. So yeah.
I'm relaxed and casual, and I'm not a dick to anyone. So
I'm never a dick to anyone. I'm always nice to people.
And I'm especially polite when I'm carrying because
you don't want people to find out.
Right.
I just see if somebody were to jump me, I'd be like, nah, nigga, give me your money. Like,
yeah.
Well,
I don't know what you're talking about, but
I'm always retaining situational. Yeah, I'm always retaining situational awareness. It's just that I'm very, very low key about it because I'm not always armed. I mean, when I ride my motorcycle, I don't carry because I'm more likely to crash the motorcycle than to need a firearm, and I don't need a firearm removed from my anatomy, if you know what I mean.
No, I don't know what you mean.
Okay, well,
that went
imagine
over my head.
steel embedded into your abdomen, or
Oh, okay.
interfering with the hip padding and crushing your hip, because that's where you land or how you land. Don't need that. So, for local rides, I don't carry. The motorcycle itself is a reasonable weapon or a means of escape.
was it Digi?
Uh-huh.
Are you the one that you said you have sleeves?
Uh-huh.
Can I see them?
Let me see if I have a picture somewhere. I don't have my cam hooked up. But I got koi fish on one side, and then the other side is just like a bunch of randomness. I've got Autobot logo. I've got a tribute for a friend of mine that killed herself. I got my gamer tag, the brain from Pinky and the Brain, little tribute for my mom, last name in Chinese.
Yeah, you usually don't fuck with the 6'2" guy with the tattoos. It's usually not a good idea.
Yeah, people see me, I think I'm nuts, but I'm okay with that.
Well, I love just
I walk
someone
up
that
to
looks like
kids and be
you.
like,
Because I'm from a smaller West Texas conservative town, and I'll walk around looking the way I look. And I just recently I got a Texas atheist shirt, and I got some crazy ass looks about it, but not a single person would ever approach me.
Yo, I cannot pronounce your name. Hiriander Donor. I cannot pronounce that. Sorry, but do you have that? Do you have that like tongue slit thing?
Yes.
Like the. Oh, oh, that's so fucking awesome. I've always kind of wanted that. Yeah, that's cool. You must be really proficient at licking lollipops.
and other things. Yeah.
It's like a surgeon.
Right on.
No, I did it myself.
How?
A scalpel.
Ouch.
Holy shit.
But
And
also,
lots of
like,
cocaine.
I have 3 empty earlobes.
Did you get drunk before you
No. Anytime I do anything like modifying myself, I want to be completely sober. Just so, because the point of it is going through the experience. Like, I've done body suspensions and everything like that, but
yeah.
That didn't hurt. That didn't hurt when you did that to your tongue.
what?
It's cutting your. Wait, let me see your tongue again. I didn't see it the first time. That didn't hurt to cut your tongue like that.
Yes, it hurt a lot.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's
that's
the
the
point of it.
expected answer right there.
Yeah, it's one of the strongest muscles in your body. It hurt a lot, but I wanted to prove to myself that my body could handle it.
Holy shit, man.
But like I was suspended 50 feet in the air by hooks in my back. Like it's all mind over matter and what you can achieve.
Like, do you think now if you broke your arm or something that it wouldn't bother you as much as like somebody who didn't do all that?
I've broken several bones in my body.
And your arm.
And it doesn't bother you.
There's this thing.
No, well, it hurts, yes, of course, but you train yourself in your mind to it's mind over matter. And when you get to that fight or flight, you can pass the pain to actually into enjoyment.
What would be like the first thing to try if somebody wanted like to start?
The trick, my dear Blue Jay, is not to mind that it hurts. Now, if you can figure out what movie I'm referencing, 10 points.
I would no points.
I know the phrase, but oh man, I'm just gonna. I know it's not Kill Bill, so no, I don't know.
Lawrence of Arabia.
Oh, I wouldn't know it if I heard it.
And that scene, by the way, was played in the movie Prometheus.
I gotta see that. I never saw that.
It sucked.
Okay, then fuck it. I'm not.
Yeah, for being an Alien prequel, it was really bad. I mean,
oh wait.
To anybody who's seen it, the one point when all the scientists get down in the planet and they're like, "Let's just take off our helmets. Everything's fine." It's just like it fucking blew my mind. Some of the stupid decisions that they made, and then everything was controlled by the fucking Ocarina of Time.
It's an Alien I thought it was like supposed to be some kind of like Illuminati.
It's chest bursters, and at the end there's an alien.
Yeah, the thing with it is, as a prequel, though, is that the aliens that bred the other aliens, the guy was, well, in the original Alien movie, the guy who had the mummified alien that had his chest busted out was sitting in the pilot's chair of the ship. And that's not where he was in Prometheus. That's actually my only beef with the whole movie when it comes down to it, is that it was in the wrong place.
I don't know. Me and my buddy, we were super hyped about it. We went and saw it at the theater, and we walked out of there going, man.
Nerd. Even nerdier than
I thought it was about something completely different.
Nerd. Movie. Wrong placement. Nerd.
Yes, sir. The correct placement makes a difference. Continuity matters.
It's really the only problem. I mean, because otherwise I kind of liked it. And also, the fact that they could take their helmets off was due to the fact that the previous aliens terraformed the planet, that the CO2 levels were rising outside because, well, you know, their equipment was shut down. Because, as the android David said, everything went to pot. Little things, or big things, have small beginnings. He's got that drop of black oil on his fingertip. If you freeze frame it there, you can see on his fingertip he's got a Wayland logo built in, you know, in his fingerprint. Wayland Industries.
Was that supposed to be like predictive programming?
No, it's just a trademark.
Yeah, that's the big
He
corporation.
was a robot, so he had a trademark on him, a brand mark. And it was on his fingertip. and you could see it when he was looking at the little drop of oil, black or whatever that black stuff was supposed to be, that had the bacteria that would turn you into, that would create an alien inside you.
See, I thought the movie was like about the future or some kind of, like dystopian thing, or I don't know. I don't know why I had that in my head.
There was another gaffe in there too, where when Miss Vickers, the hot chick, asked how long the trip took, and he's like, X, so and so years, months, days, and then he said 38 hours at the end. I was like, what? Like, the day is only 24 hours, dude. So you should have incremented the days and decremented the hours accordingly. But
what do you think about Prometheus's link to Blade Runner?
To be honest, I didn't see such a link. I mean, Prometheus was not written by Philip K. Dick.
But they're saying that there's confirmed info that puts them at that they actually happen in the same universe.
Oh, they borrowed Philip K. Dick's universe?
I'm guessing.
He didn't really have one, though. His books were all more or less independent of each other, and short stories, too. I mean, he's not like Asimov, who built up the Empire universe for the Foundation series, or the 3 Laws of Robotics that were the heart of his robot stories, and some intermediate stuff like Pebble in the Sky, and where the Earth is largely a radioactive wasteland. It's interesting, in Robots and Empire, he managed to link all that shit together.
Hey, check out this link I'm posting right now. It's an image, and if you read it, it links the designer. He's talking about the replicants.
Which one, the second one or the first one?
Second link.
I got the jump screen.
The replicants are very different from
Imager.
the robots from the Alien series.
Well, it says here, fortunately I chose a different trajectory, employing innovation and ingenuity when launching the Wayland Robotics Division. Even our earliest synthetics displayed tremendous intelligence, intuition, and compatibility. I suggest he stick with the simple robotics instead of those genetic abominations he enslaved and sold off-world. Although his idea to implant them with false memories was, well, amusing, is how I would put it politely. So it's like an email between the one who created the robots in that universe to the one who can, they're in the same universe, just different companies.
Interesting. Is this like from fan fiction or what?
No, this is legit. This is a screen cap from the movie.
Oh, the new Prometheus, the Prometheus sequel, you mean, that's supposed to be up?
No, this is from Prometheus that's out currently.
Oh, it's already out? Okay.
Yeah, the Prometheus, the one that we're talking about, the one that came out, what, a couple years ago?
Oh, I was thinking of the Prometheus from a few years back.
That's what I'm talking about.
Found the planet.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh wait, 2012. Okay. Yeah, when we say new Prometheus, it's like, wait, was the Prometheus movie from 2012? There's supposed to be a sequel being done or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Wasn't he supposed to do another 3?
Well, apparently they're doing a sequel to Aliens, which will ignore the absolutely horrible Aliens 3 and Aliens 4 Resurrection. And yet somehow
I'm heading out.
in it.
If you guys ever want to talk to me, just go ahead and get me through Google Plus.
Oh, you're leaving?
Yes, I am.
All right. Good night here now.
Hey,
Good
yeah, see you
night.
later, man.
Later,
Take
brother.
care.
Well, if you want to keep in contact, here now LOL is my Google, so add me anytime.
Alrighty, got you LinkedIn.
Peace.
Later.
Peace, man.
Yeah.
So did the nerds run him off?
I have no idea. I mean, could be simple.
Gotta tell you, I was like, man, these guys probably got their heads dunked in the toilet in high school. You know what I mean? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, some people tried that to me. It didn't work out well for them.
What, did you beat the shit out of them?
Not exactly, but let's just say they failed in their mission.
Oh, okay.
Why was the plumbing
And
not
I
working?
got something. I mean,
They
I
picked
was
the
on
broken
the
toilet.
I was the weak one in that setup, but that doesn't mean I can't inflict pain. I may lose, but that doesn't mean you'll enjoy your victory.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm no pacifist.
Yeah, see, I was always the kid that wanted to get into a fight, but no one would ever pick a fight with me. So it was just like, God damn it.
Were you just too big?
Yeah, I guess. Like I was too threatening of a presence by then, I guess, because I had gotten bigger and started wearing black and whatever. But when I got into shit with people, it was when like I was like this nerdy little kid and I couldn't do shit about it. So, you know, it was like completely the wrong time in my life.
The time for vengeance has come, but there's nobody there.
Exactly.
I wonder if there's anybody back in grade school I'd still like to kick their ass. Never thought about it.
I have a list.
I don't even think about those people anymore because I literally don't know anybody
I don't think I would
from
recognize.
back then.
I don't really think I would have any.
I don't ever really remember having like beef with anybody like that. I mean, we got into a couple fights because I was like the stoner skater crew, and we'd start shit with because where we skated was where the ROTC would practice, and
Right.
that would always cause conflicts. A bunch of fucking ROTCs and skaters that usually don't get along.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I mean, I don't remember. I got in fights like otherwise, like at concerts or out doing crazy shit, but never school related.
Yeah.
The thing with ROTC people, though, is you have the upper hand. Because they get a criminal conviction, their career's over before it starts.
Well,
This was before cops at school too, so.
Well, also, I mean, if you wanted, you could try to use your skateboard as a weapon, which I've seen other people do. So
I have employed that tactic several times. It's a very handy bludgeoning object when necessary.
Fuck bludgeoning. Hit them with the edge.
No, you hit them with the trucks.
yeah, you know, you got to
Hit
get
them with the wheels.
Well, yeah, you can hit them with the wheels, or you
gotta hit them with the truck on the back of their knees, so their like kneecap pops out. They fall to one knee, then you bash the fucking truck over their head, and they get knocked out. There you go.
Yeah, you get less wind resistance and more and a smaller impact area when you hit them edge on. At least that's how a cricket bat can be employed.
Yeah, my skateboard had a little flick knife that used to come out the front, like in James Bond.
Sweet.
I would have loved that when I was still skateboarding.
I always wanted boots like that. You step on them a certain way, and that flicks out a toe knife that you can then employ.
I wonder if they actually have those.
Yeah.
I'm sure somebody made them.
Yeah.
Probably. My best friend, he
He probably fell off and stabbed himself.
really weird weapons like that, and so like, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to make something like that.
Yeah, one thing I have, it's not really a weapon and not very practical as one. I've got a automatic knife. And Pennsylvania is one of these weird states. You can buy them, but you cannot carry them.
Yeah, Texas is the same way too. You can own a switchblade, but you can't carry a switchblade.
Yeah. And the weird thing is, it's got this lifetime warranty on it. It's a Benchmade, but Benchmade is in Oregon. And with their switchblades, the only way to get the warranty from out of state is if you send it back on police letterhead. So I basically just keep it in its box. Also, it's got a safety on it, and the safety is kind of a small switch. I'm glad the safety is there because that thing has a really strong spring. You know, you press the button, it's like, bam, it opens up. You don't want that thing opening up in your front pocket, believe me. And closing it is almost a two-handed job. So I actually prefer a different Benchmade knife that's just a regular folding knife with a lock, because I can flick it open and it'll lock and then it's open. And I can close it single-handedly quite easily because it doesn't have this heavy spring interfering.
I just got a black Kershaw. That and I got a razor knife, which I use more than anything, but that's just because I do a lot of building, and that cuts through the material I use with ease.
I like that clearing of the throat right before that. It's used for building.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
it puts the lotion on its skin, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
I can't use that anymore.
He's building as in reconstructing someone's bodily constitution, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
I have
It's alive.
I have a Queen's Horse Guard saber.
Like a sword?
Yeah, like a cavalry sword.
I got like 6 lightsabers.
I want a proper katana.
This is a
I mean,
scary
the real deal, not a.
No, I have a proper katana. My friend gave that to me for my birthday. It was great. Or no, for Christmas.
Cool. That's
I've got a flashlight
$5
taser. And that thing is freaking rad. Looks like a normal flashlight, but you press the button on the side and
You are a scary man.
Oh yeah, I'd like to own one of those 1 watt lasers too.
Oh, you can modify pen lasers, and you
Well, I
can
want
burn
something that
shit.
won't burn out immediately.
Well, yeah, that's happened to several of them. They fizzle out after about 4 or 5 minutes. Have you seen those badass, like the green ones and the blue ones that'll like pop balloons at 200 feet and shit?
Yeah, those things are pretty heavy duty. I'd go for the green because it looks brighter because the eye is more sensitive to the green than the blue. But the blue does have more energy in it.
You guys would be a scary group to go drinking with.
Hell no, it's fun to go drinking with me.
It's like, oh, the guy across the on the other side of the restaurant needs a light. No problem. Beep.
Nah, my favorite electronic toy for the restaurant is I've got this. It's a ninja keychain, some shit like that. What it does is you press a button on it, and it'll automatically start scanning through all the possible remote codes, and it'll give you the ability to control any TV anywhere. And I'll just get in there and start fucking with channels and like turning TVs off, and people be like, "What the hell's going on?"
Oh, I would totally do that, man.
It's so fun. I think I got it on
I would
Think
play
Geek like
with one of
years
those.
ago.
Universal remote. Yeah.
But it looks just like almost like a car clicker.
Yeah, and the nice thing about it is it's infrared, so no one can see it.
Yep, you're not pointing a laser anywhere. It's not lighting up or anything. You're just messing with shit. You can do it with your phone if you have a phone that has a RF output.
You mean an IR output?
Like if it has infrared. Like there's some phones that have an infrared port. Like it'll have a, and you
Wow.
can download an app where you can set anything that runs on infrared to be controlled through your phone.
Yeah, the Palm Pilot had that. And somebody did write exactly an app that you described, a universal remote app, because it used the IRDA port, like IRDA, infrared data exchange. So it could actually cycle that to imitate any TV remote or VCR remote.
Yeah, and they have actually some smartphones that have it.
Wonder what the hell they use them for, because I'm not.
Oh, but there's a ton on the
There's still
current app
hardware out
store.
there that uses it, like printers or what have you. Because I can print to my networked printer directly from my phone, no problem. It'll do that. It sends PDF documents to the printer, so it doesn't have to have any kind of printer drivers on it.
Go just put a link with some more recent phones with the IR blaster.
Yeah,
Hell, the
my
Note
phone
3 has it.
does not have one of those. Of course, there might be other. Well, I don't know. The frame rate refresh is only 60 frames per second, so I don't think you could use the main display to do the same thing. And of course, they put filters over those things so that only infrared goes through them anyway. Oh, did you know that night vision will see the light from infrared remotes?
Yes.
It's actually rather surprising what infrared, what night vision goggles see.
But it can't see the laser unless it actually hits something.
Well, let's see. The IR illuminator works quite nicely. Rather surprisingly nicely. Of course, somebody else with an infrared, with a night vision type setup that's not using an illuminator will see you light up like a lamp.
So we go ahead tonight, don't we? Like in about 30 minutes we kick over an hour?
The East Coast already did.
Okay.
Yes, it is this evening.
I couldn't remember if it was today or tomorrow.
Yeah, they always do it on Saturday so that you can
Adjust.
Wake up late on Sunday and still feel a little fucked up on Monday.
Yeah, wife's hating it because she's got to be to work at 6, so she loses an hour of sleep.
Yeah, it's fine in the fall, but spring sucks.
Yeah, I love that extra hour, especially when you're at the bar and it rolls back an hour.
Yeah, 2 a.m. becomes 1 a.m. and it's not closing time yet.
Yep, last call has been postponed. But that's not really relevant for me right now. My favorite bar got closed down. Well, it didn't get closed down. The owner was irresponsible and sold it, and now it's under a remodel, so I gotta wait a couple more months for my favorite bar to come back open.
I've never really enjoyed the bar scene. I drink at home alone in the dark.
Well, it's a
With my
smaller tap
120
house kind of
solvent
place.
and my favorite rifle.
It's a tap house kind of place, and my wife and I were into some of the more, I guess, exotic and like the craft beers and stuff like that.
Dogfish had 120-minute Imperial Pale Ale.
That one's good.
If you're ever willing to spend the bucks for it, I
Oh
highly
yeah,
recommend it.
their 90 minutes, one of my favorites.
Yeah, the 90-minute tastes like water by comparison.
Oh yeah, this stuff is it's
The
potent.
120, it's 19 point something % alcohol by volume, and it tastes thick. It's a sipping beer. It is strong. I've heard people chug it, beer bong it style, and I was like, what a horrible waste of a very nice and very expensive beer.
One of my favorites is it's put out by Green Flash and it's called Palate Wrecker. And it is awesome. That and there's another one called Maharaja, but that one's only in pints and it's like $12 a pint.
Yeah.
Was that you in the chat about a week ago? I asked you what you were drinking. It was Green Rat. That must have been you.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I love that shit, dude. It's one of my favorite beers. The only bummer is the stores around here, they don't carry it a lot. So whenever it's on the shelf, I buy 4 or 5 4-packs.
There's a brewer's outlet near me, and if they don't have it in stock and it's legal in Pennsylvania, they can get it. I just have to know it exists.
Well, check out Green Flash Palate Wrecker or Green Flash Road Warrior.
Yeah, but the Northeast has a lot of very good craft breweries.
Oh yeah, the bar here in town just started doing their own beer. They presented 3 today at their little grand opening or whatever, and they were pretty good. 2 IPAs and one was a darker. I don't really drink the dark ones. My wife loves the coffee flavored ones.
Yeah, I like. I have a place for porters and stouts. I do enjoy them.
I like heavy IPA.
Lancaster makes a very nice milk stout. Now they're not. Now while not technically a microbrew, it's a British brewery. Samuel Smith. It's not to be confused with Sam Adams. It's a British import, but they make an awesome stout. It looks like the bottle is a black bottle until you pour the beer into the glass, and then you realize it's in a clear bottle. It's that dark. I mean, it passes the 100-watt light bulb test with flying colors. That's not enough light to shine through it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's quite smooth, just the right body, flavor, taste. It's not bad for a bigger brew.
Right on. There's this one that I really like. I can't remember the name of it, but they only sell it in pints, and it's on the label. They're called Enjoy By. And then it has like a big date, and they do not sell the beer past that date. Like they're only put out every so often, and there's only a limited number, and once those are gone, they're gone until they decide to make another batch.
Wow.
Which is hard because where I'm at, they'll get like 4.
Yeah.
And,
So
granted, there's a couple of liquor stores around here, but the main one that I go to, they'll get like 4, and it's like shit. These things are like $15, $20 a pop. And I want to buy more because it's just so good.
Yeah, in Pennsylvania, beer is sold by the case when it's, in bottles. And so, which is a problem with the Sierra Nevada, not the Sierra Nevada. That's relatively inexpensive, and I don't think they qualify as a microbrewery anymore.
Yeah, they've gotten kind of big, but they do have some good beers.
Oh, the Bigfoot Ale is awesome. And as long as they're still making it the way they used to when I last got it, it's bottle conditioned, not pasteurized. So what you do is you
the
take a
fermented in
few
its own
extra
bottle.
cases and you put them down in your basement if it's cool, and let them sit another year, and they will continue to ferment.
Yeah, some of the bottle fermented stuff is really good.
So bottle conditioned beers are the best because you can keep them an extra year and boost their alcohol.
Yeah, I recently had this one that the bar got 2 years ago that they just started serving because they felt it finally aged enough.
Yeah, but before I forget, the 120-minute IPA is almost $260 a case.
That's by Dogfish?
Yeah, Dogfish Brewery. They're in Delaware. Or Dogfish Head.
Yeah.
They're in Delaware.
I'm trying to look it up.
Maryland has some good breweries. Massachusetts has some good breweries. Maine has some good breweries. Philadelphia has Harpoon, which is kind of but on the other hand, it's inexpensive, so it's still way, way, way light years ahead of, say, Budweiser.
Oh, yeah. Have you seen they're trying to do the craft beers and shit too now?
Are they?
They're horrible.
The problem is their rationale is all wrong.
They're trying to cash in on this new market instead of put out good beer like the rest of the guys are doing. The actual craft brewers are actually trying to put out good, new, innovative beers. And Budweiser's like, Budweiser IPA, let's make millions.
Yeah. The thing is with Budweiser, though, and this is really kind of counterintuitive, they really do make the highest quality beer in the world. But that's defining quality specifically using the Denning method, which basically says high quality means low statistical variation from batch to batch. In other words, it's highly consistent. You'll never know when the Budweiser you're drinking, what batch it's from, or when it was brewed. I mean, it'll always taste exactly the same.
And see, that's the opposite of what I like with the craft. Yeah, it's the opposite, which is the selling point for me. I like to know that this batch will be different than the next batch because of something that they did. It may be better, maybe worse. I mean, the variation is what I dig.
Yeah, I'm a little more conservative in that area, less adventurous, you might say. But so it's like if Budweiser, it's always been in my mind here, it's like if Budweiser really wanted to, instead of just making beer for the masses, they really could hire top-notch brewmeisters with high-quality recipes. I mean, really good recipes. They could make, killer double box, pale ales, stouts, porters. They already make pilsners, so we don't have to worry. I'm not a fan of pilsners.
Me neither. It's too
and I
watery.
think what they make is a pilsner.
Yeah, it's just too watered down for me. If I'm buying beer, I usually stick with the same 2 or 3, like if I'm buying beer for the house.
Yeah.
But if I'm going out to the bar, I always try the new stuff that they have or get something different every time because, most of the bars they've got, 50
Get one of the house beers, definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
And a lot of them, like there's a place called Iron Hill Brewery. They're a small chain. They brew on the premises. And they also sell big bottles. That is, the bottle has the equivalent of, I don't know if they're like 2 liters or 4 liters, but a reasonable quantity of beer.
Here's the I posted a link. This is the bar that I was at tonight. It's a pretty cool place. They've got a lot of beers on tap. Really good food too.
Yeah. Actually, Harps isn't too bad either, but they're not a micro either.
You ever recommend a good pumpkin beer?
I don't like
There's-
pumpkin
I don't
flavor.
think there's any such thing as a good pumpkin beer.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
Also,
I've never
good
tried,
and
I've
pumpkin
never
beer.
tried a
Strawberry
good pumpkin beer.
beer or
I wanted to brew my own,
apple
but
beer.
Dogfish had I thought it was. I had expectations for it. I can never find one that's been good. I have an image in my head of what it should be, and I just can't find one.
Well, the 60-minute I won't touch.
It's weak.
The 90-minute is okay because it's only about $50 a case. The 120-minute, well, actually the 120 used to only be about $50 a case, but then the word got out how damn good it was, and the prices rocketed accordingly.
Yeah, that one's really hard to find out here.
Yeah, it's like it sells out quickly in spite of the ridiculous price, so there's no reason for them to lower the price.
Yeah, on
And I
average,
imagine
everything's.
if they expanded their facilities to make more of it, they'd probably end up just fucking it up.
Well, I kind of like the fact that they keep the demand and kind of where it is because I like it at a level like this. I like not being able to find that beer sometimes.
Yeah.
Because
I like
I changed my tastes.
Yeah, I like that it's local. There are a lot of good local breweries in my area. If you expand the definition of local to include the region of Maryland up through New England.
I mean, here in Texas, there's actually a few good local, I wouldn't say local, but Texas breweries that are out there that are doing some pretty good ones. Hell, one of them's called Alamo, like Hank Hill.
Yeah, my brother's actually gonna drive out to Texas just to get it.
Yeah.
They have it out there.
Yeah, for sure.
And
he should go to HEB to get it. HEB is a big grocery chain that's only in Texas.
Oh, you don't go to Megalomart?
Is it a decent beer? Or?
Yeah, it's actually pretty good, and they've got tons of different styles. They've got just a regular Pilsner, they've got IPA, they've got chocolate stout. I mean,
I would
one
assume
that's
Hank Hill
Lobo.
is drinking a regular.
He's drinking a regular, yeah.
Yeah. There's a place here not far from me. Well, when I say not far, it's more like a 30-minute drive, but an achievable drive, which caters to home brewers. They sell all the equipment, all the ingredients. They have recipes. Unfortunately, I don't have a place to set up a proper brewing setup.
Yeah, I understand
There's
that.
also, I don't know where the nearest one is. There's a place called U-Brew where you go in and you specify the recipe you want, or you can even create your own recipe. They've got all the facilities to brew it for you. You got to order a keg at a time, but they do all the work, because they've got the setup and everything. So you don't have to worry about sterilizing your own bottles or having your own. Well, you bring the kegs back, obviously.
You guys got a beer works?
But you got to buy the pump or the tap, rather.
Is there a beer works where you are? Wait, you're not on the East Coast, are you?
I'm on the East Coast, but no, none of that. No, it's a U-Brew. That's what they call it. But they do it for you, but it's according to your specifications, and they have a list of.
Oh, seriously?
And they have a list of in-house recipes. Because if you like have decided to come up with your own recipe and bring that in, yeah, they'll do it. But obviously, it takes a while. A good beer, the lambics from Belgium take an entire year to make a batch. And that's assuming nothing goes wrong in the process.
What's up, Garrett?
Hi. I had an Olympic level alcohol tolerance. I could drink from 10 in the morning to 3 o'clock in the next morning and wake up, play softball at 12 o'clock the next day. But one fucking Budweiser would give me a headache, fever, and the shits.
Maybe you're allergic to the yeast they use. There's no... Oh, wait a minute. No, it's dead yeast. They pasteurize their damn beer. So
What would you drink? Like beer or just hard liquor?
Both.
Oh.
I didn't drink, I drowned.
Oh, I cannot mix beer with hard liquor. It's one
I hate
or the other.
liquor.
I don't mix. If I mix, I get sick. I don't know why. There doesn't seem to be a logical explanation in chemistry and physics behind it.
Yeah, but it works. Ice House?
I
Try what
think
now?
I must have tried it. Ice House.
Ice House.
Oh, ooh.
I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it back in the day.
Yeah, old style.
Well, it depends. If you're drinking to get drunk, then you go for the cheaper ones, like
Old English.
Oh, no. Back when I was drinking.
That was back in the day.
Schlitz malt liquor bowl.
Oh, God.
Schlitz is good, man.
I you know what? If I could
Old
find
Milwaukee.
one, I would drink one just for nostalgia. But I haven't been able to find any Blue Bull or Red Bull anywhere.
The only malt liquor I've ever had was Mike's Hard Lemonade.
Ugh. That's not even malt liquor.
Well,
technically it is, but when we say malt liquor, to me, I think like Old English, St. Ides, Mickey's.
oh no, there's nothing like that. It's more like the Colt 45 stuff, except that it's clear, and the lemon is totally artificial. I mean, there's nothing natural in it.
No, of course
For
not.
some damn reason, I like it.
It's a trick drink, though. You don't really think you're drinking alcohol, then you get about 12 into them, 15 into them. It's like, uh-oh, what the fuck did I just do?
It creeps up on you. And then, of course, you've gone over the edge by the time you've noticed it. So you stop, and you're still getting drunker and drunker and drunker.
I know.
As your body is absorbing more and more of the alcohol.
First time I ever tried vodka, I drank almost an entire fifth, and I thought, this is for pussies. I'm not even buzzed. I got up, I fell down, I could not move. I was paralyzed.
I had a similar experience in Las Vegas. I've only ever been there once, but I was in the Bally's, and it was a business trip, and all expenses paid. So I took advantage of that and was in the casino at the bar, and I decided, I'm going to be adventurous, and I'm going to try the famous vodka martini that James Bond likes. Yeah, and I did that, and it was like, it's okay. It's like, I'm not so wild about the olives. What happens if you replace them with the lemons? I said, oh, that's what they mean with a twist. It's like, oh, I didn't know the lingo. So anyway, it was interesting because, I spilled a little bit on my hand, and it, got really, really cold. You could tell, it was made in an ice shaker anyway. The bartender the bar was very, very slow because everyone was gambling. So I kind of got more than I paid for. But anyway, I was like, I had no idea that I was 4 sheets to the wind until I got off the stool. Because the bar stool at that particular bar was high enough that that ring that they put around the 4 legs near the bottom is where you rest your feet. So you have to step down off the stool. Oh, and by the way, you're sitting right in front of a video poker machine game, which also does blackjack and a few other things.
Which
I
makes
blew
those
$1
drinks
on
free.
that, but spent most of the money on the alcohol.
Well, see, that was your mistake. If you keep gambling, the drinks are free. So pop $1 into the video poker and order a drink.
Yeah, well,
I don't think
if you're a big wheeler, yeah, they'll keep serving you for free because they want you to keep gambling. But anyway, I stepped off the stool and damn near fell on my face.
I'm taking a break. I'm waiting for October. That's my month.
I've done a sober February thing, and it's 8th of March, and I still haven't gone out to purchase more alcohol yet.
This is the first year I'm just taking a break. I had to.
My Irish ancestors, you think they forgive me for...
Bad. What's that, Gary?
You think my Irish ancestors would forgive me for passing St. Paddy's Day sober?
They would curse you until you...
You're going to hell anyway, Gary. You're not a Christian.
Yep.
You're not the right kind of Christian, even.
No beer and sauerbraten, man? Or, not sauerbraten, what's the...
Garn Cabot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Green beer.
You gotta eat it.
Thing is, how do you make Guinness green? You can't. It's too dark.
After you throw it up.
Oh, and that's the other thing. You want to get real Guinness, not the shit they sell to the United States.
Oh, my sister's so stupid. I purchased some Guinness once back when I was drinking. She takes a swig out of it and goes, "Gary, this is tequila." I'm like, oh, read the bottle, you simpleton.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with the Guinness. You got nothing else to turn to.
Yeah. Did you know the Guinness Stout is technically a light beer?
Really?
That's one strong light beer.
Well, it's light beer because it's under 90 calories in that 12-ounce bottle.
Okay.
They fermented out the carbohydrates.
Yeah, but you heat that up in the winter, that makes a good drink.
Well, there's a popular...
The Bismarck was a light cruiser.
In cooking, you take Guinness, you mix it with condensed milk, stir that up, and you put that in a pan where you've already got a steak frying with mushrooms, and you mix that into a gravy.
That sounds great.
That burns off the
alcohol. There's a few other things you put in there too. I forget what they are offhand, but yeah, Guinness mixed with Carnation condensed milk. And,
old Irish joke.
Sauce with a steak.
Old Irish joke. The Catholic Church posed one hell of a quandary there for a long time. You're not supposed to have sex unless you're married, and their attitude towards sex is even if you are married, you're really not supposed to enjoy it. Well, my people, the Irish, we found a loophole. We go out to the bar, we get so staggering drunk, the next day we don't know if we had sex, let alone if we enjoyed it or not.
I guess that's where the drunken Irish comes from.
Hey, constant search for the loophole.
Well, when a country's been invaded as many times as have. I remember the Irish Tourist Bureau put out a commercial in the United States inviting tourists to come over and see the various attractions. And their closing line was, And you'll be the first ones who are actually invited.
Remember, well, never ever drink anything. If you're going to ruin your health and shorten your life, always drink the good shit. If you're going to drink something hard, Remy Martin Cognac. If you're going to drink beer, Heineken Dark. That's the best.
Heineken Dark. I never had that.
Oh, I don't like it.
I like it.
But I'm really big into IPAs though.
Well,
I had an English Imperial IPA, and man, that was.
Well, the reason IPAs were invented was hops is a preservative. And to make the trip from England to India without the beer going bad was to really hop it up.
Okay.
So that's what it comes from.
Well, thank God they had to do that, because I fucking love that beer. For me, the heavier the hops, the better.
And
I love that bittery, fresh kind of taste.
And I've seen what cannabis looks like thanks to Colorado, and it's like, that shit looks just like hops. What kind of beer could you make with that?
You will find out soon. They already make sodas and shit with it.
You're kidding.
No way. Yeah.
I want a proper beer.
You can go to Colorado and you can go to one of their, weed stores, and you can go buy a soda that will get you stoned.
You can buy Colorado.
I'm completely shocked because a Republican here in Texas just is introducing bills to get marijuana legalized and partially decriminalized and stuff, and I'm like, a fucking Republican?
Hey, tax money.
That's what I was thinking, because look at how much Colorado's made so much money on it. Then they can legally take in.
Yeah, I was just going to say that they'll either have to refund the taxpayers or pass a bill raising the amount they can take in.
Yep.
Which is a strange quandary for the state.
Which is crazy because it's just one product.
Yeah.
Granted, it comes in many forms. You can get dabs, you can get concentrates, you can get food, lotions, you can get it, the THC broken down into a pill form. I mean, you can get it in, hundreds of different ways, but it's one product.
And of course, the plant stems, the hemp itself, can be used for all sorts of things, like construction materials, for bookcases and shit.
Paper, clothes, everything.
Can be used for textiles, paper. Yep. I mean, it's got so many uses, and it grows so quickly and so easily.
I'll always remember the archived footage I've seen. I forget the guy's name, but he was a senator from Oregon. And he basically, when he passed the bill to make marijuana illegal, implied that the black communists were going to take over, the Negroes are going to take over the United States if we don't stop out the demon weed.
It was that, taxation, the availability of synthetic materials, government contracts. It was all just a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, incredible amount. Then you got all that stupid shit from the 60s, tying it to the hippie movement, which